sherit Yisrael, Al Yovad Yisrael, Amrim Shema Yisrael.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The eternal light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Man of Peace, was written by Peter Lyon and is presented in commemoration of Memorial Day and of the Festival of Shavuot.
And David comforted Bathsheba his wife, and she bare a son. And he called his name Solomon, and the Lord loved him. And it came to pass one day that a great shadow fell over the palace of David, and old men walked softly, when as they passed the room where the king sat, and his heart was filled with grief.
Calamity. What woe is worked on Israel?
This grief is not our grief. His tears bring shame upon us.
How dare you speak so?
Oh,
calamity, calamity.
And the son of David the king, who is called Solomon, wondered on what he heard, and so at length went to seek out his mother.
Solomon, it's you. Come in. Come in and pull the curtain to behind you.
Secrecy? You too? What is it? It's filled the house with worried whispers. Everybody slipping by on tiptoe.
What a day.
Bad tidings from the woods of Ephraim? The battle's gone against the king?
Suppose I tell you that the victory is won, and yet the news is worse than if the king had lost.
What then? The king is safe. I saw him only now as I was passing by his council room.
King David's safe, but not his son, your half-brother.
Absalom?
Killed.
Oh, Absalom, who filled the hearts of all in Israel. What waste.
And so your father, though his son was risen against him, now is bowed with grief.
His grief is mine.
Then you're a fool. You will find no sadness in my heart.
A splendid son. He was the finest of us all.
He stood across your pathway, Solomon. Now that he's gone, one less to thwart your goal.
My goal?
The king your father's growing old. See, Solomon, why does your tutor Nathan teach you in the ways of God and how to guide the ways of men?
Why does he teach me? Why,
So you will be fit to rule.
So I'll be fit to rule.
And where's your cause to scowl? Now don't you see why all around us in this house may grieve, but we can smile and wait and count the days and plan the deeds, contriving always what will best ensure that one day.
But, Mother, wait.
I'll wait. Wait. Don't worry. Patience is the virtue fits me best. I'll wait, and so will you, until the day when resolution's fist can close and bid all patience vanish. But yes, and then.
I've never dreamed of this. For Absalom was oldest.
Now he's dead.
But still his brother, Adonijah. He is the older prince.
He's older, yes. But still, I tell you, you'll be king.
And so it was that Adonijah, the son of David's wife Haggith, was the first prince in the land. And he exalted himself, and he prepared himself chariots and horsemen, and 50 men to run before him. And it came to pass that he entered before Solomon to look down upon him.
Oh, Solomon.
Your servant is here.
I like that phrase you use in address, Solomon. It fits.
Why come you here?
To hear you speak me so.
to reassure myself that what you say, you also think.
Why should I not?
The time is burdened with dangerous thoughts. While as the king our father counts his days and soon will grow more weak and feeble,
The buzzard swoops on high above the wounded lion of Judah.
what's that? Why I am here is to warn the wise how dangerous it is to harbor hopes of future glory.
Go. Stand before a mirror and repeat that moral to yourself.
My bodyguard is loyal, Solomon. And in this land, besides the king, there's only one to whom tradition may admit a bodyguard. That one's the prince who will be king. Is this speech plain enough?
I hear the words.
Make sure to pay them heed. So long you spend your time at books with Nathan, so long you'll stay at peace. But see your path stays clear of mine.
And Solomon was troubled by the turn of events, and he prayed to the Lord, and in his perplexity he turned to the prophet Nathan, his tutor, for words of counsel.
My mother has said to me thus and so, and now there has come to me my father's eldest son, Adonijah, bringing threats and talking wildly.
My son, your words are not so wild, but neither have they meaning. What has your mother told you? And why does Adonijah threaten?
They speak of how my father ails and who will take his place.
Oh.
My mother says I am to be the king. She says she has the promise of King David.
She told you this.
And you? You'd known he promised so?
Let me tell a story. High on the mountain was the eagle's nest, and he soared over all the world, beating the air with mighty wings, tearing at his enemies with cruel talons. And two others watched him. One was the mockingbird, the other was the eaglet. The mockingbird's wings could not carry him to the heights of the eagle, and his talons were not fierce. Only his voice was like the eagle's. And the other birds laughed him to shame.
And the eaglet?
The eaglet saw the eagle soar above the world and thought, I too will swoop and glide so and rule all that I see. And he fluttered out of the nest and tumbled onto the rocks below, for his wings, which would have been one day as mighty as his father's, were then still too weak.
My mother said she had his promise.
The king, your father, promised that he who would be king after him would be a man of wisdom, with an understanding heart, a man who'd know that power for itself is nothing, but only good when wisely used. You are a boy.
A boy? I'm old enough.
And more than years are needed to make a man. Come, we've chattered long enough. It's time you turn back to your studies.
And it came to pass that there rose up a man against David the king, and blew a trumpet, crying, Every man to his tents, O Israel. And there went out after him to pursue him the mighty men of David, and there was much blood spilled. Moreover, the Philistines had yet war again with Israel, and David went down and his mighty men with him, and fought against the Philistines. Even 4 battles they fought, and there was much blood spilled. And David waxed faint, and returned to Jerusalem. And his 2 sons, even Adonijah and Solomon, stood before him.
Adonijah, Solomon,
At your bidding, Father.
we made a compact, we three, that after these battles, henceforward you would ride at my chariot wheel, and fight with my soldiers whenever again the trumpet should sound.
I am ready, Father. We go once more against the Philistines.
The battles are over. And because we have a compact, I wish to tell you why you will not fight at my right hand.
Not fight?
Too much blood already has been spilled. The Lord has been my rock and my fortress and my deliverer, so was I saved from my enemies. But when the waves of death compassed me, the floods of ungodly men made me afraid. And then I knew an end must come to all these wars.
An end to fighting with our enemies? And when they drive across our fields?
Our land is secure. The time is here for peace. The shield of the Lord is our salvation, but it is gentleness that will make us great.
And now we build.
And now we build, Solomon. You understand, you too, why it is our compact will now be forgot.
Not forgot, Father.
Good. Yes, it will be remembered. It is important to keep the meaning fresh. It's good to keep the memory fresh of all the blood that spilled, and how the earth shook and trembled, and how the sorrows of hell compassed us about. Good to keep those memories alive, for it's because of them that now we'll build a peace for all our land. That's understood by both of you? Solomon?
We'll harvest fruit and grain. And now's the time for rejoicing.
Adonijah?
The only harvest we will reap will be the wrath of our surrounding enemies. You'll see. Our father has grown soft.
You're wrong.
I never thought I'd live to see the time when he would sit back on his throne and comb his hair and think of lazy days of peace.
He knows what's best.
What's best is riding out in smoke and fire to see our country grow, and all our foes are scattering before our thunder.
And men die and women weep. Adonijah, a country cannot grow which feeds on war.
You're just like him. What's our strength if it's not to use it? What's our army if it's not a javelin in the heart of him who'd say us nay?
I'm with our father. Peace is what our people need. A war is only good when it is only memory.
And David, thinking on a way to keep the peace, said to his general Joab and to the rulers of the people,
Go, number Israel from Beersheba even to Dan, and bring the number of them to me, that I may know it.
And the king's word prevailed. Wherefore Joab departed and went throughout Israel, counting the people.
And now we'll know.
Adonijah, you have a hand in this plan to number all the people?
A hand in it is my counsel. It all fits in with what I've planned.
It's wrong.
Go supervise the threshing. Go order women about, but leave these martial projects to the king and me.
The Lord may make his people 1,000 times as many more as they may be, or less. It matters not.
Matters not. It matters much how many men there are who are fit to draw a sword.
And still they are servants of the king. Their number matters not. It is a trespass.
You think. I've plans for when this census is complete. As soon as first we know how many are the men who stand prepared to join in fighting.
This was the king's reason for bidding Joab go out and count the
I
people?
don't know about his reasons, but I have mine. The lesson's one of arithmetic. So many thousands counted who can fight. And once again, our legions march in triumph.
But Nathan,
Yes?
the lesson Adonijah would learn is one of war.
And he will learn his lesson is abominable, my son. Why do you think that Joab undertook this counting with a heavy heart? For remember, Joab is a soldier.
And still he was against the task?
He knows the Lord will frown on Israel for the census. Joab, a soldier, understands that when there is a need for war, for men to defend their land, there will be enough and more for the task, no matter what the census. He understands that counting heads of soldiers for a war of conquest is an evil thing.
And my father David?
Your father David listened to evil counsel, and so the Lord will smite him for this thing.
And it came to pass, even as Nathan had said, for the Lord smote Israel, and David, repenting, set up an altar to the Lord, saying,
This is the house of the Lord God, and this is the altar of the burnt offering for Israel.
And it came to pass that David sent for Solomon his son, and when he was come and standing before him, he said unto him,
It was in my mind, Solomon, to build a house unto the name of the Lord my God.
The days of war have been long on our land, and such a house will be a symbol for peace.
Yes, but the building of such a symbol is not for me. For behold, I have shed blood abundantly and have made great wars. Because I have shed much blood upon the earth in the sight of the Lord, it is not fit that I should build this house.
But this is work for the king, or for him who will be king.
Yes.
And shall I then fetch Adonijah so that...
Adonijah, too, is a man of war.
But
we called your name Solomon, from Shalom, for you are a man of peace. This task of building a house unto the Lord is yours. Behold then, for I charge you with this work. And I have prepared for you 100,000 talents of gold, and 100,000 talents of silver, and of brass and iron without weight, for it is in abundance. Timber also, and stone have I prepared. And you may add as it is needed.
I pray the Lord to help me prosper in this work.
For I remember how it was you who knew that the work of building must begin. Arise, therefore, and be doing, and the Lord be with you.
And is it as I said, that this work was work for a king or for one who will be king?
It is a work for a man of peace, Solomon.
And should it be a man of war who will be king, my father?
I cannot tell, Solomon. I cannot tell.
And it came to pass that David grew old and weak with the weight of his years, and his son Adonijah, perceiving this, gathered to him certain leaders of the people, and they following helped him. And Adonijah called all his brethren, the king's sons, and all the men of Judah, the king's servants. But Nathan the prophet and Solomon his brother he called not. And Adonijah prepared a feast, which would be a celebration, for it was in his mind to proclaim that he was king. And it happened that Nathan the prophet came to Solomon and spoke to him apart.
You remember, O Solomon, how once I told you of the mockingbird and the eaglet?
I remember.
So now the mockingbird attempts to scare.
And the eaglet?
It is time to find whether the eaglet is not now an eagle, full grown.
He is full grown.
Your father's son, Adonijah, is outside the city, and there is with him his guard, and Joab the soldier, and his men, and many others. Your father's son, Adonijah, reigns as king, but your father knows it not.
He will find out.
When? After Adonijah has brought him the news with your blood on his hands?
He'd kill me.
And your mother, Bathsheba. You doubt it?
But surely David
the
will
time
forbid...
to act is now, my son. Take the nettle in your fist and clench it quickly. So, or else it stings, and this time stings to kill.
Take the nettle.
Here, your mother comes.
Solomon and Nathan, have you heard?
I've heard, and so has he.
So, Solomon?
There's just one thing that nags at me.
What's that?
He is the older. His is the birthright. Even David, when I asked him not so long ago...
Solomon, what you've learned has taught you surely this. That now our country needs a king who will rule with strength. With strength...
But Adonijah's strength...
With strength for peace. Will Adonijah work for peace?
And so we'll act.
What first?
You told me once that David swore to you that I'd be king.
That's right.
That's right, and I'll confirm his oath.
Mother, do you go straight to David. Remind him of his promised word. While she's yet with him, Nathan, do you follow in and add your voice to hers.
But Solomon...
I'd have him give the sign to me, not take it for myself. Go, work quickly. If all goes well, he'll send for me today to give his sign that I'm to reign henceforth.
And Bathsheba went in unto the king into the chamber, and lo, while she yet talked with the king, Nathan the prophet also came in. And the king David answered and sware and said,
As the Lord lives that has redeemed my soul out of all distress, even as I swear unto thee by the Lord God of Israel, saying, Assuredly thy son Solomon shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne in my stead. Even so will I certainly do this day.
Listen, did you hear? I heard the trumpets blow and the pipe. What? A celebration in the city. Oh, there comes one from the city, a messenger. Oh, this way. What tidings from the city?
Verily, our Lord King David has made so
Has what? Has what, man?
Has made Solomon king. And they have caused him to ride upon the king's royal horse. And the priest Zadok and Nathan the prophet have anointed him with oil and gihon. And now all the city rejoices, and Solomon sits upon the throne and reigns.
Solomon king.
Wait! Wait! There is still time if we stand together.
Send for Adonijah.
Your brother Adonijah has sought sanctuary, O king.
Sanctuary?
He is at the altar. He asks that you swear that you will not slay him with a sword.
Send for him. Send and tell him he must appear before me.
Your servant begs your mercy, King Solomon.
I like that phrase you use in address, Adonijah. It fits.
My lord.
Here's a moral, Adonijah. Can you profit from it?
My lord.
You stood for violence and bloodshed. The power you sought for conquest and war. Now where do you stand?
At the mercy of my lord.
Power is a heady drink, Adonijah. You would do well to water it with understanding. You should know that I have had advice to kill you. My counselors would tell me you are able to comprehend only a violent act.
My lord swore
but
he would...
their advice is theirs. I'll do differently. If you will show yourself a worthy man, there shall not a hair of you fall to the earth. But if wickedness be found in you, you shall die. It's understood?
My lord is merciful.
Go to your house.
Now the days of David drew nigh that he should die, and he slept with his fathers and was buried in the city of David. And Solomon sat upon his throne, and his kingdom was established greatly. And Judah and Israel dwelt safely, every man under his vine and under his fig tree, from the north of Galilee even unto the Negev. And God gave Solomon wisdom and understanding exceeding much, and largeness of heart even as the sand that is on the seashore.
My lord has sent for me.
Sit down here, Nathan.
What is the king's wish?
I remember how you came to the king, my father, and told him that it would not be his task, but mine, to build a temple of our God, forasmuch as his hands were red with the blood of many wars.
My lord proposes to set about this project?
Our country is united, and we are strong. This much we have from David. But our strength and our unity demand something more. They demand the inner strength of Torah.
The house of the Lord our God will be the house of Torah for all the people of Judah and Israel to see.
I want this house to be seen by more than just the men of Judah and Israel.
Where else do men worship the one God?
Nathan, if we issue orders that this temple shall be builded of cedars from Lebanon, of stone from Egypt, shall be emblazoned with the riches of every land which is our neighbor.
Yes?
So it can be a symbol of more than discipline and order in our land. It can stand as well for the brotherhood that must exist between our men and the men of our surroundings. Let the temple to the one God shine forth as monument of peace between all men. War must be a sacred memory upon which the foundation of lasting peace must be built.
Oh, wise king.
Its materials, their materials, builded by their craftsmen as well as ours, so that while it stands, our land shall abide in one world of peace. The handclasp of Solomon to all men shall be Shalom.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take pleasure in presenting Rabbi Edward T. Sandro, Rabbi of Temple Bethel, Cedarhurst, Long Island. Rabbi Sandro.
The dramatic presentation of Man of Peace
an eloquent chapter in the life of King Solomon, is perfectly timed. The United States, Russia, Britain, and France are meeting in Paris to clear the international atmosphere and bring hope to the democratic peoples of the world. In this season, we in America are paying special tribute to those heroes who gave their lives for freedom, for bread, and love. In this season, we of the Jewish faith also observe the festival of Shavuot, the holiday of Torah, the inner core of all our ethical and moral striving, the root of Judaism. It is fitting then that the message of this broadcast be affirmed and reaffirmed. The world we live in is not yet a peaceful one. There is so much misunderstanding. We have not yet developed sufficient maturity and patience to overcome much of the bewilderment and disillusionment which exists in many high places. Solomon knew the techniques of cooperation. He wanted a house of God, one God, the Father of all, made by the hands and hearts of all his neighbors, sharing equally in the process of building a peaceful society. Should that not be the theme of the Paris Conference, the United Nations, our Memorial Day celebration, our festival of Shavuot? We, Americans and Jews, who are architects of the democratic ideal, can take up the task where Solomon began it. We can champion the cause of independence for peoples who still have no freedom in colonial and semi-feudal lands. We can help bring opportunity, freedom, and economic justice to those who are denied such rights. We can justifiably cry out that we dislike ominous cold wars, even as we dread bloody shooting ones, that our generation yearns and prays for peace. We do not want to make a mockery out of flag-waving and grave decorating. We want to bring our soldier dead, whose silence speaks for them, an end to all war and meaning to the peace for which they dream. We want to come closer to the new heavens and the new earth, which our festival of Shavuot, the time of the giving of the Torah, symbolizes, shining forth as a monument of peace and social greatness for every human being on this earth. Solomon envisioned that it could be done. We, the builders of the present, must labor to shape man forever in his true image, the image of God.
Thank you, Rabbi Sandro. Our Eternal Light drama today, Man of Peace, was written by Peter Lyon and was based on the book King Solomon by Frederick Thieberger. It was presented in commemoration of Memorial Day and of the festival of Shavuot. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catons. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured as Solomon was Leon Janney, and Bernard Lenrow was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever, in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Way of My Uncle Gedalia, was written by Sylvia Berger and is presented to celebrate the anniversary of the birth of the famous Yiddish writer, Peretz.
How do you introduce a friend? Do you say, I want you to meet Herbert Jones, he doesn't like butter? Or, this is Lillian Redmond, she's 5 feet tall. The reason I ask is, I want you to meet a language I know. And I've been wondering how I could best introduce it to you. Should I tell you the language is Yiddish? It is. Or that its beginnings go back to the 9th century? They do. Or that it has 50,000 words? It has. But what does that tell you? Languages are like people. Unless you know what they do, who their friends are, what they think about when they get up in the morning, what do you really know about them? That's why I think that perhaps the best way for you to meet this language I know would be for you to meet my Uncle Gedalia. My Uncle Gedalia wrote the best love letters in town. Letters of appeal, letters of recommendation, letters demanding immediate payment. You told your troubles to my Uncle Gedalia, and your letter was as good as posted. If your husband or sweetheart had been torn away by the army to freeze or fry in a faraway climate, and early fortune had not included writing among its treasures to you, your lonely feet brought you to my Uncle Gedalia.
Tell him, Gedalia, that it hurts me when I hear his name.
My heart aches for you.
That's it. That's just it. My heart aches for you, Davido. My heart aches for you. Oh, tell him, Gedalia. The river is frozen. I mean, the geese are gone away. Oh, tell him, Gedalia.
Maybe when the geese come flying home again with the spring and the ice melts on the river, maybe you will come home to me, Davido. And my heart will melt like the ice on the river.
Oh, yes, Gedalia. Oh, you've got the head of a prime minister. That's what I mean to say. Come home with the geese, Davido.
My Uncle Gedalia was reputed to have the head of a prime minister. That is to say, he was smart, he was deep, he was able. One day, Abraham the hatmaker called upon my Uncle Gedalia with a serious problem. Abraham had a daughter, Malkala, and Malkala wanted to get married. And in the next village, there was a family by the name of Hirsch. And this family by the name of Hirsch had a son by the name of Mordecai.
It's about this Mordecai I want to talk to you about, Gedalia. You don't mind my asking you what you know about this Mordecai? You know my daughter Malkala. She's good, she's gentle. Maybe she's not the most beautiful girl in the world. Oh, the brightest. Oh, but she's a good, fine girl. What do you think, Gedalia, of Baruch Hirsch's Mordecai for my Malkala? They're a respectable family, the Hirsches. Oh, I hear there's a bit of money there, too. But not so much that they'd expect too much in dowry. And this boy, this Mordecai, he's a sensible boy, a good head. But no empty dreamer. Enough sense to remember a wife and children. Then you think, Gedalia, he'd be right for my child, this Mordecai Hirsch? Thank you, Gedalia. 1,000 times thank you. I knew if anybody could tell me everything there is to know about that boy, you'd be the one.
match was made, the introductions arranged, and Malkala, the hatmaker's daughter, married Mordecai, the bookbinder's son, and I ate a large slab of wedding cake. But it wasn't until an entire civilization later, when I had left the wisdom of childhood behind me, that I began to puzzle about my Uncle Gedalia. How did Abraham the hatmaker know what my Uncle Gedalia meant when all he said was, Oh. How did he know? Well, how did my Uncle Gedalia know what my grandfather Eliezer meant when Grandfather Eliezer said, Steich? That time, for instance, when Uncle Gedalia was telling us children about the railroad train.
Oh, what a railroad train. A train like a bullet. If the railroad train had wings, it would fly like a bird.
Who pulls the railroad train?
Nobody has to pull it. It goes by itself.
What does it go on?
It's got little round feet like wheels.
How does it see where to go?
It looks with its eyes.
How does it see in the dark?
The eyes light up.
The eyebrows never catch on fire?
Almost never. A small boy with a large pail of water is stationed very close to the eyes. Whenever the eyebrows look as if they might get overheated...
Gedalia.
Yes, Father?
Steich.
Steich. A lie to a child? It isn't done, my son. How could my Uncle Gedalia distinguish between that Steich, the Steich of fraternal admonition reserved for petty misdemeanors, say, and the Steich of courteous skepticism, as when Bela, the wife of Abraham the hatmaker, returning from a visit to a wealthy cousin in Nizhny Novgorod, regaled the family with her adventures.
The servants, Reb Eliezer, you should count the servants. The servant for every wish, and the bowing, and the scraping, and the excuse me here, and excuse me there, the if you please, and if I may. The money in that house, Reb Eliezer, the cool, hard cash, and the splendor of the house, the silks and the satins, the plushes and the velvets, the marbles and the glasses, every object more beautiful than the next one.
You don't say.
And the life, Reb Eliezer, the life of a prince, a duke. A duke? A count. You come into the parlor, and right away it's a glass of tea with jelly. And is the tea in an ordinary glass? No. The glass has to have a silver handle.
Oh, my.
And the jellies, the sugars, the cakes, the marmalade. Ordinary marmalade? Oh, no. Marmalade from Marmalade Land. But that isn't all.
No?
No. When the first servant brings you your hot tea to drink,
Yes?
the second servant stands there waiting to blow it cold for you.
Steich.
Bless my soul. You don't tell me. The Steich of courteous skepticism reserved for the tall story. And then there was, of course, the Steich for the man who had just presented you with an unreasonable request.
Steich.
How do you get that way? And the sad and wounded Steich of the man whose best friend has just turned down a reasonable request.
Steich.
Man alive, after all I've done for you. Well, a sofanek, as we say in Yiddish. An end to these variations on a word. A changeling word. A word that says so much with so little. Steich, how many tunes can you play on one whistle? But to get back to my Uncle Gedalia. My Uncle Gedalia was a man with a sense of humor. There was the time he tried to get into the university, and they wouldn't let him in.
Yes, now, let me see. We were first put on our pince-nez. I had them somewhere here.
They're hanging on your lapel.
Huh? Oh, so they are. So much to do, so very much to do. All right, young men, we will look at the grades. The first, alphabetically.
Chemistry.
Chemistry. I don't see very well with these glasses. The grade?
A plus.
A plus. Very good. People ask me, why don't I change my glasses? What's the point of changing my glasses? Changing my glasses won't help. I see better without glasses. A, B, C, chemistry. Next?
French. A.
Excellent. One of these days I'm going to tell my wife, fashion or no fashion, I am not wearing pince-nez. I will come right out with it. E, F, French. Next?
Mathematics, A+.
A+, better and better. But you know how women are. She thinks these little gilt frames give me an air. I do think the black ribbon gives me rather an intellectual look, though, don't you?
Quite. Physics, A+.
Without reproach, every last one of them. You have an excellent scholastic record, young man.
Then I am accepted?
Good heavens, no.
But
The silly ribbon, it always tangles around my ear. No, young man, you are not accepted.
I came 300 miles.
I'm afraid we can't help that. Rules are rules. Your grades are excellent, but in some cases I'm afraid grades mean very little. You see our point, don't you?
Quite.
That was the night, too, that the special pass permitting my Uncle Gedalia to visit the city expired. He had no place to stay. He'd missed the last train home. And as my Uncle Gedalia wandered about, looking for a quiet railroad station in which to sleep, a police officer caught up with him.
You,
Me?
your pass.
Of course.
It's expired.
Good heavens, no.
When did you get here?
When did I get here?
When did you get here?
Tomorrow.
That was the time Grandfather Eliezer had to send the money for Uncle Gedalia's fine by special messenger. And we all had a good laugh about it, because it was so funny. Wasn't it funny to be so harried all your life? So harassed, so hunted, so driven? Wasn't it absurd to be caught with a pass that said you had gone back home the day before yesterday? Well, anyway, if my Uncle Gedalia had to be part of such an absurd situation, he could at least enjoy the absurdity. If life would insist on getting the best of the argument, my Uncle Gedalia could at least have the last word. Whenever I think of the things that my Uncle Gedalia laughed at, I think of a word.
Galgan humor.
Galgan humor. The humor of the gallows. My Uncle Gedalia used to say that the humor of our family was the humor of the schlemiel. What is a schlemiel? Uncle Gedalia can explain a schlemiel.
When a waiter walks by with a tray of hot soup and the tray upsets, the soup falls on the schlemiel.
Abraham the hatmaker once had a nice long chat with a prince. Abraham couldn't get over it.
Would you ever think of it? A prince. A prince of the royal blood, all covered over with those whatchamacallums, those gold whatchamacallums.
Medals?
Those gold medals. Would you believe anyone like that would ever find anything to say to a hat maker?
What did he find to say?
I was taking a load of turnips to Kalenkovich.
Yes.
I had been traveling since 4 a.m.
Yes.
The load was heavy.
Yes.
The horse was tired.
Yes, yes.
We came to a ditch. The horse slipped. The axle broke. When just then the prince came along in a scarlet carriage.
And he noticed your misfortune?
He gave one look out of the window with those clear, sharp eyes.
Yes.
He saw my tired horse.
He saw your tired horse.
He saw my broken axle.
Your broken axle.
He saw me sitting there with my head in my hand.
All right, what did he say?
He said, "Get out of the way, you stupid fool. Can't you see I'm late for tea?"
They used to get together on a Saturday afternoon. Uncle Gedalia, who wasn't allowed into the university, and Abraham the hatmaker, who wasn't permitted to work on the land, and Grandpa Eliezer, who paid a fine every time someone in the family went into the big city. They used to get together of a Saturday afternoon and boast of their good fortune. Were they lucky? Were they lucky? Why, Abraham the hatmaker...
Am I lucky? What God did for me. What God did for me, may his name be eternally blessed, he never did for anyone else.
So?
And what did God do for you, Abraham, that he never did for anyone else?
You'll never believe it. I could tell you, but you'll never believe it.
All right, then give us a chance to admit our mistake and call you an honest man.
Well, it happened on a winter afternoon. I remember it as if it were yesterday. A winter afternoon so cold that your breath froze in your mouth. The earth squeaked, it was frozen so hard. It was so cold, it was too cold even for the wind to blow.
A cold day.
A bitter day. Well, isn't it my luck that day, that frozen, bitter, sour day, I have to go to Kolenkovich for an order of hat material?
What a day to go.
What a day to go! The children are crying, the wife starts a hoo-ha.
Abraham, you idiot, on a day like this you go to Kolenkovich. You'll come back a corpse.
Bela, my darling, we're all in the Lord's hands. A man has to feed his family.
A man has to feed his family.
Well, what should I tell you, my friends? I'm off for Kolenkovich. The horse is hitched. The sleigh is ready. And it isn't many hours before I'm entering the big forest.
What a forest.
What a forest. There I am, entering the forest. In the forest. I'm on my way out of the forest. And what do I hear?
What do you hear?
Wolves.
Wolves?
Wolves! Hundreds of wolves. 1,000 wolves howling with one throat. I stand up in my seat. I start whipping the poor horse with all the strength in my arms. I yell, I scream, get on there, get up, get up. The wolves are coming closer.
My.
And then, at last, I'm out of the woods. I'm out of the woods, but before me is a river.
A river?
But the river is frozen over. I drive the horse straight on the ice.
Ah!
With the wolves behind me.
Oh.
Well, what should I tell you, my friends? I'm halfway across when the ice breaks. The sled goes down, the horse goes down, I go down, and the wolves on top of us all.
Oh.
Now, what do you think God did for me?
What?
Thanks be to him who reigns in heaven, the whole story from beginning to end is a lie.
And Uncle Gedalia laughed, and Grandpa Eliezer laughed, and Abraham the hatmaker laughed. Because what kind of a calamity could a man like Abraham escape from? A calamity that never happened. Well, there's a little of the way he lived, my Uncle Gedalia. The way he lived and the way he spoke. Unless you understood the way he lived, you could never really understand the way he spoke. And if you didn't understand the way he spoke, what could you know about the way he lived? Even I sometimes found it hard to understand the way of my Uncle Gedalia.
What? Mit Sabongus, Hopman Figala, und mit Matonis Medla.
Did you hear him, Father? Did you hear him say it again, Barla?
Mit Sabongus, Hopman Figala, und mit Matonis Medla.
What does it mean, Barla? Do you know what it means?
No.
Ah, the beginning of the world.
Abraham the Hatmaker said it about...
Who said it about whom, we don't have to know. The child wants to know what it means, Gedalia.
Let's see now. You want to know what it means? Do you know what sabongas are, Barla?
No.
Sabongas are little nets, Barla. The word is taken from the Lithuanian. Mit sabongas hapman. With little nets, you catch...
Fegala, little birds.
Do you know what the word chapen comes from, Barla?
No.
From the Slavic chapach, to see. Fegelach, of course, from the old German, Vogel.
Yes, Grandpa Eliezer.
A little heavy, Father, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Mit matonis medelach. Matonis, of course, a present from the Hebrew.
But what does it mean?
Perhaps, Gedalia, a little heavy?
A little, Father. What does it mean? Well, it means that you can catch a little bird in a net. But a girl... Matonis, of course, a present.
But if you want the love of a human being, Barla, you must treat her with kindness and consideration, with honesty and sincerity.
Then my Uncle Gedalia, reminding me not to gulp my food...
Eat slowly, Barla. Eat slowly, drink slowly. A man is not an animal, and even though he must feed his body, he must do so in a mannerly way.
Would drift into this and that. Science and history, deportment and language.
Handle your speech with dignity, Barla. Treat your words with affection. The language you speak was worked out for you by your father and your father's father. In the sun-gilt cities of Eretz Yisrael, they shaped the words. In the shadowed valleys of the Rhine, in the vineyards of Italy, in the courts of France, in the villages of Russia, long before the memory of any man who lives today or died just yesterday. Your fathers loved the words you use, Beryl. Handle them with dignity. Speak your words with love.
And sometimes, that's when I think I loved him most. My Uncle Gedalia, the Sabbath candles piercing the twilight with their teardrops of light. My Uncle Gedalia would look at me with his gray eyes smiling.
Bim, bum, bum. Beryl Schmeller on the couch. Bim, bum, with both his shoes. With both his shoes, he's on the couch. Bim, bum, bim, biri, bum. Bim, biri, bim, bum, bum.
My feet are off the couch now, Uncle Gedalia.
Good, very, very good. Bim, biri, bim, bum, very good. Bim, bum, there'll come a day when Beryl Schmeller will fly away. The little bird will be big one day. He'll spread his wings and fly away. Bim, bum, bim, bum, bum. Bim, biri, bim, bum, bum.
Well, the little bird grew and spread his wings. And Uncle Gedalia, Grandpa Eliezer, and Abraham the Hatmaker, I left them all. On the land they couldn't plow, outside the universities they couldn't attend, close to the cities they couldn't enter. I left them all. But the sweet accents of the Yiddish rings in my ears.
Wenn die Gänse werden zurück heimkommen und das Eis zugeht sich auf den Teich, werden wir öfter zusammen sein. Und mein Herz wird sich zu gehen, wie das Eis auf den Teich.
When the geese come flying home again with a spring, and the ice melts on the river, maybe we will be home together, and my heart will melt like the ice on the river.
Bim, bum.
And so, I thought you might want to meet them. So the next time you come across a word like Steich or Yontif or Seder or Shabbos, and look for it in the dictionary, you'll think of my Uncle Gedalia, and you will know what it means.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take pleasure in presenting Dr. Emanuel Gammerin, Educational Director of the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, speaking from Cincinnati. Dr. Gammerin.
Was significant because he had a fine cultural medium in the Yiddish language in which he expressed himself. His homely wisdom, his advice to Beryl to handle his speech with dignity, to eat slowly, even his Hasidic songs without words, in which he would express his longing for a better world, were all meaningful. His way was valuable, however, because it also reflected a way of life which was rooted in what we like to call the Jewish tradition. What did this tradition lead him to do? First of all, as it is said in Leviticus, it led him to love his neighbor as himself. Hence, Gedalia helped his neighbors. It taught him how to face adversity, as when the cities and the universities would not permit him to enter because he was Jewish. With his friends on Saturday afternoons, he would study the Torah and thus express gratitude to God, rejoicing in his Sabbath and honoring it by studying the law. Even humor was part of that tradition. With it, his friends and he lightened their burdens and their tragedies. The East European village in which Gedalia lived reflected the wisdom that man is not an animal. He is made in the image of God, and his relations with other human beings should be based on kindness, on sincerity, on honesty. This life was rooted ultimately in the study of the Torah, in which the Jew learned that life, the ordinary daily life, must be raised to higher levels, must be sanctified. That is the significance of a Jewish education, which loyal Jews seek to provide for their children, and to which our Jewish educational institutions are dedicated.
Our Eternal Light drama today, The Way of My Uncle Gedalia, was written by Sylvia Berger and presented in celebration of the birth of the famous Yiddish writer Peretz. The writer wishes to thank Mr. Maurice Samuel, whose essay Translators Are Traitors, from his book Prince of the Ghetto on the life of Peretz, inspired this script. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catons. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured as Gedalia was Martin Wolfson, and Norman Rose was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Dreamer's Journey, was written by Joseph Mindell.
From the top of his head to the tip of his fingers,
With all his mind and imagination, he was a philosopher, a critic, and a teacher. And his life was aimed in the pursuit of truth. His name was Morris Raphael Cohen. Morris Raphael Cohen was a teacher of philosophy at the College of the City of New York. Sometimes when he listened, he turned his head a bit so that his eyes looked out of the corners. His lips had a curious curve, upward bent, that easily became a smile. But when the smile was ironic, as it often was, there was little comfort in it and in his calm, questioning eyes. It was not easy to be a student in Morris Cohen's class.
That's a pretty broad statement, Miller. How do you know it's true?
Well, everybody knows it's true, Professor Cohen.
Yes, of course. But how do you know?
Well, because I guess I know by intuition.
Sometimes, Miller, intuition is only another word for ignorance. Does someone in the class want to match his intuition with Miller's? You see, gentlemen, this is only one phase of the larger question. What do we mean by verifiable knowledge?
But, Professor Cohen, you can't ask questions about that. You might as well ask, what do we mean by meaning?
Yes, that's a good question, too.
Professor Cohen, may I make a suggestion?
Of course.
Couldn't you, instead of asking questions, couldn't you just lecture?
What would you like me to lecture on?
About philosophy. About how we know anything and the meaning of meaning. But Professor Cohen, no questions.
Then how will you learn?
Why, you'll tell us.
So you think that's the way to learn philosophy? I see. All right. Starting tomorrow, I'll lecture.
Professor Cohen, what you said today, it's exactly the opposite of all the things you said in last week's lectures.
You didn't object last week, Miller.
Of course not. It sounded logical and reasonable.
Then why are you objecting now?
I told you, Professor Cohen. Well, what you're saying now contradicts what you said before.
Never mind that. The question is, does it seem reasonable?
Yes, it does.
That's fine. Then I'll proceed with the lecture.
But, Professor, are we to believe what you said today or last week? How can we know which is true?
Now, that's a sensible question. In fact, it's the question I asked last week. Now we're ready to study philosophy. And, gentlemen, no more lectures.
Professor Cohen.
Hello, Miller.
If you don't mind, Professor Cohen, I'd like to walk part of the way with you. There's something I'd like to say.
I'm in no hurry, Miller. Let's sit on this bench for a while. The sun is good.
All right. I feel a little foolish about today and last week.
Yes, Miller.
Maybe you'll think I'm even more foolish when you hear what I have to say.
It's not unlikely.
I left myself wide open for that.
But let me hear it.
Professor Cohen, you're not giving us anything to believe in. No positive philosophy. Maybe we'll learn to be critical, but that's negative. It's destructive, not constructive.
I suppose in a way that's true.
You admit it?
Miller, you have a good mind, but it's cluttered up with all sorts of useless rubbish and conventional misconceptions.
I'm glad to have your honest opinion, Professor Cohen.
Never mind your injured feelings. Miller, knocking comfortable illusions out of young people's heads isn't a pleasant occupation. It would be much pleasanter to preach my own beliefs. But, Miller, there is no easy road to philosophy. Every man has to find the way for himself. Do you remember the story of Hercules in the Augean stables?
He had to clean out the stables, didn't he?
According to the story, he removed the accumulated rubbish of generations. Do you ask, what did he leave in its place? Isn't it enough that he left them clean and fresh?
Professor Cohen,
Let's walk, Miller. It's not a question that you can answer. Maybe I don't know the answer myself.
If the mind is encumbered with unthinking prejudice, if it is hampered by traditional errors, then how can it recognize and accept truth?
Therefore, Morris Cohen swept the minds of his students to prepare them for truth. He had a quick mind and a sharp, impatient tongue that stung his students into thinking. They spoke more carefully and thought more clearly. But underneath was the bubbling of outraged sensibilities. Sometimes the momentary resentment broke through.
Professor Cohen, somewhere in the Bible it says, love thy neighbor as thyself.
You'll find it in Leviticus.
Don't you believe in it?
It depends on how you interpret it.
The only way I know is to be considerate of others. Love thy neighbor as thyself. And we are your neighbors, Professor Cohen.
Well, maybe you're lucky that I don't apply it as literally as you intended. As you may know, there are various interpretations within the tradition. For example, it may be that my love for myself is severe and cruel. My neighbor has the right to resent my inflicting it on him. I would rather let him love himself as he pleases and have him permit me an equal freedom.
Well, maybe you're right. Will you tell me, Professor Cohen, if it's true that Justice Holmes said he envied the youth who sit at your feet?
Yes, he said it. Why do you ask?
Then it's easy to see that he was never your student.
He turned the pitiless light of clarity on himself and thereby earned the right to apply it to others. If his students could not say or even understand it fully, nevertheless they knew the right was his and they granted it. A strange thing happened. They began to question themselves and everyone else. And difficult as it was for them, it was not easy for other professors at the college.
You're Professor Cohen's student, aren't you, Miller?
That's right, Professor.
Yes, of course. Are there any others in this class? Well, gentlemen, let me give you some inside information about the art of lecturing. Considerable knowledge and experience go into a good lecture, but there is more. A good lecture has a certain pattern, a flow of reasoning.
But, Professor...
A moment, please. To ask a question, as you did, Miller, in the middle of the lecture, transforms it into a discussion and destroys, if I may say so, the beautiful rhythm of thought and expression. Do I make myself clear?
Absolutely, but, Professor...
Yes, Miller?
My question was to the point, wasn't it?
Of course it was. Didn't I say you were a student of Professor Cohen? My dear Cohen, your students managed to make the rest of us a bit uncomfortable. Now, it's a tribute, I suppose, to your Socratic method of teaching by questioning. But, Cohen, you remember what happened to Socrates?
I'm flattered, Professor, but not worried.
You really believe that what you're doing is good for the young men?
There are many roads to philosophy. Mine is not the only one. I do not conceive it to be my function as a teacher to force ready-made ideas on students. If I can make them think, then I've done my job.
But what are you doing to make them into gentlemen?
I'm not sure if that's a question about my methods of teaching or about me. So I'll answer both. Professor, I was born in the ghetto of Minsk in Russia. When I came to America, I was 12 years old. In the years since, I have been too busy to join a gentleman's club on Fifth Avenue, but I'm willing to concede that there may be as many gentlemen in the clubs as I met in my native village and here on the Lower East Side.
I'm sorry if I've offended you, Professor Cohen.
I'm not taking offense. I'm trying to answer your question. You see, Professor, I'm not such a fine fellow myself that I can venture to impose my own standards on my students.
Of some men, it can be said that they are proud or they are humble. In Morris Cohen, pride and humility were mingled, and an honest, biting wit went together with compassionate understanding. People were sometimes puzzled by the mixture of qualities, but his wife never was.
Your suit needs pressing, Morris.
It's a fine situation when my own wife tries to make a gentleman of me.
A man can be a philosopher even in unwrinkled clothes. The trouble is you're confusing appearance and reality.
All right, May.
It looks nicer. And besides, you're going to meet that dean from the college out west. Morris, promise me something.
What is it?
Morris, listen to what he has to say. Maybe he'll offer you a full professorship.
Don't I always listen?
Try to Try not to antagonize him.
May, do you want me to press my principles, too, and comb my wild ideas?
No, you'll know what to say.
I have been authorized to offer you a position on our faculty. What do you say, Dr. Cohen?
Nothing yet. I promise to listen.
The vacancy is a full professorship in the Department of Philosophy. The salary, I may add, is as high as that offered in any university in the country.
It's a tempting offer.
Well, I suppose it's settled then. There's one small matter. You mustn't expect... that is, the faculty clubs limit their membership.
I have no objection in principle to clubs limiting their membership to men of congenial tastes.
Make it difficult for me, Dr. Cohen.
Do I?
It isn't a question of congeniality. It's more a matter of, for example, of your name.
My name is an old one, borne by the hereditary high priests of Israel.
Yes. Exactly.
Exactly, sir. Perhaps there is more you should know. The first words I spoke were in Yiddish, and the first I read were in the Hebrew of the Bible and the commentaries. These things are part of me. I have no desire to change them, even if I could.
I'm afraid you misunderstand me, Dr. Cohen.
No, I think I understand you very well. But I will not let it spoil my temper. Good day.
His temper was seldom spoiled. It was said of Morris Cohen that he achieved a serene spirit. His serenity came not from indifference and complacency, but through understanding. In any event, he would have been reluctant to leave City College. He found the students stimulating, and the sharp edge of his tongue did not obscure his interest and affection. There was an atmosphere about him, almost legendary, that attracted students.
Philosophy 16's not a required course.
Yeah, I know. I'd just like to take a course with Cohen, though.
Those who continued to study with him came to know him not only as a philosopher, but as a man. And with the knowledge, there came an enduring devotion that was a bond between them.
I just dropped in for some philosophical gossip.
You just dropped in, Miller, from Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I see. How did you know I'd be here?
Well, with your family away for the summer,
So, how did you know I didn't go with them?
All right. Enough questions. So, Davidson called me. We thought you might like to talk to somebody.
But Davidson is in Chicago.
Well, he was in New York last week. Telephone lines run to Chicago these days.
Excuse me, Miller, I'm slow. I'm glad you came. I was just beginning to feel sorry for myself. Tell me, Miller, why? Why did you come?
I've already told you.
You know what I mean.
Do you remember once I said there was no point in asking questions about some things? I was wrong then. If I say it now, I'm right. And besides, you know the answer.
To realize the pathetic frailty of the knowledge and beliefs on which life depends does not of necessity lead to despair. In Morris Cohen, it led to an unappeasable hunger for truth and for justice. For him, truth and justice were each incomplete without the other. Since few men serve both ideals, he was involved in debates not only with his students and colleagues, but with his old friends on the Lower East Side who had come like him from another world. To be his friend meant to argue with him.
But, Morris, you don't even believe in God, do you?
Isaac, I think I do. Do you?
No. Some more of your philosophical quibbling.
No, it is a question of what you have in mind. There is the God of the prophet Amos who said, "Put thou away from me the noise of thy songs, but let justice run down as waters and righteousness as a mighty stream."
I asked a simple question.
And there is the God of Micah. "What doth the Lord require of thee but to do justice and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God?" In my own way, Isaac, I think I try to meet the requirements.
They're good quotations, Morris. But there is also a history and tradition that are part of Judaism. How can you not share in them?
Love of man and search after the truth, aren't they an essential part of the rabbinic tradition? And aren't they ways to God?
Horace, I think there is room for both of us, for you and for me, in the Jewish community.
I'm glad to hear it, because I am a Jew and in the Jewish community, and I intend to remain there, but in my own way.
As truth and justice were for him inseparable, so he could not be either philosopher or Jew without being both. But life is action and passion, a wise man has said, and therefore it is required of a man that he should share the passion and action of his times. These were the times when the outlines of the new assault on human rights could be discerned, and the Jews of Europe were becoming the victims of a new tyranny. Morris Cohen felt the need to help.
Of course we want your help, Morris. May we use your name as a sponsor of the new committee?
Isaac, names on a letterhead may be impressive, but they are little comfort to the Jews of Germany.
Would you like to make speeches or raise money for relief?
You don't need me for that.
What then, Morris? Do you want to work in the underground rescue group in Germany itself?
I want to do what I'm best fitted to do. I'm a philosopher, Isaac. I'm used to asking questions. Let me ask you a few. How many Jews are there in Germany, in the countries of Central Europe? What is their present situation? Where can they go? What contributions can they make in other lands?
All right, they're good questions. Now give me some answers.
I don't know.
What kind of an answer is that?
The Talmud says, teach thy tongue to say, I do not know.
Never mind the Talmud, my philosopher. Do I quote Socrates to you?
You might make more sense if you did. Isaac, all your committees are working without knowing the facts.
We know what's wrong, and we know that if we want to help, that's enough for us.
You're like a doctor who prescribes medicines without a proper diagnosis. High ideals aren't enough. Facts are messy, and they usually are not what we'd like them to be, but you can't solve any problem unless you have the facts.
What do you want, Morris?
I want to gather a group of outstanding men in a dozen fields, philosophers, scientists, historians, psychologists, to ask questions and to find answers.
All right. Get your wise men together and start asking questions.
The first report of the Conference on Jewish Relations is ready, Morris.
Will you take care of the distribution of the report? I've just returned from a meeting in Chicago, and I had a class at the college. If you don't mind, gentlemen, I'll use today's class time for a lecture.
No questions, Professor Cohen?
No questions. I've been busy, and I'm rather tired.
Morris, it's late. The Journal of Philosophy can wait for the article.
I finished, May. You look tired.
Oh, it's an optical illusion. When are you going to get back to a normal life?
It isn't a normal world.
Teaching, writing, running committees. It's too much for one person. You'll make yourself sick.
I've been sick so often in my life, but I'm almost getting used to it.
Morris, I'm serious.
Have I ever told you the secret of a happy married life?
Oh, not for years.
Then I'll tell you again. Husband and wife must never be sick at the same time. You still smile at it.
You'll have to give up some of your work.
I know, May. How would you like to be the wife of an ex-professor of philosophy? What are you doing in New York?
I came to ask a former teacher a single question. Now, what's this nonsense about retiring?
It's true.
It's absurd. You're still a young man.
I'm 58 years old, and I've been teaching for 36 of those years.
But the faculty wants you to stay. The alumni, civic leaders, everybody.
At least the students know that enough is enough.
Have you seen the student newspaper? The front page is a single headline. I'll read it to you. We won't let him go.
Nevertheless, on a sunny day in February 1938, Morris Cohen retired from City College. It was not an easy decision to make, but there were other claims that could not be ignored. The world of 1938 had need for voices of reason, even for a rather quiet voice that asked questions and searched for facts. But to some questions, there are no answers.
May, why should I finish the book on metaphysics? What difference will it make if I don't?
You're much too busy to ask such questions now.
If I could write only one thing that would move the hearts of men. Once, May, I tried to write a poem. Can you understand such a strange desire?
Poetry isn't found only in poems.
Writing and teaching philosophy is a cold and detached relation to have with people. Just think, I've taught 10,000 students. How many have I touched and changed?
Suppose it was only one. What then?
The world, even my little world, is as irrational and as violent as if I had never said or written a word. Then what's the use of philosophy?
What's the use of a poem? If it's enough to create a single poem, then, Morris, how much more is it to help a person, even one person, to become more than he was, closer to what he ought to be?
May, I must be a difficult person to live with.
Am I complaining, Morris?
A teacher needs uncommon faith and courage, for he has no measure of his achievement. He instills a thought in briefly present human beings whose growth he cannot nurture, and he never knows if his efforts take root or if they die like seeds in barren ground. Therefore, he must believe and believe with all his life in the immediate value of each human being. Morris Cohen continued to write. Many universities invited him to lecture, with the result that he worked as hard as ever before, and his health, never robust, suffered.
Morris, you're not well. I'm going to call the doctor.
For weeks, he lay in his bed, not sleeping yet not awake. Until one morning, he opened his eyes.
May.
I'm the nurse, Professor Cohen.
Where is my wife?
She's not well.
Help me up, please, nurse.
Where do you think you're going?
I want to see my wife.
No, Professor Cohen.
She's sick. I want to go to her.
You're not well enough to get up.
Nurse, will you tell her something for me?
Of course.
Tell her she can't be sick now. Tell her to remember the secret of a happy married life.
She died in the spring of 1942. For months, Morris Cohen lived without living, in a world of dust and ashes. Slowly, he returned to the real world with the help of his children and his friends.
Morris, those books you've outlined, why don't you finish them? After all...
You don't have to remind me, Isaac. There's a lot to do, and I know I haven't much time left.
That's not what I meant at all.
Then if it troubles you, I'll say it. It's true. Maybe I'll never be able to collect the ideas I have accumulated in a lifetime and print them in books. I would like to. But if not, I'm sure that if you read enough, you would find them in other books.
Still, every generation has to put the ideas into its own language and fit them to its own times.
Others can do that, but, Isaac, there is something that no one else can write. I want to write it. Not for the professors and the philosophers, but for Jean Mora, my granddaughter.
What are you dreaming of now, Morris?
I want to tell the story of my life, the origin of my ideas, so that she will understand the world from which she came. Dreams, you said, Isaac. I want to tell of the dream of my generation, because forgotten machines can be rebuilt and ideas rediscovered, but dreams must be passed on, or they are lost forever. And every generation must understand the dreams of those that were before.
Time has no beginning and no end. The dreams and the wisdom of the past flowed through him and emerged as a living force to be shared undiminished by his students and his friends. And that which he shared is a measure of his greatness. Bertrand Russell considered him the outstanding figure in American philosophy. And his friend, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, wrote,
I think you are a rational man in the best sense of the word, and I rejoice in you.
Since he was a rational man, his eyes could look calmly upon himself.
And he could smile as easily at his own as at others' foibles. And he could say,
I'm not as stupid as I look. Neither am I as bright as I may sometimes appear to be. Therefore, my remarks are not always as significant as they may sound.
Morris Cohen died 2 years ago. He began the story of his life, but never finished the telling. At the beginning, he wrote,
Brief is the life of men, and of uncertain duration is his handiwork, be it ships, houses, governments, or laws. But the echoes from soul to soul go on as long as human life lasts.
These are words by which to remember him. If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Dreamer's Journey, was written by Joseph Mindell and based in part on A Dreamer's Journey, the autobiography of Morris R. Cohen. The music was composed by Morris Pomorsky and conducted by Milton Catons. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured as Morris Cohen was Peter Capell, and Alexander Scurby was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Aarn the Cobbler and the Western Wall, was written by Ernest Kinoy.
Roni v'simchi b'Sion, ki hineni vo, v'shochanti v'sochech neyum Hashem.
Sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion, for lo, I come, and I will dwell in the midst of them, saith the Lord. And many nations shall join themselves to the Lord in that day, and shall be my people. And I will dwell in the midst of thee. And thou shalt know that the Lord of hosts hath sent me unto thee. Each year at this Sabbath, these words from Zechariah are recited as the scriptural passage after the reading of the Torah in the synagogue. And each year I go home and take down the books from my shelf and read the passage and commentaries upon it. For it was my bar mitzvah text, the one I read aloud to the congregation, to prove that a 13-year-old boy in blue serge knickers was a man ready to take a man's place in the synagogue. Now the words are words of vision and promise, and my bar mitzvah memory is a happy one. But I think the deeper reason that sends me each year to my book is a story my mother told me of her father. This passage was his bar mitzvah text also in the old country. And each year when we come to this portion of the service, I remember the story of my grandfather, Rabbi David the scholar, when he was young David the student, many, many years ago. Aarn the cobbler was a busy man. Nobody in the village could ever remember seeing him without his hammer in his hand, stitching on an old boot or a harness strap.
Haven't got time for any foolishness. Idle talk won't cobble shoes.
And Aarn didn't waste time. From the first glimmer of dawn till his old oil lamp sputtered out late in the evening, he sat astride his cobbler's bench, tapping away, cutting, sewing.
Aarn.
Hmm?
Your supper, Aarn. It's getting cold. Aarn, how am I supposed to understand you with your mouth full of nails?
Just put it down on the bench.
Your supper? Now, Aarn, you come in and eat at the table like a man.
Can't. Got to finish Reb Joseph's boots.
But your supper...
Put it down, Bronca. I can eat it between nails.
And so every night Aarn would sit at his cobbler's bench eating his supper between nails. A slice of radish, a spoon of potato soup. Radish, potato, and for dessert, tea. And his wife Bronca would stand in the kitchen door and shake her head sadly.
How can a man eat between nails? He might as well chew on the leather. Even if it's thin potato soup, a man should eat supper at the table with his children.
But Aarn kept on at his bench, and in time he became so skillful that he could nail on a pair of heels with one hand and fish the potato out of his soup with the other, all at the same time. Now it happened that one night Aarn was just finishing his supper and a pair of shoes for His Excellency the landowner's wife, all at the same time. His Excellency, the landowner's wife, was a particularly robust lady, and so Aarn was swinging his hammer with a fine, round stroke, and the tap, tap, tap echoed from the rafters.
Aarn!
So?
Stop hammering a minute.
Well, what's so important that I should stop work?
We've got company, Aarn. Here's David, the yeshiva student.
Shalom, Reb Aarn.
Aarn, nails in the mouth again.
Shalom, Reb David.
Reb Aarn, excuse me. Do you think you could stop hammering for just a few minutes?
Certainly, Reb David. I have to start stitching.
Well, it's a little quieter anyway.
A slice of bread, Reb David? A bowl of soup, maybe?
Well, yes, it would be nice. Yesterday I fasted.
You fast, Reb David?
Once a week. A secret, Reb Aarn. It's not so much piety, but when you don't have anything to eat, it tastes better if it's a fast.
Don't apologize. I know how you students eat. A handout at the back door, sleeping on the benches in the synagogue. 1 minute. At least we can give you a slice of bread.
Oh, thank you.
2 slices.
Well, David, pass that glue pot.
Oh, certainly. Now, Reb Aarn, I have something important to tell you. Something that we've been waiting for 1,000 years, for thousands of years.
Thousands, huh? Pass me that awl, Reb David.
Oh, the awl? Certainly. Think, Reb Aarn. Think of this. Suppose in the year of the fall of the temple...
Cursed be the day.
Amen. Well, suppose on that day the Jews took 1 penny, 1 copper penny and put it in a bank with interest.
1 penny. So?
At the end of only 400 years after the fall, do you know how much money there would be?
No, how much?
Well, I don't know exactly. I'm a student of Torah and Talmud, not mathematics. But it would be millions.
So it would be millions. Look out.
What?
You're sitting on the leather.
Oh, yes, sorry.
So, now you've got millions. For what?
For what? For the land. To redeem the soil of the Holy Land for Israel. To buy back the inheritance of Moses.
Good idea.
A good idea. Reb Aarn, it's a dream. A glorious, wonderful dream. Like the prophets. Like the visions of Isaiah.
Too bad nobody invested that penny.
But if Israel had enough to redeem the land today, if all the oppressed people all over the world had a homeland, if the Holy Land of Israel was...
If Grandma had wheels, she'd be a wagon.
But that's the point, Reb Aarn. On paper, the Jews didn't invest a penny, but God invested us.
Oh, now you're a philosopher. I don't understand.
Look, Reb Aarn, how many Jews do you think there are to help redeem the Holy Land, Eretz Yisrael?
Well, there's the Baron Rothschild and the Brodskys and...
No. I mean, how many poor Jews are there?
Poor Jews? Who knows? How many grains of sand on a beach?
Exactly. Now, what if all of them got together and gave just a penny a week? Why, there'd be the millions all over again.
Back to millions. I'm getting dizzy.
So I've brought you a box. A box.
Look, Reb David, I'm a simple man, a cobbler, but I can read the Bible. I take my turn in the synagogue reading the text. I'm as smart as the next man. But still, I don't see what a box has to do with all those millions.
It's a white box, Reb Aarn, with a blue star on it. And all over the world, the Jewish people are putting them in their homes. Think, Reb Aarn, boxes all over the world. And all over the world, students and teachers and pious people are going around to collect from the boxes. And all the pennies put together are going to redeem the Holy Land.
Listen, Reb David, I wouldn't want to have to stand on one foot till the pennies from my box bought a piece of land in Eretz Yisrael.
But you'll let me leave the box?
Certainly. Leave the box. But, Reb David, I'm telling you the truth. The heavens could fall in before there'd be even a penny in the house of Aarn the Cobbler. Excuse me now, I've got a hammer.
So David the student left the little blue-white Eretz box with the 6-pointed star of his namesake, David the king. Aarn set it on the mantel, and David went out into the streets with a warm light in his eyes, which was lucky, for the street was cold. When his rounds were done, David the student went back to the synagogue where he slept, stretched out on the wooden benches. And through the sharp cold of the night, he dreamed of the hot sun swaying palm trees of the Holy Land, a land redeemed. So, in the house of Aarn the Cobbler, the blue-white box stood on the mantel. And every time Aarn looked at it, he gave an extra tap with his hammer, till one day he hit his thumb and stopped giving extra taps. And then, some months later, just as Aarn was finishing his supper with his hammer in his hand, David the student returned.
Sit down, Reb David. A farmer paid for his boots with a few cabbages, and we still have some. I'll have a plate for you before you can sneeze.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, so thin. A wind could blow you to the next town.
No.
You wait. A fine plate of cabbage and a slice of bread.
Bread and cabbage. All week, nothing but cabbage. Someday, somebody will pay for shoes with money, and I won't know what it is.
Well, Reb Aarn, I'm back.
I see you. You're sitting on the leather again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I've come to collect from your Eretz Yisrael box. I've been out all evening after my studies collecting. Reb Aarn, I've never been so excited. I have them here, all the boxes. Listen. Reb Isaac, the miller. Reb Naphtali, the merchant. Reb Herschel, the innkeeper.
I'd bite all the coins in that one.
Reb Aarn. Now listen. Listen to all those boxes. There. Do you know what I hear, Reb Aarn? Plows turning the fields in the Holy Land. Cities shining under the sun, and schools to study Torah all day and all night. Books, old scrolls from museums, new books, commentaries.
You hear all that, huh?
Yes. So I've come for your box. It's over here on the mantel, right? All those clinking coins in the boxes, Reb Aarn. They're like the symbols in the Temple of Jerusalem. Here's your box. Now listen. Listen. Reb Aarn.
So, Reb David, I'm a poor man.
Poverty is no disgrace.
It's no great honor either.
Not 1 penny, 1 copper penny for the box.
Reb David, you could turn my clothes inside out all year and shake, and nothing would clink on the floor.
Reb Aarn.
Leather, glue, food for 7 children, rent to the landowner, nails. Reb David, you can't get 2 skins off 1 ox.
Hard times, Reb Aarn.
David, all this week we ate cabbage, nothing but cabbage. Last week it was potato soup. Why? Who in the village pays the cobbler with cash? They laugh at Aarn the cobbler, who hammers with 1 hand and eats his supper with the other. They laugh at Aarn, who falls asleep at night on his bench with his all in 1 hand and a half-finished shoe in front of him. Believe me, Reb David, I don't do this for pleasure.
I'm sorry.
So go to Herschel the innkeeper for money to redeem the Holy Land.
But...
Go to the rich. Go to Baron Rothschild in Paris. Don't try to wring pennies out of Aarn the cobbler.
But the redemption of Israel must come from all the people. The land redeemed with this money will belong to all generations forever. For the earth and the fullness thereof is the Lord's.
Verses. Listen, David. I'm a cobbler. My business is shoes. But don't think I don't know how important the study of Torah is. A long time ago, I wanted to be a student like you. But when I took up the cobbler's hammer, I laid down a scholar's pen for good. Holy law is not the business of shoemakers.
But...
Go study Torah. Study a little for me. But don't ask for a copper penny. Even in a good year, money and Aarn are perfect strangers.
Reb Aarn, I'll bring the box back tomorrow night. I have to report on the collection. But I'll be back tomorrow.
All right, bring back the box. But it's no use, Reb David, it's no use. Charity is a pleasure for the rich.
It's not charity, Reb Aarn.
What's the difference? For 1 poor man, nobody has need. Now, excuse me, I've got to get back to work.
Aarn worked into the night. For that week, the seller of leather would come with his account, and the landowner would call for his rent. So Aarn hammered and stitched until the oil lamp sputtered and smoked black, and the shadows leaped against the low ceiling. And then gradually, the hammer fell more slowly. The tap, tap, tap became softer and softer, and Aarn's head fell forward on his chest.
Can't fall asleep. Got to finish. What's that? Where am I?
The sky was blue, and the sun beat down hot and white on the hilltop, and against the sky the olive trees stood twisted and dark.
Where am I? There's no place like this in the village.
The hilltop was rocky, but the patches of grass showed a brilliant green under the hot sun. At the foot of the hill were the clustered buildings of the city. And then Aarn knew.
Eretz Yisrael, the Holy Land of Israel. And here I am, Aarn the cobbler, with my hammer still in my hand.
Now up from the town wound a procession, priests in white and silver, and Levites blowing mighty music on the long silver trumpets. And then seated on a litter borne by 6 men, a figure of mighty majesty, a beard black as the storm cloud, a brow strong as the thunder, and eyes that flashed like the very bolt of lightning.
Solomon, the son of David the king. Solomon the wise.
Praise be to Solomon, king of Israel. Praise be to Solomon, son of David, the sweet singer in Israel, master of the beasts of the earth and of the spirits of the air. Praise be to Solomon the king.
Hear me, my people. On this hilltop in the holy city of Jerusalem will I build the temple of God. Here will rest the Ark of the Covenant, and here will the people of Israel worship God. And it shall be a holy place of all the people, and every soul in Israel shall say, "That is my place."
And all this time, Aarn the cobbler stood on the hillside, his hammer in his hand, and marveled.
The holy temple, to be built before my very eyes. What would Reb David say to that?
And now suddenly on the hillside, the whole of Israel was assembled. The 12 tribes, the princes, the nobles, the farmers, the warriors, the laborers, and the multitude covered the hillside. Every soul in Israel stood silent to hear the words of Solomon the king. And Aarn stood silent with the rest, his hammer still in his hand.
Hear me, O Israel. Hear the order of the building of the house of the Lord. For it shall be a house built by all the people, that every soul in Israel may say, "With my hand I helped build the house of the Lord. By lot have I ordered the work, and it shall be in this manner. To the princes and rulers, the mighty pillars and the broad steps. To the priests of Aaron and to the men of Levi, the ark and the great veil to hang before it. To the merchants, the men of great wealth, the eastern wall. And to the poor, the workmen, the needy, the beggars, the western wall. So have the lots fallen by the hand of God."
And now the work on the temple of the Lord began. The rich, the princes, the rulers of Israel emptied their money boxes. They took from the ears of their wives and daughters the earrings of pearl and gold. They sold their jewels and melted down the golden plates from their tables. And with this they sent far to the forest of Lebanon for fragrant cedar wood to line the great walls and floors. They purchased the dark olive wood for the lintels of the great doors, and the fine-grained cypress for the panels. And all this Aarn the cobbler watched, with his hammer still in his hand.
Beautiful. Never have I seen anything like this. Beautiful.
And the rich and the rulers of the land hired laborers from Tyre and Sidon, and they went among them and urged them to greater labor. So it was that the work of the princes and rulers and of the priests, the children of Aaron and the sons of Levi, was soon finished.
Ah, there is a temple worthy of the Lord. Praised be he that I, Aarn the cobbler, should see this sight. Finished. Well, almost finished.
But the work of the poor went slowly, for they had no pearls and gold to hire laborers, and they could not send to far countries for precious woods and metals. So the men, women, and the children hewed stone in the great cave of Hezekiah and formed blocks of living rock. Slowly, inch by inch, they dragged them up the steep paths of the hill. Painfully, they raised the stones one upon the other, all heaving together on the ropes. And stone by stone, the western wall rose, till finally, by the toil of their hands, the wall stood finished. And all this Aarn the cobbler watched, with his hammer still in his hand.
Finished. To think that I should see the temple of God, and standing as it did. I could die happy. And why was I found worthy?
And now all the congregation of Israel was assembled on the hill of Jerusalem before the house of the Lord. Then Solomon the wise prayed and made sacrifice, and a great mist covered the temple. And from out the mist spoke an angel of the Lord.
The house of the Lord stands perfect in its beauty. It is blessed. the divine presence will descend and rest upon it, but especially upon the western wall. For the western wall is built of the love and the labor of all the poor. And though the cedar, the cypress, and the gold is pleasing to the Lord, the toil of the needy is even more precious in his eyes, and his blessing shall be upon it. The holy presence shall never be removed from the western wall.
Then all the multitude sent up a tremendous hallelujah, and there was rejoicing on the hillside and throughout the city of Jerusalem. And Aarn the cobbler stood and watched, with his hammer still in his hand. Then, in the midst of the rejoicing, suddenly a voice cried out,
There is the stone not placed. The western wall is not finished. The temple is imperfect.
The crowd fell silent. The music was stilled. There, at the base of the western wall, was a stone, a small cornerstone, but it was out of place. The western wall was not finished. The congregation of Israel on the hillside turned slowly, and there by the unplaced stone, by the stone that was the blemish on the western wall, the imperfection that marred the temple of the Lord, stood Aarn the cobbler, with his hammer still in his hand.
The stone. The unplaced stone. I can finish it. I can finish it with my hammer. It is a small stone, just big enough for my hammer. There. I can finish the western wall. I can put the stone in place with my hammer. Aarn the cobbler can help build the house of the Lord.
Aarn! Reb Aarn.
What? The temple?
Reb Aarn, wake up!
Oh, Reb David.
You were hammering in your sleep, just sitting on the bench hammering.
Was I? It's morning?
Yes. I brought you back the blue-white box.
The box?
The Eretz Royal box, to redeem the Holy Land.
I was dreaming, David. I dreamt about it. I can't remember.
Well, no wonder sleeping all night on that cobbler's bench. Now, if you'll allow me, Reb Aarn, I'll leave the blue-white box on your mantel again.
The box, certainly.
It really isn't so important that you put money in, Reb Aarn. Of course, it would be better, but the big thing is to want to help to redeem the Holy Land.
So every soul in Israel shall say, this is my place.
What's that, Reb Aarn?
I heard it somewhere. Reb David, let me ask a question. The western wall of the temple of Solomon the king. What happened to the western wall?
Why, Reb Aarn, you don't know? When the enemy destroyed the holy temple, may it be rebuilt in our day, an angel of the Lord spread his wings over the western wall and guarded it from harm. Why, it stands today, Reb Aarn, the Wailing Wall, the western wall of our temple.
The western wall stands. Reb David, you still fast?
Twice a week.
Next week you will have company.
I don't understand.
If I fast 2 days and sell the cabbage for maybe a penny, then my Eretz Yisrael box will rattle.
Reb Aarn.
But that isn't all. Reb David, take off your shoes.
What?
Take off your shoes. Go ahead. There, I thought so. Holes like a fishnet. Reb David, this collecting of yours...
It's a work of blessing, Reb Aarn.
But even on blessings, you wear out shoes, huh? Listen, Reb David, maybe I can squeeze out a penny for the blue-white box. Maybe not. But your shoes... Reb David, let this be an extra contribution. Here. New soles. Thick, good leather. And when you walk on your rounds collecting from the blue-white boxes to redeem the Holy Land, then Aarn the cobbler walks with you. The cobbler and the yeshiva student. What a combination. A job for Aarn's hammer. We'll redeem the Holy Land, Reb David. We'll build the western wall.
Roni v'simchi b'Sion ki hineni vo v'shochanti v'sochech neyum Hashem v'nilevu goyim rabim
Sing
Hashem
and rejoice, O daughter of Zion. For lo, I come, and I will dwell in the midst of them, saith the Lord. And many nations shall join themselves to the Lord in that day, and shall be my people, and I will dwell in the midst of thee. And thou shalt know that the Lord of hosts hath sent me unto thee.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our Eternal Light drama today, Aarn the Cobbler and the Western Wall, was written by Ernest Kinoy and was based on an idea suggested by the late William Z. Spiegelman. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured as Reb Aarn was Martin Wolfson, and the narrator was Norman Rose. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Incident at Sea, was written by Joseph Mindell.
This is the story of a strange trial in which the court had power but no jurisdiction, and whose judges were not impartial, yet sought justice. I saw it happen. My name is Johnson. I was in Germany attached to the American Army when we entered the concentration camps. I saw the men and women and the pitifully few children come out. They wandered homeless, unwanted in the countries of Europe. I saw them go back to the same straw-covered boards in the same windowless barracks, and now they were displaced persons. DPs, they were called, and their humanity was concealed by an alphabetical abstraction. I remained in Germany for 4 years, helping the displaced to find new places. 4 years is a long time. A few weeks ago, I was on a dock in Hamburg, waiting to board a ship for home. 350 displaced persons were also waiting. I walked among them, no longer asking questions and writing on official forms, but listening. Just listening.
Why are we waiting here?
Be patient. It takes a long time to load a ship.
They said we are going to America.
Yes, that's what they said.
It is so far.
Far? Far from where?
Are you traveling with someone?
No, I'm alone. And you?
Alone? Where are you from?
Sachsenhausen, cell block 68.
I was in 72. So close. It's a strange thing. Used to be a man was born with a family and lived with it all his life. Today?
Today, there are no families. Only neighboring cell blocks.
Johnson, do you remember me?
You're
You're going home.
Yes?
You will forget how to speak your excellent German.
Then I remembered. It was 6 months ago in my office. He sat in the chair beside my desk, looking at me. Not really interested, but looking. As he said,
Ich spreche kein Englisch.
Well, speak in German, I understand it.
You speak very good German?
I've been here a long time. What is your name, please?
Benjamin Josephs.
Age?
24.
Where are you from?
Auschwitz.
I'm sorry, Josephs. I have to ask. And before Auschwitz?
I am a displaced person.
A person is displaced from somewhere. I must write it down.
Yes, just write down displaced.
All right, Josephs. Where do you want to go?
Do I have a choice?
Well, you'll have to wait your turn, but you may choose.
Then I want to go to America. Yes, I will go to America.
Oh, I remember you, Josephs. Tell me, what are you going to do in America?
Now we're on the docks, Johnson. Soon we will be on the ship, and the ship will sail. I do not think further than that. I've become unaccustomed to thinking of the future.
The displaced have come to expect little. To the homeless, the place where they happen to be now, this minute, is home. It may be cell block 68 or a ship on the Atlantic headed west. The displaced understand the sea. The horizon encloses an unchanging sameness, with no future and no past, only the not quite real present, in which no promises are made.
What difference does it make where I go?
It makes a difference, Josephs. At least you'll be out of Europe. What are you listening for?
The voice. I thought I heard a voice I knew. No, it
It's impossible. I must have imagined it.
The past is finished. Stop listening.
The past is all there is.
That's not true, Joseph. You're young.
You are an American, Johnson. You would not understand. They put me in a concentration camp when I was... Did you hear it? Johnson, did you hear that voice?
Sit down, Joseph.
He's here on this ship.
Where are you going?
I'm going to find him.
Whom are you looking for? It's dark. You can't search a ship in the dark.
The man who spoke. I do not have to see. I know his voice. Do not stop. Keep talking. I said keep talking.
What do you want?
I heard a man's voice. I'm looking for him.
A real voice?
I'm not crazy.
What kind of a voice?
A rasping voice, as if the throat were sore, but it carries far. I used to hear it over the groans and the shrieks.
I heard such a voice. At Auschwitz.
Yes, at Auschwitz.
My name is Hans. I will look with you.
Which way did he go?
The man with the husky voice?
Which way?
He was a stranger, just passing. He spoke a few words and went on in the dark.
Come, Hans.
Well, this, stranger, is he a friend of yours?
You might say. I knew him years ago.
Hans? What does he mean?
Olga, the man who spoke to you, he was at Auschwitz.
But so... No, Hans, he's mistaken. Tell me Joseph's is wrong.
I heard his voice, too.
But, Hans, this is an American ship. It cannot be. You understand that?
He is on this ship, Olga.
No, all that is finished. It cannot be, I tell you.
But if it is not finished?
We must find him.
Old man, we are looking for someone from Auschwitz.
76 from Auschwitz are on this ship.
A man tall with thick hair of a light brown color.
There's more than one like that.
You would not look at him twice, maybe, but if you heard his voice.
There is a man with a harsh voice, a voice that carries...
You know him?
His name is Hauser. What do you want with him?
Come.
Where are they going?
Come. This for us, too.
Martha, go inside.
What is happening?
Don't ask questions now. Take the children and go inside.
Josephs, we must be sure.
I am sure, Hans.
There must be no mistake.
Hauser, we are waiting for you to speak.
What do you want with me?
Yes. This is the man.
Josephs, his hair is black.
Hair can be dyed, but his voice is the same. He was in Auschwitz.
Yes, I was in Auschwitz, a prisoner with thousands of others.
You are a liar. You were an SS guard.
I have papers to prove what I say.
The SS had plenty of papers.
I do not have to prove anything. What are you, Gestapo?
You talk of Gestapo.
Wait, Josephs.
What for, Hans?
I want to ask him a question. Hauser, do you remember Stefan in cell block 28?
Well?
What was his son's name?
This is a trap. If I answer, you will tell me there was no Stefan.
If you were a prisoner, you will know whether there was a Stefan. Answer the question, Hauser.
I refuse. It's my word against yours.
He is right. It is his word against yours. Then what are you waiting for?
Because we must be sure.
Hans, do you remember his whip?
I remember Joseph's.
And do you remember when he made ready to use it, how he rolled his sleeve up high?
A tattoo.
Hauser, it is my word against yours. Roll up your sleeve.
No, you have no authority.
Look, Hans, the tattoo.
They took him to a stateroom. Josephs, Hans, and the woman Olga sat against one wall, and Hauser stood in the middle of the room. Around him, against the walls, crowded close, stood the others, silently, waiting. Their faces were empty now of anger and fear and hate, as if, having caught their persecutor, they had no more emotion to expend. For a long time, no one spoke. Then Hauser said,
"What are you going to do with me?"
Hauser, you are accused of terrible crimes.
I was a guard. I did my duty.
Then your duty was a crime?
There is no use talking like a judge. This is no court with power to do anything.
You are wrong, Hauser. In a way, this is a court. We are not lawyers. We do not know the exact forms, but this is a court. And you are on trial.
What are you going to do?
We are men like other men who want to be just. It is a simple desire. The difficult thing is to distinguish justice from injustice.
Hans, I am not interested in justice for Hauser.
You must be, Josephs. Not for his sake, but for ours. That is why there must be a trial.
1943, Hauser came into our barracks in the camp at Auschwitz. He ordered my father to go outside.
What is the use of all this? We know the story. It happened to all of us. Hauser knows it happened. Don't you, Hauser?
I did what I was told to do.
Hans, we're wasting time with this trial.
No, Olga. We have heard the evidence, and there is no question of his guilt. Hauser, do you have anything to say before we pronounce sentence upon you?
You have no power to do anything to me.
You do not understand. You really do not understand, Hauser. Here in this room, on a ship in the middle of the Atlantic, you are alone. Yet you do not talk of justice, nor even of mercy, but of power. And therefore, Hauser, you are lost.
Hauser stood before his accusers and his judges. The sentence was clear in their expressionless faces and in their eyes. I wanted to be silent, but I had to speak. And Josephs knew it, for he said,
Johnson, you keep out of this.
You can't take the law into your own hands, Josephs.
I ask you a question. Why not?
Because you don't have the right.
Johnson, how long were you in a concentration camp?
I know what you mean.
We have earned the right.
Nobody can earn the right to kill.
You saw it with your own eyes, Johnson. We held a trial. There were no black robes, no legal papers, but it was a trial. Hauser was judged and sentenced.
Josephs, a man who was in Sachsenhausen taught me this. Altodin es havercho achetagia limkomo.
Where I was until recently, they did not teach Hebrew.
Do not judge your fellow man until you've lived his life as he lived it.
You do not understand. We are talking about Hauser.
And about you.
What do you want us to do with him?
Turn him over to the authorities.
So they can let him go again.
That was in Germany.
Is America so different? This is an American ship, and Hauser is on it.
Josephs, according to the law, men like Hauser are not permitted to enter. If he came so far, it was not because of the law, but in spite of it. Doesn't that make a difference?
Maybe. But what if they let him go?
Even if he escapes, turn him over.
Johnson, this is not your affair. Stay out of it.
Hauser's crimes were against humanity, Josephs, against me as well as you.
He was tried and judged. Now the sentence must be executed. Uriel will need a rope.
I know where there is a rope, Josephs.
Make sure it's long enough and strong.
Josephs, Do you know what you're doing?
Yes, Hans, I have thought about it. Not with a knife, not with my hands, because I'm not a murderer.
No?
No, I am an executioner, and he will hang from a noose because he is a murderer.
Here is the rope, Josephs.
Good, Mikhail. Tie him up and gag him, and use the rest of the rope to make a knot. A hangman's knot.
Stop it, Josephs. We are not torturers or murderers. We are not taking vengeance.
Then what are we doing?
We do not... I do not want payment from him for what he did. The past is dead and the scars will remain. We judged him and found him guilty and sentenced him. We are carrying out a just sentence.
All right, Hans, have it your way. You want justice, I want vengeance. The result is the same.
Yes. The result is the same.
Is the noose ready, Mikhail?
Yeah.
Then bring Hauser. Hauser, you cannot talk, but you can see and you can listen. Look at us, your judges.
And your victims, Hauser.
Look at me, a Jew from Lithuania, and Mikhail over there, who never saw a Jew until he came to Warsaw. And Olga, who is not Jewish, and her husband...
You did not ask my husband if he was Jewish before you shot him, Hauser.
And Stefan, who... Hans, what are you doing?
It is wrong, Josephs. It is all wrong.
Take your hands away from the rope.
You cannot do it. I will not let you.
It's too late to change your mind, Hans. We have decided what we have to do.
I will not let you. I will go to the captain.
Hold him, quick. Do not let him go.
How are you different from the Nazis, Josephs?
Hold him until we're finished.
You cannot kill him, Josephs. That is murder.
There was a trial, Hans. You were a judge. There was a verdict, and it was a just verdict.
There is no justice when the victim, the judge, and the executioner are the same.
Then call it vengeance. Hauser is going to die.
I will not let you do it.
You cannot stop.
I will call. They will hear me outside.
Hans, I warn you, do not...
I will.
Hans.
Kill me too, Joseph.
Hans, are you all right?
Murderers are not usually so concerned about their victims. Or their potential victims. You will have to kill me, you know.
No.
Yes, Josephs. If you let me out, I will go to the captain. I must.
This is our business. It concerns no one else.
And Johnson, you will have to silence him, too.
You do not know what you're talking about.
What you did is what Hauser would have done.
What did you want us to do? Forgive him? Let him go?
Of course not, Josephs. I cannot forgive him, and I do not expect anyone to forgive him. But there is a difference between not forgiving and what you did.
Hans, we have done nothing yet.
You did not kill him?
No.
We are not murderers, Joseph.
But we cannot let him go.
What's going on in there? Passengers are complaining. Open the door. Captain's orders.
Johnson, you did not give us away.
No, Josephs.
And you, Hans?
No.
Why? Will you tell me why?
Because I do not want Hauser to be rescued by the ship's officers.
I do not understand you, Hans.
I want you, all of us, to let him go.
I do not understand that either.
I'll say it again in my own way. I do not want vengeance. I want justice.
Hans, what do you want us to do?
Turn him over to the captain.
He killed my father.
And Olga's husband and Mikhail's son.
And you say to let him go?
Turn him over to the captain.
Do you know what you're asking?
I was in Auschwitz, too.
And still you want him to go unpunished?
No.
That is what it means if we turn him over?
Maybe.
Hans, you know him. You know the evil that is in him.
Joseph, a man is not good or evil by some inner quality. He is good or he is evil by what he does.
Then surely Hauser is evil.
I am not thinking of Hauser.
Of whom, then?
Of us. If our actions are evil, then how are we different from evil men?
We know what we want, Hans. Why must every emotion be confused with doubts?
Maybe because we are human beings and have to choose. And choice means doubt.
What do you want?
A simple thing. Open the door. Just open the door.
Hauser came through the open door, his hands still tied. Then came Hans and Josephs and Olga. And Josephs took a knife from his pocket and cut the rope from Hauser's wrists. They turned and walked slowly between two lines of silent watchers who saw and understood. They walked to the captain's deck and stopped.
Captain, we have brought a prisoner to justice.
Hauser was taken away, and they watched until he was out of sight. Then they walked slowly back, the homeless returning home. And I remembered Hans's words.
We are men like all men, and we want to be just. It is a simple desire. The difficult thing is to distinguish justice from injustice, to know what is evil from what is good.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present a talk by Rabbi William P. Greenfeld, Rabbi of Temple Beth El Tzedek, Indianapolis, Indiana. Rabbi Greenfeld.
The trial of Hauser has begun. A court of law, in the tradition of all that is decent in American life, will decide his fate. But even as Hauser is on trial, so too are we, not only for the sins of omission of the past, when we might have averted many of the evils decreed upon a helpless segment of humanity, but even unto this day. Have we as Americans abided by the noblest sentiments of our country in permitting the weak and the persecuted, the scarred and the broken, to find their haven of refuge within our land if they so desired? Our America was different from other places in this world. Our arms were outstretched at all times to receive the suffering innocents. Men of goodwill of all faiths were thrilled at the sight of the Statue of Liberty and were received by our people with warmth and understanding. We are on trial facing another charge, a charge that cannot be lightly shunted aside. To what extent have we, through negligence, made it possible for former stormtroopers to enter our beloved country, to continue to spread those evil germs that resulted in the final destruction of a bigoted and hateful Germany? Have we secured ourselves against the possibility of the repetition of the incident on the high seas? Or are there thousands entering these shores to continue their immoral and criminal practices in our midst? We are certain that Hauser will receive a fair trial. We must feel equally assured that our gates remain open for the innocent victims of all lands, of all faiths, and of all peoples. We must remain equally certain that we do not permit the insidious penetration among us of those ideas which we so valiantly combated on the field of battle. This will be our answer to Johnson and to Olga, to Hans and to Josephs.
Thank you, Rabbi Greenfell. Our Eternal Light drama today, Incident at Sea, was written by Joseph Mindell. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katens. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured as Josephs was Joseph Wiseman, Donald Buca as Hans, and Alexander Scurby was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation, and it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Sealed Tunnel, was written by Irv Tunick.
They built this tunnel not out of fear, but out of memories. It was hidden beneath the altar, a darkness, a way of escape. For freedom was new to them, and not yet to be trusted. I had come to Newport for a rest. Overworked, overtired, I was completely run down. During the week, the days were pleasant. I'd spend the day lolling on the beach, and then, about 5 in the afternoon, I'd gather up my energy and get back to my room to relax. After a time, I grew wise in the way of vacationers. I learned how to reverse the tide. On weekdays, the beach was mine, that fine beige-white beach of Newport. But on the weekend, I'd leave the beach, leave it to the sun-hungry weekenders, and go into town.
Any special place I can drop you, Mr. Baxter?
No. Any place at all. Awful lot of traffic this morning.
Uh-huh. How about here?
Fine.
Want I should pick you up later?
No, never mind, Joe. I'll take the bus.
Okay.
There was excitement in Newport, something I hadn't expected. The Sundays before had been filled with that windless type of silence that settles like a mist on New England towns on summer Sundays. But this Sunday was different. Crowds of people were on the streets. Big limousines nuzzled one another as traffic crawled along, and all were headed in one direction. I moved along with the flood. I noticed the name of the street we were on, Touro Street. Queer name for a New England town. It should have been Oak Street or Lowell Street or Main or Adams. But this was Touro Street, and it was crowded this Sunday morning. A man, he took fast, choppy steps as though we were walking tiptoe, ranged up beside me. His long black coat and round black hat must have made fine contrast to the colorful patterns of the sport coat I was wearing. And when I stopped for a moment, he stopped too.
The synagogue's this way, just down the street.
The synagogue?
Yes. You're going there, aren't you?
To the synagogue?
It's down the street. You can see it from here. Isn't it wonderful? Makes you burn inside. Feel funny, you know.
Yes, but
My bus was late. We had a flat when we were still in Providence. It's very warm.
Yes.
All these people, all these cars. It's a good thing. A fine thing. All these people, Jews, non-Jews, all going to the synagogue.
They are?
What then? Today they are making a national monument of Touro Synagogue. That's wonderful. A national monument, like grants too. Everybody's going to be there. Senators, governors. We'll be late, though. We better hurry. You come along with me.
I went with him. I judged his age to be about 50. It might have been 5 years on either side. And his hair was like fine steel wool, and the wrinkles around his eyes gave witness of long hours over tiny print. We came to the synagogue, and I could see at once that it would be impossible to get inside. A crowd overflowed the entrance and packed the lawn in front.
Bad luck. But there's a window. Come, look inside.
I had never seen the inside of a synagogue before, and I hardly knew what to expect. The room was no larger than that of the little church in which I worship, but its beauty and dignity made it seem spacious. The woodwork was painted a clean, brilliant white. Along the walls, graceful Ionic columns held up a gallery now filled with visitors. There were no rows of benches, as you might expect, but along the walls and on both sides of a reading stand set in the center were red-covered seats for the congregation. Set in the east wall was a magnificent Georgian cupboard containing scrolls. I recognized it at once for what it obviously was, a perfect gem of colonial architecture. The stranger tugged at my sleeve and drew me along a little lane.
There's a bench here. We can sit down. My feet hurt.
I sat down beside him, welcoming the shade of an oak tree.
This tree is so old, Reverend Isaac himself might have planted it.
Reverend Isaac?
Reverend Isaac Touro.
Touro? Touro? Well, that's the name of the street we walked up, Touro Street.
He was the first rabbi of the synagogue.
How long ago?
Almost 200 years. He came to Newport in 1759. That was 100 years after the first Jews came.
1659?
Even before, 1654, only 35 years after the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth. As far back as that, people were searching for new lands to forget old hates.
We talked on, the two of us, this man in his shiny black coat and I in my sports getup. We spoke of Isaac Touro, and I learned to pronounce his Hebrew title.
Chazan.
Hazan?
No. Chazan. Ha. Ha.
Hazan.
No, look. You must first take the sound and roll it up like a little ball, and then flip it out like this. Ha. Ha. Chazan.
Hazan.
Good, fine. But a little more nearer your appendix. Chazan.
Chazan.
Marvelous. Just right.
And so we talked together. Under the shade of the old oak, beside the old synagogue, we talked. And he told me of the tunnel. I had seen the speaker's stand when I looked through the window, a dais of hand-carved oak wrought from native timber and painted a glistening white. There's a tunnel dug under this platform, and a story to be told about the tunnel. He told it to me. He told it in a quiet voice that sometimes gushed with pride, and then, like the sliding pattern of an organ, took on solemn overtones of deep reverence. He spoke names that conjured up unexpected pictures. Mordecai Campanal, Moses Pacheco, Aaron Lopez, Abraham Rodriguez Rivera, strange mixtures of Canaan and Castile. He spoke of Isaac Turo. It was 1759, 18 years before the Revolution, and Isaac Turo gathered the Jewish people of Newport around him one afternoon.
This is a time of looking ahead. 100 years have passed since our people first came to Newport. We've grown marvelously and prospered. But I recall the wisdom of Rabbi Simeon ben Yochai. He has said, "If you see cities in the land of Israel that are destroyed to their foundations, know that it is because they did not provide for teachers of the Bible and of tradition, as was declared by the prophet Jeremiah, because they abandoned my law." Because of this, and to instruct our children properly in the paths of virtuous religion, we must have a synagogue. It must be built at once. I know this has been on your mind, as it has been on mine. Now it must be done.
Rabbi, we all of us have nothing that is dearer in our hearts, but is this the time? Can we do it?
We must do it, Aaron Lopez. If among our own we cannot find enough to finance the building, then we must go elsewhere for help. And we will get it. We will go to every Jewish community in America, even in Europe, to solicit aid. Why not? Is it not true that a synagogue sanctifies not only the ground it stands upon, but the spirit of all those who have erected its walls? The time is now, this day. Let us not worry over details, but let us proceed with the building.
The appeal of the Jews of Newport was answered handsomely. From New York, especially from the congregation Shearith Israel, contributions poured in. Peter Harrison, genius of colonial architecture, was engaged to design the building. He did a masterful job. Isaac Turo, together with his intimate friend, the Reverend Ezra Stiles, minister of the Second Congregational Church of Newport, would sit for hours under a tree, perhaps the very tree that shaded me as my friend told me this story. They would sit and watch the workers. One day in 1762, I don't recall the exact date, but it isn't very important. One day, the two sat together watching the carpenters carving the ionic pillars for the balcony, when a highly perturbed, white, and trembling Peter Harrison entered the scene.
Mr. Turo, what? Will you kindly tell me exactly what is going on?
Good morning, Peter. You know Dr. Stiles?
Yes, of course. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Peter.
What is going on, sir?
Sit down. You look like a thundercloud ready to burst.
Well, I feel worse. Why are those men ripping up the flooring under the speaker's stand? Are they crazy? We had to send all the way to Vermont to get that timber.
I ordered them to do so. A tunnel is being dug under the speaker's stand.
A tunnel? What for?
For good and sufficient reasons. Is that answer enough, Peter?
No, it isn't half enough.
I'm sorry.
I think, sir, that I'm entitled to an explanation. Why have the designs been altered? No such tunnel appeared in my plans.
Peter, you know why tunnels are usually built?
Storage. Or
what?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Or as an avenue of escape. Is that what you were going to say?
Yes, but...
That is your answer. An avenue of escape.
I don't want to intrude my advice, Isaac, but really now, a tunnel for escape here in Newport is preposterous.
Is it?
This isn't the old world, Isaac, this colony, Rhode Island. It's the very shrine of religious liberty. Roger Williams.
Ah, yes, Roger Williams. He made it very clear. In Rhode Island, he said, all men may walk as their conscience persuades them, everyone in the name of God. Sweet, sweet words.
Well?
Well, time has a way of rusting words and eroding their meaning.
Now, really, Mr. Turo.
You think I'm doing an unwise, an unnecessary thing.
I do.
And I must agree.
My friends, do you have a little time to spare?
For what?
Come to the courthouse with me, right now.
Of course. But why?
You know Aaron Lopez and Isaac Eliezer?
Yes.
Good men?
Excellent. Both are highly prosperous and respected merchants.
Aaron Lopez and Isaac Eliezer have applied for citizenship in this colony. Their petition comes before the Superior Court today. I should like you both to accompany me and hear this decision. Will you?
Why, of course. I should like to congratulate them both.
So should I. Well, suppose we go and help celebrate this great event.
Next case, bailiff.
Petition of Aaron Lopez and Isaac Eliezer for citizenship in this colony. Petitioners arise and approach the bench.
Aaron Lopez?
I am Aaron Lopez, Your Honor.
Isaac Eliezer?
I am Isaac Eliezer, Your Honor.
Yes. The petition of Aaron Lopez and Isaac Eliezer, persons professing the Jewish religion, praying that they may be naturalized on Act of Parliament. Having been duly considered, this court are unanimously of the opinion that the said Act of Parliament was wisely designed for increasing the number of the inhabitants in the plantations. But this colony being already so full of people, the writ of the petitioners cannot come within the intention of said act. This court therefore unanimously dismisses the petition. Citizenship not granted. Court dismissed. I can't understand it. It seems absolutely incredible. I'm ashamed. Ashamed for all of us.
It's wrong. I admit it's wrong, Mr. Turo. It's a terrible thing to happen. But I can't see the reason for the tunnel even now. This decision doesn't mean that the people are going to start trouble. As a matter of fact, I'm sure almost every citizen is dead against it.
Yes, there I agree with you.
Then why build the tunnel? There's no good reason.
There is every good reason for that tunnel, Peter. Now it must be dug. It has to be dug.
Dr. Stiles.
It must be dug. And every man in this colony must know that it is there. That tunnel must become a symbol to all of us. A terrible emblem of where bigotry and narrowness could lead. As long as it remains, it will shout to everyone. As long as even a few among us are like that judge, no one is safe. I feel as if I should like to burrow in it myself and hide. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed for all of us.
At this point, my friend went on with his story. The Turo Synagogue was finished and dedicated in 1763. Prosperous years followed. Great men of all faiths came to sit in the red-covered chairs and to hear the ceremonies. But the tunnel was there, still dug deep into the ground, and still cut into the hearts of all freedom-loving men. It hurt, but it was there. Tumult and thunder roared suddenly on this scene. It was 1775, and in Boston, at Lexington, from Concord to Savannah, the colonies were suddenly awake. The Jews of Newport gathered in their synagogue.
You must follow your own feelings in this matter and do as you judge best. If you stay, if you remain, when the troops of the king arrive, I know you will not be molested. But safety is sometimes a dangerous luxury. Follow your conscience.
Will you come with us, Rabbi?
No, I shall stay here. The synagogue is where I belong. Where will you go?
To Massachusetts. Some of us, anyway.
I do not see Moses Isaacs.
He's joined the Continental Army. So have Abraham Isaacs and Solomon Rofes and many others.
I will pray for them. Well, we disperse again. Shall we meet again?
We will come back, Rabbi.
You must come back, for this place, this synagogue, is your home. Now let us bow our heads while we repeat the threefold benediction of Aaron, the high priest of Israel. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord cause the light of his countenance to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord lift up his countenance unto you and grant you peace. Amen.
Amen.
The war years were bitter for Newport. Its commerce declined, its buildings fell into disrepair, all except the synagogue. In the dimmest hour, its paint shone white as a snowbank. Its altar never felt the touch of dust. And then it was over. The revolution was over, and the Jews came back to their synagogue. Their beloved rabbi had gone to God, but their place of worship still stood. The tunnel was still there. Now, as never before, the days were thick with uncertainty and foreboding. Restrictive laws were passed, some aimed at neighboring states, some at races and religions. These were symptoms of a disease well known to the Jews. And so they gathered in their synagogue and waited, and the hinges on the trapdoor leading to the tunnel were kept well oiled. Out of this turmoil came hope, however. The Constitution, with its guarantees in the Bill of Rights, became the law of the land. But even here, was this enough? A law is as strong as the men who administer it, and as honest. And the man in 1783 who would administer this law was a quiet and austere man, difficult to approach, unchallenged in his patriotism, yet still an enigma. His name was Washington. In 1781, he had visited at the home of a member of the Hebrew congregation of Newport, and that was good. In 1790, Washington returned to Newport. This time, Moses Seixas called on him, welcomed him in the name of the Hebrew congregation. Washington smiled, shook hands, gracefully accepted the written address that came from the hands and the hearts of these loyal citizens. And that was good, too. When Washington left, he wrote a letter of thanks. Now, outside the Touro synagogue, I listened as my friend read the words of Washington from a folded paper he'd taken from his pocket.
To the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island, I shall always retain a grateful remembrance of the cordial welcome I experienced in my visit to Newport from all classes of citizens. The citizens of the United States of America all possess alike liberty of conscience and immunities of citizenship. Happily, the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens, in giving it on all occasions their effectual support. May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. May the Father of all mercies scatter light and not darkness in our paths, and make us all in our several vocations useful here, and in his own due time and way, everlastingly happy. Signed, George Washington.
Moses Seixas had read this letter to the Hebrew congregation of Newport. He'd read it standing on a trapdoor, that covered the entrance to a tunnel. This, he knew, was enough. And so that night, late that night, a night not even recorded in the documents of Truro Synagogue, he gathered a few members of the congregation.
I have finished mixing the mortar, Moses.
Do we have enough bricks?
More than enough.
All right. Brick up the entrance.
And so that night, the tunnel was sealed. There was no need for escape. I said goodbye to my friend. He was a stranger no longer. His name was Nathan, and I promised to visit with him someday. Perhaps I will. Back at my hotel that evening, I found quiet again. I sat on the porch, watched the water, watched the way the waves tore the moonlight to shreds. And I thought, they've made the Truro Synagogue a national historical site, a national shrine. That's good. But it isn't enough. They've exhibited Washington's letter to the Newport congregation on the Freedom train. Now, that's good. But that, too, is not enough. What is enough? The tunnel that is sealed. The fact that it remains sealed. That is the thing. For bricks that are put up are bricks that can be torn down. And if a time will come when the bricks must be torn down, then who among us shall need escape? It may be you, or me, or my son, or yours. For my son and yours, this tunnel must stay sealed.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we present a talk by Mr. Maurice Levin, prominent civic leader. Mr. Levin.
This year is the 173rd anniversary of American independence. Throughout our land, there will be laughter and merrymaking. Skies will be bright with fireworks, streets alive with sound. Every human being, each in his own way, will pause to pay tribute to freedom. The Jews of this free and happy land, too, bring a rose to the altar of liberty, a rose nourished by the dreams of its prophets and glorified by the eternal hopes of its people. The rose of the Jew is Turo's tunnel, placed with reverence on Freedom's shrine. Graciously will freedom accept this gift, for Turo's tunnel is a walled-up, sealed tunnel, a living symbol of the glory and the power of freedom's message. Through the lips of a great American, George Washington, freedom spoke to the Jewish colonists who had brought their old fears with them to the new land. Washington said, "The government of the United States gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance." And as it always does, freedom's voice released man's heart from fear and hate and prejudice and gave him courage to forge ahead. When man emerged from his cave and began to walk erect in the sun, he left his first tunnel of fears behind him. Since then, through genius, toil, sweat, and the ability to work with his fellows, man has conquered earth and sea and air. Every struggle was a step away from a sealed-in existence toward universal brotherhood, freedom, and peace. Civilization itself is the result of man's victories in walling off countless tunnels, separating man from his brother, nation from nation. Man has done much to bridge barriers, but there is still much to be done. False prophets foster fear and suspicion in the human heart. If another man's skin is not like yours, hate him. If another man's ways are different from yours, crush him, they say. Deny your neighbor the right to worship God as he pleases. Deny him the right to live and work and rear his children in dignity and peace. This is the creed of evildoers who would bury man's happiness and man himself in underground tunnels of hate. On this 173rd anniversary of our independence, man has learned that liberty serves all or none. Tunnels no longer can protect man from bigotry, for it is one world and there is no hiding place anywhere. Today, men work together and hope for the last tunnels to crumble, so all men everywhere may enjoy what America first proclaimed, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Seal Tunnel, was written by Irv Punick and was presented in celebration of Independence Day. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katams. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured as Turo was Edgar Staley, and Arnold Moss was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Beginning next Sunday, the Eternal Light will present a special summer series entitled The Words We Live By. We invite you to listen. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Fourth Confession, was written by Morton Wishengrad and features Alexander Scourby as narrator in a special presentation for this month of High Holy Days.
On the Day of Atonement, the reader and two members of the congregation stand in the synagogue before the Ark of the Covenant.
With divine sanction and with the sanction of this holy congregation, we declare it lawful to pray together with those who have transgressed.
I have broken my word unto the Lord, and I have profaned my soul. Yet this day of my atonement, efface my transgression, God of Israel. Release me from guilt, and make clean my conscience.
Once in ancient days, when the temple stood in Jerusalem, the high priest entered the Holy of Holies and made an atonement.
V'chach hoyo omer. I have sinned. I have done iniquity. I and my household.
And a second time the high priest made confession.
We have sinned. We, the priests of God, have done iniquity.
V'chach hoyo omer. And a third time.
O God, all the children of Israel have sinned.
Lord of the universe, it is time for the fourth confession, which is mine. I have sinned. I and my household have done iniquity. And the people of the state in which I live and the people of my country, we have sinned. On this day we may not speak of things done well, of the poor whom we have raised up, of the fatherless whom we have sheltered, of the naked and the sick whom we have clothed and healed. On this day we may speak only of things not done, and only of things badly done, and only of things that must be undone. For this is the day of atonement, and we must stand and declare, Al chet shechotonu. For the transgressions we have committed, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement. Pronounce thy blessing over us, and say, ye shall be clean. There is a transgression which issues from the genteel necessities of cowardice. This is the sin of weak decency. It prefers silence to speech. It practices heroism before the mirror in the closet, while in the presence of injustice, it is a cipher, trembling and mute. In this time of atonement, I freely confess this sin of cowardice. Therefore, on this day, asking forgiveness for myself, I will ask praise for those who were neither mute nor afraid. I will ask praise for the President's Commission on Higher Education, which had the manliness to be rude.
Why does your university ask the applicant's religion?
It's a matter of form.
Isn't it so that you can exclude an applicant if he's a Jew?
I wouldn't say so, no.
I would say so, yes.
Why do you ask the place of birth of the applicant's father?
These things are necessary for our records.
Your scholastic records?
Well, no.
Why do you ask the applicant to state his mother's maiden name?
I believe, I understand.
Will his answer determine his ability in mathematics or languages, or will it tell you whether or not the applicant is a Jew?
Well, we are extremely anxious to ascertain the racial, national, and religious origins of our students.
Why?
For statistical purposes.
The commission smiled. It was no ordinary commission. It was a board of inquiry with the full weight of the President of the United States. It spoke.
This commission, therefore, recommends the removal from application forms of all questions pertaining to religion, color, and national or racial origin.
Praise and exalt the commission, for they were faithful to thy name. Yet in this season of Yom Kippur, it is good to remember that God commands, whereas a commission may only recommend. And between God's commandment and a commission's recommendation, there is a vast space of indifference and rebellion and forgetfulness. Still, you and I must remember, for each man alive is responsible for the sins of the society in which he lives. And each man must rise now and ask forgiveness.
Al chet shechotonu lefonecho v'honoas rea.
For the sin we have committed before thee of wronging our neighbor, we ask forgiveness.
15 million Americans live in houses without minimum standards of decency.
Sure, we don't have a bathtub. A couple of times a month I go to the Y.
Al chet shechotonu. For this sin against them, we ask forgiveness.
Quick, ma'am. While I boil up my surgical instruments, you spread some clean newspapers on the kitchen table. I'll operate on the boy right here.
An emergency? There are many emergencies.
40% of the counties of America have no hospitals.
In 60% of American counties where there are hospitals, there is another kind of emergency.
Doctor, did the biopsy report come back yet?
Yes, Miss Smith, it came back. Why don't you sit down?
Thank you.
Mrs. Smith, there's nothing conclusive about a single examination. My experience has been that in cases like yours, it's always wise...
It's cancer.
But, Mrs. Smith...
I know, Doctor. I think I knew from the beginning. It's cancer.
If you'd only been examined a few years ago, even 1 year ago, if
325,000 Americans die each year whom we have the knowledge and the skill to save.
For them, too, say Al-Khet Shechotonu. Say it 325,000 times. And say the Al-Khet for 8 million Americans who suffer from some form of mental illness, not the least of which is a belief in the compassion of their neighbors.
I don't want to talk to you. I'm sick, you hear? I don't want to talk to no orderly. I want the doc. Tell the doc I got to see him.
The patient will have to wait. This mental institution, not far from where I stand, has one doctor for every 160 mental patients. And compared to other institutions, that's not bad. Al-Khet Shechotonu. Because we are responsible for the fact that there are no beds for them, and that facilities to treat them are inadequate, and that doctors to heal them are insufficient.
Our mental hospitals today need 15,000 more psychiatrists.
Our mental hospitals today need 47,000 additional psychiatric nurses.
Our mental hospitals today need an additional 10,000 psychiatric caseworkers.
Gentlemen, let's not be carried away. Now, let's not be carried away. Consider the cost. It's staggering already. $500 million to maintain clinics and hospitals for the mentally sick.
Sir, may I ask a question?
Well, the Appropriations Committee always welcomes the questions of the gentlemen of the press. What is your question, sir?
How much has your committee appropriated for psychiatric research?
The sum of $400,000.
And how much, may I ask, was appropriated for the control of plant disease and animal disease?
$30 million.
Millions for soil erosion, thousands for the erosion of souls. It serves no end to search for villains. There are none. The sin is with none of us, and with all of us. But atonement must be made. And this is the season when the rabbi faces the congregation and utters a Talmudic prescription.
Averus sheben odom lamakom, Yom HaKippurim machaper.
For transgressions against God, Yom Kippur can atone.
Averus sheben odom lachavero, en Yom HaKippurim machaper, ad sheyeratzeh es chavero.
But for transgressions of man against man, Yom Kippur cannot atone, unless a man go to his neighbor and make amends.
Therefore, I, too, will go to my neighbor, for I have wronged him. I will make confession and ask forgiveness. Because they are the most grievously injured in our society, I confess first that I have sinned against the Negroes of America. For I have seen injustice against them, and I did not cry out. I was present in Congress when an elected representative spoke, and while he did not speak harshly, intending only good, nevertheless he must be answered, for he said,
Southern courts, from which Negroes get more than justice, have an understanding of the Negro which is absent in other sections of the country. We love our Negroes.
Congressman?
Are you addressing me?
I am Congressman.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise to speak?
I want to talk about love.
I beg your pardon?
I want to talk about love.
Well, a Negro shouldn't joke about it. Not you.
Well, I'm not joking. It was you who mentioned love. I thank you, but if it's all the same to you, I should like a little less love and a few more votes.
I want a bill of particulars. Please specify.
I'll be glad to. 3 specifications, Congressman.
In 7 poll tax states, only 23% of eligible voters cast their ballots.
During the war, the U.S. Navy commissioned 8,000 officers. Negroes commissioned only 2.
According to the President's report on civil rights, the total number of Negro officers in the wartime Marine Corps was exactly 0.
Congressman, there are more specifications. Would you care to hear them?
Well, I'm not unsympathetic. I know the things you say are true, but don't push. Give us time. We're making progress gradually.
Well, gradually is too slow.
I know how you feel. Believe me. But you've got to take the long view.
The trouble is that in my house, it's only a short view to where my little girl is sitting. She's 3 years old. And when my wife talks about white people, she doesn't want our little girl to know, so she spells it out. W-H-I-T-E.
Well, what can I do about that?
I don't know. But in another 3 years, my little girl is going to know how to spell. What shall I tell her then? Tell me that.
Well, there's no good in being bitter. No good at all. Oh, wait. Let things work out by themselves. You can't legislate brotherhood.
Who says so? Why, some states have done a pretty good job of legislating no brotherhood. I offer Article 1272 of the Criminal Code of my own state.
Article 1272. It is unlawful for any concern engaged in cotton textile manufacture to employ Negroes and whites to work in the same room, or to use the same doors or stairways or windows or toilets or drinking water fountains.
Congressman?
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry for anything that can be mended. If you can legislate to build up a wall, you can legislate to tear a wall down.
It is too easy to make the South the scapegoat for all that is wrong or backward or sanctimonious in the United States. Much too easy and much too simple. Because the same Negro sometimes migrates north. And since he requires a place to live, he makes a telephone call.
Miss Smith, housing.
I'd like to make an application in your housing project.
When would you like to call?
I'm calling now.
Oh, our interviews must be conducted in person.
Oh, sure. I understand. I'll answer all of your questions at once. I'm a Negro.
I'm terribly sorry. Please believe me, I'm only an employee. If it were up to me, what I mean is...
I know, Miss Smith. You mean that there's nothing personal.
It's very kind of you to say that.
People should be kind to one another, shouldn't they?
Not North against the South. Not good Negroes against bad whites. People in trouble. For these sins against our own humanity, forgive us. And forgive us also for the sin of making simple things complex. Because a civil right is a plain thing. It's neither the itch to do good, nor the warm bath of self-approving righteousness, nor the condescensions of organized tolerance. A civil right is not conspicuous charity toward those whom we've privately slandered or ignored or wronged. A civil right is not a noble sentiment to be expressed by the learned in a Latin phrase. It's a homely thing. It doesn't talk fancy. Either it works or it dies of atrophy. A civil right is not a question of mercy. It's a matter of justice. And the issue is justice. The issue is America's own displaced persons.
1 out of every 10 Americans who are tired of being a problem.
1 out of every 10 citizens who are tired of being understood.
1 out of every 10 fathers and mothers in America who simply want a little security and a little peace of mind and the blessedness of being considered people and not a cause.
It is a day of solemn fasting. And in the synagogue, the young men and the old men rise to recite a prayer and a blessing.
Shechianu v'kimono v'gionu lazman hazeh.
Blessed art thou who hast preserved us and kept us alive until this season.
His season is old age, and the blessing for him is an irony, for he fasts in his old age. He fasts continuously.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes?
Excuse me for mentioning it, but don't you like my shop?
Oh, I like it very much.
Well, then why don't you show it? I sell meat, groceries, vegetables. All you buy is bread and oatmeal.
Forgive me. I'll take some potatoes.
That's better. How many pounds?
1 pound, if you please. I'm not hungry today.
This is a lie for which he asks forgiveness on the day of his atonement. He is hungry each day. He and his wife. They're hungry in their old age.
We live on our Social Security check.
They're an elderly couple, pensioners of the United States of America.
I'm grateful. $39.90 a month.
For the 2 of them. Old man, how much do you pay for rent?
$20 a month. And it's a good room. My wife and I are very lucky.
How much do you spend for medicine?
Oh, $1 a month. Another $1 a month for doctors. That makes $2. We spend $1.50 a week for incidentals like clothing, utilities, telephone calls, and transportation, and the rest is for food.
$11.90 a month for food for 2 people.
Mr. Alexander, don't you ever buy anything here except bread and oatmeal?
Thank you for reminding me. I'll take 2 tea bags.
Often, in the better parts of town, you see them slip furtively into the crowded supermarkets. The city nurses retired on their minute pensions, the retired librarians, the loyal civil servants of city and state.
4 loaves of bread, Miss Wilson, is that all?
That is all. 4 loaves of stale bread, a penny less on the loaf. And stale bread is good enough for the ghostly army, the pale army of the aged.
The cost of living is up 75% since 1939.
But our aged, our pensioned, our retired must subsist on a 1939 allowance.
All the arts of medicine and the advantages of science to keep them alive so that they may be hungry in their old age. Whom do you wish to blame? I blame no one. Before a man can say one must, first he must say I must. Only then does he have the right to say you must and he must. O Lord our God, pardon the arrogance of the defeated and the alienated who willfully persist in singing thy praise. Pardon the aged and them who abandon the aged. Pardon the awful perversity of little children who insist upon their legal measure of learning despite the deficiencies of classrooms and schoolhouses.
Now, in 1949, there are 900,000 classrooms in use.
This is 2/3 of the actual need.
We need 450,000 additional classrooms right now.
Right now, we are short 125,000 qualified teachers.
Some of our children are being taught in empty stores, in hallways, in cafeterias.
During the war, because there was no housing near my factory, I slept in shifts. When the men who worked the night shift got out, I got in. It was a hot bed. Now my kid goes to school and he studies in shifts. My kid is learning in a hot seat. And it's no joke.
If it's bad now, it will be worse later. We forgot to plan for the children.
And though the Lord give you sparing bread and scant water, yet shall not thy teacher hide himself any more, but thine eyes shall see thy teacher, and thine ears shall hear a word behind thee, saying, This is the way, walk ye in it. Of all occupations, that of the teacher is most blessed. For he who teaches a child stands in the place of him who begot the child. It is a holy profession, and perhaps therefore a dishonored profession. In hundreds of rural schools, this happens every year.
Miss Nelson, what kind of a letter you sent me?
What does it look like? It's my resignation.
Oh, we need you here. Miss Nelson, you're a good teacher.
I'm resigning.
You spent 4 years in normal school. You did 6 months of graduate work. Miss Nelson, you can't just throw that away.
I can and I do. I quit. I'm getting another job.
What will you do?
I've been hired to wait on tables at the depot diner.
Why not? You'll make more money there. I wish I had some gumption, Miss Nelson. They call me a principal. I get paid just a little more than a plumber's helper. 4 years of high school, 4 years of college, 2 years of graduate work, 25 years of teaching experience. Go on, Miss Nelson, run before you're trapped like me.
The average earnings of all teachers is 9% below the average earnings of all employed persons in the United States.
And on top of that, you're not even a teacher. You're a policeman. 60 children in a classroom made to accommodate 25 children. You're lucky if you can just maintain order.
Of all transgressions for which we say al chet shechotonu, perhaps this is the most grievous, for we are stealing from our children. This is the statement of Oscar R. Ewing, Federal Security Administrator.
Public school education in America has become a lottery. If your child is lucky, you live in a community in which qualified teachers develop his aptitudes and talents and equip him to become a good provider and a good citizen. If he is unlucky, he attends a school manned by incompetence, enters the world shabbily equipped, and through no fault of his own, has less chance to make the most of himself.
My transgression. And if this is an American story, how much worse is the European story? And how much worse than Europe is Asia? And how much worse than Asia is Africa? Al-Chet Shechotonu, for the sin which we have committed before thee against our neighbor, forgive us. On the Day of Atonement, the ram's horn sounds for all the strivings of man and for all his frustrations. The book is nearly sealed, O Lord, the gate is closing. Be thou gracious in judgment of them whom we have forgotten and alienated and oppressed. Remember them in mercy, for they are forgotten because they are small in number, and alienated because of the pigment of their skin, and oppressed because of their weakness. Teach me to oppose evil without exaggerating the evil, and train me to build righteousness without magnifying myself. Give me the rectitude to fight injustice, especially my own. And for all men and women throughout the world, for America, for my neighbors, for their sons, for the homeless who sleep in the desert, for all who dream and suffer the mark of disappointment, for the sick who lie abed in pain, for them, and for my wife, and for my children, and for myself, I call out to you, open unto us the gates, even at the time of the closing of the gates. For the day is going fast, and the sun is low in the heavens. Yea, even as the sun doth set, O let us enter in thy gate.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take pleasure in presenting Mr. Michael A. Stavitsky of Newark, New Jersey, President of the American Association for Jewish Education. Mr. Stavitsky.
Friends, the great strength of the American people has been its willingness to note its imperfections while taking justifiable pride in its accomplishments. Self-criticism is the highest form of criticism, a sign of the mature mind striving to better itself. It is the indispensable first step of progress. On the Day of Atonement, all Jews everywhere reflect on their sins of omission and commission. This year we think of the confused state of the world, and what a much better world this would be if all men and governments lived by righteousness and justice. We are profoundly thankful for the establishment of the State of Israel and for America's role in helping to make that possible. We think, with hope for all mankind, of our country and its evolving democratic way of life, which has drawn so much of its inspiration from the prophets and sages, the torchbearers of Judaism. And we think, too, of how much more we might do for our children and youth in supplementing their general education with a knowledge and appreciation of our cultural heritage. As informed, devoted, and dignified Jews, they are so much better equipped for life and better prepared to contribute to an American life of righteousness and justice. We have been neglectful of our young, and for this we ask forgiveness and the privilege to make amends. Let us resolve that no longer shall tens of thousands of Jewish children throughout America grow up utterly ignorant of their traditions and culture. No longer shall hundreds of thousands of Jewish children receive a meager Jewish education, and no longer shall our higher institutions of Jewish learning be inadequately maintained. during this high holy day season, which also brings Jewish Education Month and Week, and in keeping with our great Hebrew tradition, we resolve to consecrate ourselves to the promotion of Torah by intensifying and expanding Jewish education in our community life. We are convinced that Torah, broadly conceived and strengthened by the ideals of American democracy, will serve all of us as a beacon of light to dispel the clouds of antisocial forces that are still loose in the world about us.
Thank you, Mr. Stabisky. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, the 7th in our 5th anniversary series, is Joseph and Benjamin by Peter Lyon.
And there was in Egypt a prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. Dozens and scores of those who had found disfavor in the eyes of the courtiers of the king, whose name was called Pharaoh. And it came to pass that one day Pharaoh sent and called, and the keeper of this prison went hastily to the dungeon and called forth from the dungeon one prisoner.
Quiet, dogs. Taste of my whip should cure your thirst.
Which one of you is Joseph, born a Hebrew?
No, not me. He's over there.
I'm Joseph. What would you with me?
Follow me. Quick, no questions. The rest of you, your food and drink is coming when I please. Here's clothing, Jew, but first you'll wash and shave.
Is that an order or an invitation?
A word has come from Pharaoh. He would see you. Would you come to stand before the king in rags and lousy from the dungeon?
He's not my king.
Now listen,
I'll wash and shave and wear clean raiment. Not to please your king,
Beware
but
such
just
talk.
to advertise how clean you keep this pest house.
Would there was time to teach you proper awe, mighty Pharaoh.
Your razor's lost its edge.
Remember, when you get there, he'll be throned atop a flight of 66 steps. His crown outshines the sun. He stands 6 cubits tall. While you're nothing but a Hebrew slave, a worm, the dust beneath his feet. You hear?
I hear.
And when you enter, you're to knock your head 3 times upon the floor. And when you speak, your eyes must be averted, lest his glory blind you, for he's satisfied his whim in bidding you to come.
Is this the best you've got for clothes?
Ungrateful dog.
Call me a dog? I swear if opportunity presents while I'm with the king, I'll so contrive that those poor devils down below will teach you how it feels to have the lash across your back.
What, slave?
Enough! Which way will you take me to your king? So this is Pharaoh.
You looked for more?
Where's the king 6 cubits tall? Where the dazzling crown of amethyst and gold to blind my eyes? Where the throne atop the 66 ebony-encrusted steps? Where the mountain lion purring at your heels?
You must concede my courtiers do not lack imagination.
I'll concede a stupid effort aimed at making men believe you're more than man.
But you're not fooled. And all you see is just a feeble man grown fat with palace life, whose hair is falling out, whose hands are soft and pale.
That's right.
Your eyes are very sharp.
If you would shrink a king down small as man and smaller...
Yes?
Then spend 2 years in that king's jail. See who's imprisoned. Ask the reason why. Learn how poverty is a crime in Egypt. See the cunning punishments contrived for those who have contempt for that king's courtiers and failed to seek their favor. Witness how they're whipped and starved each day. Count the bodies of their dead each evening. Then skulk home by secret alleys, take a mirror, steal a look at that same king, and see how you have shrunk.
Your tongue is bold for one who's born a slave.
I was not born a slave. In Canaan, whence I came, my father is a chief of rank and honor, and I his favorite son.
And yet a jailbird here in Egypt. What was your crime that you should be in jail?
My crime?
1,000 pardons. What did they say you did who clapped you under irons?
Invite your answer from the wife of Potiphar, your captain.
The wife of Potiphar? A sultry wench. Zuleika, that's her name. A roving eye, flirtatious disposition. I'll wager she has had affairs with 20 strong young men. What? Why, you're the sort of youngster that she'd have. I see it all. She winked at you and you went walking past. I'm right?
Yes, sire.
So scorned, she screams, claims you attacked her.
And lands me in jail. You will forgive me, sire. I cannot join your merriment. Her waspish tongue has kept me jailed for these 2 years.
Yes, of course. Slight punishment for such a dreadful crime.
There were those among my jailmates that done less. But there they were. And on your orders, sire.
Young man, you seem persuaded of your own superiority.
In Egypt, Pharaoh is the law and should ensure the justice of his law. And should inquire, why is it that his law, and thus his very self, is hated by his people?
Strong words.
I am no courtier, sire.
That's evident enough. You know why I have bid you come?
No, sire.
They told me you were wise beyond your years. They told me you could parse the meaning of a dream.
A dream?
Surely dreams are child's play for a man who'd give instructions to a king.
A dream is filled with many strange devices.
All the wisdom of my wisest men is founded on this dream. I've highest hopes that you will not fail me. You seem so certain of yourself.
If God is with me, I'll translate your dream.
Do I detect some slight uncertainty? Who is this God that you must call upon, almost as though you needed the excuse that, should you fail, it was only he that failed you?
I'll hear your dream. Go on, speak.
In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored. And they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored as at the beginning. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears of corn came up in one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered, thin and blasted with the east winds, sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And those were my dreams.
Your 2 dreams say the same. The 7 kine are 7 years. The 7 ears of corn are likewise 7 years. And God is warning Pharaoh. After 7 years of plenty cometh 7 years of famine. Both dreams were the same. In Egypt there will be a time of plenty. Then the lean years will consume the land.
Now here's a wise interpretation.
And God is teaching Pharaoh. Harvest shrewdly. Set aside 1/5 of all your Egypt's food for each of 7 years and store it up in granaries against the 7 years of famine.
My wise magician spoke of 7 kings a-quarreling and 7 cities toppled in the dust and 7 wives and 7 sons, a farrago of witlessness. You say your God advised the symbols of my dream?
He so ordained.
Who is this God and where is he? I'd like to look upon him.
Can Pharaoh look upon the sun and not be blinded?
Of course not. Your God's the sun?
My God created sun and moon and stars. If Pharaoh can't look on the sun, then how can...
All right. What matters now is that you've passed the meaning of my dream.
God helping me.
And did your God same time suggest a meaning that will take 12 years and more to verify? Don't answer. You will deny it. Joseph?
Sire?
You have much wit, a quality to be admired, and you have pluck. There's need for such a man as you at my right hand. My wisest men are fools, my bravest captains fops, who scarce can lift their swords. I need a man to rule my land.
You choose a slave?
You cannot even act the part of slave. Besides, I like the way your God advises you. If he can make you wise and so discreet, so then you'll do the same for me.
I'll open up the jails and free the men whose crime was being poor.
There was a time when I was poor myself.
If I'm to rule the land, I'll change your laws, with new and better men to force them.
You said my laws had fathered only hate.
I'll have your word to back me up.
I give this ring from off my hand to seal our bargain. There.
Praise be to God.
As you say. Go, call the palace guard. I'd have them know that I've set you over all the land of Egypt.
And Pharaoh put the gold chain about his neck, and they cried before him, "Bow the knee," and he was ruler over all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by the handfuls, and Joseph gathered corn as the sand of the sea very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And the 7 years of dearth began to come, according as Joseph had said. And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Egyptians,
Apply to Joseph. Do whatever he shall say.
And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold unto the Egyptians. And the famine waxed sore, and the dearth was in all lands over all the face of the earth. And Joseph sat at the right hand of Pharaoh and spoke with his officers.
You've published my decree in all the foreign lands, Arabia, Phoenicia, Canaan.
It's as you ordered, sir.
Decree? And what decree was this?
An offer, mighty Pharaoh, sent to all our neighbors, telling them to come and buy our corn whenas they lack.
Our corn? Invite our deadly foes to buy our treasured corn? You must be mad.
No matter what their tribe, they are our brothers. God has said that we should succor those who want.
You'd feed our bloody-minded enemies and make them strong?
If we are rich and sell them none, then they are foes. If they have none and buy from us, then they are friends.
That's true enough. You mix your charity with wisdom.
Officer, you're sure that my decree has reached as far as Canaan?
Certain, sir.
And set a watch at all the city's gates. And bring me word when certain men from Canaan, sons of Jacob, come to buy our corn. That's all.
It shall be done as you've required, my lord.
Canaan, sons of Jacob, friends of yours?
My brothers.
Oh, you plan a feast to honor them.
I plan revenge.
What's this?
'Twas they who sold me into slavery.
tore off my coat, then tossed me in a pit alive with snakes, then flung me to a band of Midianitish merchants into bondage for 20 bits of silver.
So that's the way of it. I wondered how you came to be a slave.
I've waited for this moment 20 years.
Now, by my gods and yours, the day has never passed without fresh testimony of your subtlety. O wisest, slyest serpent thou.
Even squirm.
Who else but you would free the poor unjustly jailed, revise our laws to benefit the general as though each was your flesh and blood, feed the hungry from whatever foreign land, insist all men are brothers, but not ever swerve an inch from your most just resolve to kill?
My brothers.
No sickly sentiment, no conscientious qualm. Did ever king rejoice in such a viceroy?
Will you excuse me, sire?
Not going, Joseph.
I have much to do before I sup.
You'll surely let me witness your revenge.
I'll tell you if my brothers come. Farewell.
He's young, and therefore stubborn. Yet he'll change his mind.
Come.
My lord, the men you asked about are here.
Then send them in at once. I'll see them now.
Howard, come on. My lord, the viceroy waits.
Which one of you is spokesman for the rest?
I'll speak, my lord.
Your name?
Is Judas, sir.
Whence are you come?
We've come from Canaan, sir, to purchase corn.
You lie.
My lord.
My men report that you're spies. They say that you'll come to see the nakedness of our defense, to plan a war.
But this report is false, my lord.
What's that you say?
We're true men, my lord, and all one father's sons. We're no spies.
You say?
Your servants are 12 brothers, sir, the sons of Jacob in the land.
12, you say? Now I know you lie. I count but 10.
Our youngest brother, Benjamin, remained at home.
And where's the 12th?
He's dead.
A quick, convenient death to fit your lie.
My lord.
Have done. I still suspect you're spies, and here's how I'll test your story. One of you I'll bind in chains as forfeit. Go the rest of you and fetch your youngest brother back, if such there really be. So shall your words be verified.
It is impossible. My lord, what you propose is harsh, for we are peaceful men and only come to purchase corn.
Will you select your hostage, or shall I?
I'll stay.
But Simeon.
I'll stay. 'Twas I who would have killed our brother Joseph years ago. Now, therefore, this distress has come on us from God. Get all ye hence for home. I'll stay.
Oh, God, arrest this man and cast him into jail.
Simeon!
You others, speed you on your way if you would save your brother's life and prove that you're honest men.
And it came to pass that Joseph's brethren took of the best fruits in the land for a present, and Benjamin, and rose up and went down again to Egypt, and stood before Joseph, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And they said unto him,
Behold, my lord, your servants have returned.
You've brought the proof that you are honest men?
Once more we number 10, my lord. For here is Benjamin.
May God be gracious to you, Benjamin.
My lord believes we are not spies.
And is your father well, the man of whom you spoke?
My father has good health, my lord.
And Benjamin, you have a wife?
A wife and, lo, 10 sons, my lord.
10 sons. How are they called?
My lord should know I had a brother once, my mother's son, who disappeared. And so my children's names are each symbolic of his loss. Bela, which means my brother is lost. Becher, the firstborn to my mother. Ashbel, our father grieves his loss. Gera, he dwells in some strange land. Naaman, he was exceeding fair. Ehi, he was my mother's only other son. Rosh, he was the wisest of us all. Mupim, his heart was good. Hupim, he did not see my wedding day. And Ard, he will return one day.
You must have loved you. If
If now my lord is satisfied we're not spies...
Judah, he does not hear you.
Have you forgot, my lord, our brother Simeon? My lord!
And so, my son, revenge no longer smiles so sweet.
Oh, Pharaoh, so long to wait, and now there is not room for both within my heart.
Your brother Benjamin has come with them?
And memory twists in me like a knife. He was a boy when last I saw him, and now he's a man. For his and for our father's sake, I'd summon up forgiveness.
Yes?
Then I remember how I pleaded, how I called to them for mercy, how they laughed and jeered and stripped the coat from off my back. I see again their cold contempt.
How can you know they've changed?
That's it.
How surely know their manner now is not assumed. A careful, sly hypocrisy they wear when as they stand before a mighty Lord.
Yes, how?
I'd conjure up a test.
Go on.
Should you, for instance, take some trinket, say this golden goblet here would serve, and cunningly contrive to thrust it in among your brother Benjamin's effects.
Yes?
Apologize for doubting they were honest men, you see, then bid them all Godspeed, direct them on their way.
But how?
Then straightway send some soldiers in pursuit, arrest them all, accuse them all of theft, which, when denied, is proved.
It's proved that Benjamin has...
Announce in angry tones that he who stole the cup must henceforth be your slave and serve you all your life. And then...
And then?
Why, then you wait and see. What will they do? Take to their heels and flee and quit their youngest brother, satisfied to keep their own skins whole?
I see.
Or will they fight, cry thunder in your teeth, flash out their swords and swear to die, protecting him who is their flesh and blood? Which, if they do...
Forgiveness comes.
And they'll be worthy brothers of my viceroy.
An artful scheme and fair. I'll give the word at once.
And Joseph commanded the steward of his house, thus and so, and it was done according to his word. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away. And when they were going out of the city, and not yet far off, the soldiers overtook them, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes and returned to the city. And they came to Joseph's house, and they fell before him on the ground.
What deed is this that you have done? Knew you not that such a man as I can certainly divine?
What shall we say unto my lord? What shall we speak? How shall we clear ourselves?
Now, for this wrong, I'll serve a judgment. He in whose hand the cup was found shall henceforth be my slave and stay with me in Egypt. As for you others, get you up and go in peace unto your father.
My lord.
What would you?
If we return to Canaan now, father sees that Benjamin is not among us.
Yes?
His life is bound up in the life of Benjamin, his son. Without him, he will die.
But what concern is this of mine?
My lord can spare an old man's sorrow.
And did he think of that who stole my cup of gold?
My lord, I pray thee, mercy.
Mercy's no concern of mine.
My lord, I swore unto my father, if I bring him not to Canaan, that I bear the blame forevermore.
So then?
So therefore, sir, I pray thee, let the lad go with his brethren.
No.
Wait! And I will stay myself to be your bondsman in his place.
What's that you say?
That I would stay myself to be your bondsman in his place.
Here's vindication of the test.
My lord.
Judah. Brother. I'm Joseph. I'm your brother and your father's son.
The lost is found.
Yes, I'm your brother Joseph, whom you sold in bondage into Egypt. Be not grieved nor angry with yourselves that you did sell me. God ordained that I should thus be sent here. For lo, 'twas given me to save your lives from famine.
Our brother is the leader of us all.
And we're forgiven?
More. We're reunited. Come, for Pharaoh waits to bid you welcome.
I give you greeting. Here's a happy time. Arise and go now. Take the news to him whose sons ye are, and say it is my wish that he and all his tribe come down to live in Egypt while this famine shall endure. Your brother Joseph wears the purple here. He cannot leave. His home must come to him. And if your father should object and say he's no Egyptian, nor can find a home down here where men have always warred with Jews, tell him that Pharaoh's royal helping hand is humbly offered in his need, as when one day I need, he'll offer his in turn. This is the truth that Joseph taught to me, then learned himself, that every man is keeper for his brother.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take pleasure in presenting Mr. Harry Brandt, distinguished civic leader and president of Brandt Theaters. Mr. Brandt.
Many centuries ago, Joseph learned that man was keeper for his brother. He had known that this superficially as a truism, then rediscovered it as a truth. We, too, as we return to the Bible, gain a more profound understanding of its teachings. Men of goodwill are united in their concern for the well-being of man, not merely because experience proves this to be the most practical policy of human behavior, but because love for our fellow man is a moral imperative. Helping your brother because someday you may need help from him is a calculated and shrewd practice, but helping him because conscience and heart command your aid is an act of pure nobility. In our 20th century, we call the one enlightened self-interest, the other brotherhood. Joseph knew all about enlightened self-interest from the start. It was his guiding principle as Pharaoh's advisor. He freed the prisoners not only to right a wrong, but also so that Pharaoh's government would be respected and therefore strong. He fed the neighboring countries not only in the spirit of charity, but also as a means of purchasing their friendship. Our statesmen today, like Joseph, understand the interrelation and interdependence of all the peoples of the world. They have persuaded us that the well-being of our fellow man is vital to our own survival. As a result, we in America have given aid to an extent never before thought possible. Enlightened self-interest is therefore a motto which has encouraged us to do much that is beneficial. It is a weapon for good. But it is only a weapon and not good itself, for self-interest, no matter how enlightened, can never be synonymous with good. Joseph's act in pardoning his brothers was therefore different from his act in pardoning the prisoners, for he forgave his brothers, not with the thought that they might be able to help him in the future, but disinterestedly, moved purely by his love for them. There is, I think, an important distinction to be made here, one which we are in danger of forgetting today. It is good to help our fellow man because we thereby help ourselves, but it is better still to help him only for the reason that he is our brother.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. Our Eternal Light drama today was Joseph and Benjamin by Peter Lyon. The music was composed by Morris Pomorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Alexander Scourby was Joseph and Edgar Staley was Pharaoh. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, the 8th in our 5th anniversary series, is an American ballad, adapted for radio by Irv Tunick from the book entitled The Man Who Stayed in Texas by Ann Nathan and Harry I. Cohen.
In all the state of Texas, from Fort Worth to San Antone, there's not a man who hasn't heard of Rabbi Henry Cohen. The sick, the poor, the needy, no matter what their creed, his heart is always open to a fellow man in need. And his story bears repeating time and time again, for it teaches us the meaning of the brotherhood of men. Now, in case you haven't heard it, though I reckon it's well known, I'd like to tell you all about this Rabbi Henry Cohen. If you ever get to Texas, to Galveston someday, you're driving in your auto and a car gets in your way.
Cut out that racket.
What, officer? That car in front, it stopped right in the middle of the road. It's blocking the whole street.
And do you think you're Joshua and going to blow it out of the way with your horn? Just you be quiet. I'll handle this.
Everybody drives a car. 10 to 1, it's a woman.
Now, just what do you think you're doing? Stopping that way in the middle of the... Well, now, if it isn't Rabbi Cohen. Good day, sir, and how are you feeling?
Very well, Officer O'Malley. How's the family?
The family, Rabbi Cohen, is thriving. And yours?
We're all well.
That's good. That's good. Miss Molly?
Fine.
It's wonderful.
Did you hear what Molly said to that reporter from the news the other day?
Tell me now.
Well, this reporter, he maybe thought he could make Molly blush. So he asked her if she was older than I am.
And what did Miss Molly say?
She said, I'm 86. Sure, I'm older than the rabbi. Why shouldn't I be? I'm his boss. That's Molly.
Say now, what have you got on your cuff today?
Oh, busy. First in the hospital, then after looking at the jail.
Tell me now, for how many years have you been using your cuff to write your appointments on?
Always. As long as I've been in Galveston. 60 years.
No, it is as long as that, is it?
60 years. I've used up a lot of cuffs. One of the only arguments I ever had with Molly was on account of my cuffs. Once I I came home in the middle of the day for a shower. I took off my shirt, put it on a chair. Then, while I was in the shower, who should come by but the laundryman? Molly gave him my shirt, with all my appointments written on the cuff. It washed out the rest of my day. Oh, my. I think I'm holding up traffic.
Oh, it's nothing, Rabbi. But maybe you better be careful of stopping in the middle of the street the way you do to speak to people. We got some new boys on the force, and, you know, one of them might just be mean enough to write you out a ticket.
Oh, of course, of course. Goodbye. Shalom.
You can say that again. Shalom. All right, now I'll take a look at your license.
My license? Well, you're not going to give me a ticket.
And that I am.
But for what?
For what do you think? For disturbing the peace.
Rabbi Cohn was born in England, across the wide, wide sea. From there he went to Africa, Cape Town and Kimberley. And there he fought the Zulus, was back some 60 hours. But even till this very day, he still shows off his scars. He went back home to England, but not long did he stay. For the star of fate he followed led to the USA. In Woodville, Mississippi, his great career begun. And soon he was invited to dear old Galveston. So Texas found a fighter in Rabbi Henry Cohn. And from Waco to El Paso, his name was soon well known.
You are Major Lowe?
Why, yes.
I'm Rabbi Henry Cohn.
Why, I'm glad to meet you, sir.
Here in your paper, the news. Look here.
Well, what about it? You mean this story about the fire?
This story about the fire.
Well?
It says here a fellow named Simpson had a fire in his stable. The whole stable burned down.
Yes.
Well?
Well, what?
What is Simpson's religion? What church does he attend?
Religion? Church? How do I know?
Ah, you don't know?
I don't care. His religion isn't news.
It's not important?
Not as a news item, no.
Not necessary to mention it?
Of course not.
Now, Major Lowe, let me read you another news item from the news. You printed it last week. Listen. Yesterday, just after noon, the warehouse of Herman Miller, Hebrew merchant, was totally destroyed by an accidental blaze. You mentioned Herman Miller's religion, Major. What I want to know is this. What is Simpson's religion?
Yeah. I think I understand what you mean, Dr. Cohen. I apologize. I'm sorry. You have my word that it'll never happen again.
It soon became a custom among the poor and sick to bring to him their troubles, and he would fix them quick. Now if a woman had a husband that drank up all his pay, though it seemed no one could help her, the rabbi'd find a way. He never asked your church whether Christian, Jew, or Moor. You could always count on the rabbi if you were sick or poor. Now, once a man named Lemchuk was held aboard a ship. He'd come from Tsarist Russia to escape the lash and whip. But when he came upon our shores, a passport he did lack. And now he was in irons, they were gonna send him back.
I can't eat, not a bite.
Now, Henry.
If they send him back, he'll be murdered. You kill him.
But it's the law.
What kind of law is it that lets a man be murdered?
But you've done everything you could.
No, not everything.
Where are you going now?
The only place left to go. Washington. Pack my bag, Molly. I'm going over to the Levy's to borrow $100.
We're sorry, Dr. Cohen, but there's nothing we can do here in the Immigration Service. Not a thing.
We can't interfere, Rabbi. This isn't a State Department matter.
I'd like to help you out, Dr. Cohen, but I'm only a congressman. I can't do a thing.
Yes, you can do one thing.
What?
Give me a letter of introduction to President Taft.
The president?
He's my only chance. My last chance. Please, write me the letter.
And this man...
Lemchuk, Mr. President. Ivan Lemchuk.
Yes, Lemchuk. He entered the country illegally. Is that right?
He has no passport.
There's nothing I can do. Really, Dr. Cohen, the law is law. I know how it is. Believe me, I do. These cases are always heartbreaking.
I see. It was kind of you to see me.
I'm glad you came. I must say that I'm deeply moved by your appeal, and the fact that you, Rabbi, have made this long journey to plead for a man who is not a member of your congregation nor of your religious faith.
All faiths have this in common, Mr. President. An abiding belief in the will of man to help another who is in need. Without that faith, what are we? Lemchuks. All of us. Lemchuks. Do you understand Hebrew, Mr. President?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Well, in Hebrew, the word for charity is tzedakah, and it also means righteousness. I have come all this way not for charity, but for righteousness. Lemchuk is a human being. His plight doesn't call for charity. It calls for righteousness, for justice.
Yes, Mr. President?
Take a telegram. It goes to Chief Inspector of Immigration of Galveston. Say, hold Lemchuk in Galveston and release in custody of Rabbi Cohen on his return from Washington. And sign my name.
Is that all, sir?
That's all. I feel better that I did it. You know, Rabbi Cohen, it's good to do good things.
In Galveston, the rabbi was a landmark of sorts. He was known in all the hospitals, the jailhouse, and the courts. When Jack Johnson, the famous fighter, was in the town caboose, on the word of Rabbi Cohen, the sheriff turned him loose. Always kind and always gentle, his language never rough. All the little cares of Texas he carried on his cuff. Now here's another story told time and time again. It happened many years ago, way back in 1910.
Rabbi Cohen! Rabbi Cohen! Oh, Meggs! I'll be right with you.
Hello, Meggs.
I got your call down at the paper. What's up?
Are the news still sending you all over Texas looking for human interest stories for the paper?
Yeah.
I got one for you right here in Galveston. Stick around.
What goes?
Meggs, have you ever heard of Jacob Schiff?
Sure, Kuhn Loeb and Company.
Well, Mr. Schiff has given us enough money to start something here in Galveston known as the Jewish Immigrants Information Bureau.
Meaning what?
Well, you know what's happening in Russia. You've read of how the soldiers of the Tsar are hounding my people.
Yeah?
Well, many of these poor people have escaped. They're coming to America. Most of them, of course, land in New York, where they have so little chance to work in their own trades. They get lost, swallowed up by the ghetto.
I've seen it.
And that's a terrible thing. It's bad for the immigrants, and it's bad for the country. These people have trades. They're shoemakers, bakers, butchers, carpenters, farmers. And America can use their work. So that is it. Instead of New York, they're coming to Galveston. Here, we'll look after them and arrange to send them to communities that need their services. It's better all around.
And these
are our first immigrants. Mostly they're from around Kishinev. Wait, there's the mayor.
The mayor?
Yes, I asked Mr. Landers to come down and greet them officially. Good morning, Mr. Landers.
Hello. Hello, Rabbi Toe.
Come in. Here are the people. I would like to have you say something to them.
Why, sure.
You go ahead. I'll translate what you say.
All right.
Wait a minute. Also sein Schach. Seid ihr so gut, seid alle still. Ich will euch alle bekennen mit Mr. Landers. All right, Mr. Landers.
Well, now, first off, I congratulate you folks on coming to a fine country like the United States.
Gratuliert euch. So sehr hat es euch gewesen zu kommen in Amerika.
I hope you appreciate the privilege of becoming American citizens.
Ich hoffe, wird sein gut für Amerikaner.
I want to say that I'm proud to be here with my good friend Rabbi Henry Cohn to greet you personally.
Sagt, ist sehr zufrieden zu sein da und persönlich auch mit Kabelponen sein.
And I extend to you all the welcome of the city of Galveston.
Und in Namen von der Stadt Galveston geht euch alle mal auf einen warmen Baruch Haba.
Rebbe, seid ihr so gut. Ich will etwas sagen.
Gewiss. Was will er sagen?
Seid ihr so gut, Rebbe, sagt der Mayor, als in dem Land, von welchem wir kommen, will das nicht gekannt vorkommen.
Mr. Mayor, this man says that they know that this scene could not happen in the old country.
In dem Städtel, von welchem wir kommen, wollte der Mayor uns mit Kabelponem gewinnen mit der Beitsch.
In the old country, the only greeting they would get from the mayor was with a whip.
Und anstatt der Beitsch hat uns gegeben a warmen Shalom Aleichem.
Instead of the whip, you have clasped their hands.
Wir werden das keinmal nicht vergessen.
This, they will never forget.
The hours swept by swiftly, the days not long enough to do the things, the many things he'd written on his cuff. The months and years that followed were rich for Rabbi Cohn. He spent his time for others, their needs he made his own. When a student needed money to finish out his course, the rabbi'd always get it from a certain secret source. When youngsters got in trouble, their parents always came to the little house on Broadway that bore the rabbi's name.
Now come, if you want me to help you, you must tell me the story.
They beat him. With a leather whip, they beat him. Just because a boy is in prison, do they have the right to whip him?
You know this is the truth?
He wrote me. And yesterday, a boy was in with him. He came to the house. He told me to.
All right.
Why did they do it?
I don't know. Someday they won't. That's what we're working for now. A reform of the whole prison system. But it takes time. Everything takes time. When I first came to Texas, A long time ago, believe me. When I first came, the age of consent for a girl was only 10. Think of it, just 10. We worked and got them to change that. We'll get prison reform, too.
But what can you do?
Leave it to me. I'll do something for your boy.
Oh, look at that record. Just look at it. 17 years old and a criminal record a yard long. Petty thievery, stealing cars, stick-ups.
I know it, but the boy has learned his lesson. Let him have a parole. I'll be responsible.
Parole this kid? Not in a million years. Not to you or anybody.
Is that so?
Just what do you think you're doing, Rabbi Cohen?
I just locked the door.
Well, unlock it.
I won't unlock that door until you agree to parole this boy.
What? Well, I never...
Your Honor. You're a fine one to refuse to give this youngster another chance. You, of all people. Maybe you don't remember, but I do. How many times I helped you when you were in trouble. Yet you reformed. You came back and won for yourself a high position in the community. Now I ask you, can you, of all people, refuse this boy a chance to become, as you did, a decent, self-respecting citizen? Perhaps even like you, a leader of the community. You can't refuse, can you?
No, you're right. I can't refuse.
Now once this land was poisoned by a lawless, vicious band. As the rabbi fought injustice, he fought the Ku Klux Klan. Once he was invited to a luncheon when he saw a Klansman sitting silent at a table near the door. He rose and faced the stranger. The stranger's face grew red. Then he turned to all the people, and this is what he said.
Before I start, Mr. Chairman, may I say this? When I go into a ward in a hospital, I never think to ask what religion each patient professes, or whether he has any religion at all. It's enough for me that he is sick. To me, there is no such thing as Episcopalian scarlet fever, Catholic arthritis, or Jewish mumps. As disease can claim no denomination, neither can evil. No one group is all black or all white. In truth, we are all gray. This is neither the time nor the place to attempt to answer bigotry, if ever bigotry can be answered by fact. I'm not afraid of the bigot, the persecutor, because they cannot persist. Every tradition of social progress is against them. History is against them. Men of goodwill are against them. And Almighty God is against them. And now, Mr. Chairman, I will proceed to the subject that has been assigned me. Marriage customs among the ancient Greeks.
After 50 years of service in 1938, the people came to honor him from all the Lone Star State, from Houston and from Dallas, Fort Worth and San Antone. They all came down to shake the hand of Rabbi Henry Cohn. Thousands crowded in the hall, the governor was there. Senators and congressmen, they crowded everywhere. And then the hall grew quiet, and this little man arose. He looked a little out of place in his strictly formal clothes. His lips moved in a prayer, a tear rolled down his cheek. And then he smiled a tender smile and then began to speak.
It hardly seems like 50 years since first I came to Galveston. I must say this. If what I have done has been good, then it must be because here I have found good clay. And if any honor must be given me, then it must also be given my dearest companion, my wife, Molly. My dear friends, the supreme command of the Bible is, love thy fellow man as thyself. Or as the great Hillel said, what is displeasing unto thee, thou shalt not do unto another. I believe that. I have tried to shape my life according to that belief.
In all the state of Texas, from Fort Worth to San Antone, there's not a man who hasn't heard of Rabbi Henry Cohen. The sick, the poor, the needy, no matter what their creed, his heart is always open to a fellow man in need. And his story bears repeating time and time again, for it teaches us the meaning of the brotherhood of men.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our Eternal Light drama today, An American Ballad, has been adapted for radio by Irv Tunick from the book entitled The Man Who Stayed in Texas by Ann Nathan and Harry I. Cohen. Featured as the ballad singer was Tom Glazer, and Peter Capell was Rabbi Cohen. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, we present The Eternal Light.
There was a rabbi once who gave his last coin to a man of evil. And when he was reproached by his students, the rabbi answered, "Shall I be more particular than God, who gave the coin to me?"
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light. This program, in its present series, comes to you under the auspices of the West Coast branch of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our drama today features John Beale as narrator and Arthur Q. Bryan as Uriel in Morton Wishengrad's How Uriel Got into Heaven.
Many years ago, in the days when the world was simple and people believed that the universe could be redeemed by knowledge alone, there lived in a place across the sea a humble water carrier named Uriel.
Water, I sell sweet water, half a penny a cup, sweet water.
Uriel was fat. He was old. He was simple.
Good water, full by.
His face was round like a cabbage. His stomach was round like a melon. And the water barrel on his little pushcart was as round as a Wednesday in the month of August.
Sweet water.
It was a time and a place and a culture that accounted a man of learning a saint, and a mild, plump, simple fool like Uriel a sinner because he had no knowledge. And each day, when he sold the water from his cart, Uriel would ask rather wistfully,
Solomon, do you think I have any chance of getting into heaven?
Uriel, it's a nice day, isn't it?
You don't think I have a chance, do you?
Don't take it badly. After all, what would you do in heaven? Can you sing psalms?
No, I can't carry a tune.
You couldn't study the holy law.
I can't even read. But Solomon, there's a little boy who's going to teach me the alphabet.
No. You'll strain yourself. Forgive me, Uriel, but heaven isn't for fools. Now take Anselm. There's a man of substance and knowledge.
There's no doubt about him, is there?
Absolutely none.
Uh-huh. Solomon, do you think if I studied Anselm's ways, if I watched him closely, do you think it would help?
If a rooster studied a rabbi, could a rooster expound the law?
But Solomon, I'm not a rooster.
That's right. You're much fatter. Well, go ahead. Study Anselm. Try to copy him. It won't do you much good, but then it won't do you any harm.
Uriel sighed, a sigh orbed like his body, and as gentle. He placed his round fingers on the handles of his water cart and waddled down the street.
Water, sweet water, pull by my water, pull by.
The children smiled at him, and he smiled back. The housewives sipped water from his cup and gave him their half-pennies and their gossip. He made his rounds, he called his wares. But this day, he was somewhat abstracted. He was thinking of Anselm, who was both a merchant and a man of knowledge. A man greatly respected for the suppleness of his mind and the edge of his tongue. And so Uriel paused outside Anselm's window and stood on tiptoe looking in. He stood for a very long time.
Idiot, what are you looking at?
You?
Well, that's refreshing. With some small effort, I believe you could manage to get lost.
Oh, no, Anselm. I want to stay here. I want to see everything you do. It's because I want to get into heaven.
Ridiculous. Do you know what the great Shammai said?
No.
The ignorant man, said Shammai, cannot be truly God-fearing.
Oh.
Therefore, Uriel, you cannot enter heaven, because that virtually makes you an atheist.
2 round tears welled up in Uriel's eyes and coursed down his cheeks.
Go and blubber into your water barrel.
But for the sake of heaven, Uriel refused to go.
I won't budge until you teach me how to be smart.
Uriel, why did you select me? Choose someone else. Go to the rabbi.
I thought you'd be honored.
Uh-huh. So you came to honor me.
Yes.
And you want me to teach you a lesson in wisdom. Is that it?
Yes, that's right.
Raise yourself a little higher.
Like this?
Higher.
I'm practically on the tips of my toes.
Now stand there. Don't move.
My feet hurt.
Now, this is your first lesson.
Oh. You slapped me.
That's the lesson. I'll explain. Listen carefully. You came to honor me, correct?
Correct.
Because you looked down on me, or because you looked up to me?
Oh, because I look up to you. You're important, Anselm, and I'm nobody at all.
Correct. But the rabbis teach that if you think you're less than me, at that moment you become better than me. And Uriel, you don't think a man like me is going to permit a simpleton like you to better himself at my expense.
Anselm.
Yes?
Isn't there an easier way than this of getting into heaven?
They regarded each other for a moment, and poor Uriel sighed his bewilderment.
Oh, life is so complicated.
And what makes you think heaven is simple?
And you mean there's no rest in heaven?
For you, my dear Uriel, the question is academic. You see these books in my study. That's the price of admission. I regret to say, you don't have the price.
Anselm.
Yes?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Uriel didn't visit Reb Anselm after that. He just trundled his water cart throughout the town and proclaimed his wares.
Good water, sweet water, half a penny a cup. Buy sweet water.
But there was melancholy in his voice, for no one bought from him. It was the rainy season, and rain barrels were as full as the roads were muddy. Nevertheless, while the rain fell from the skies, poor, simple Uriel continued to shout,
Water, sweet water, half a penny a cup.
His route carried him to the outskirts of the town, and here he stopped, for there was a low place in the road which the rains had made over into a swamp.
Water, sweet water, cool by
It was a place of death now, a treacherous bog, waiting to trap the unsuspecting wayfarer. Uriel stopped calling, for the black, oozing mud filled him with fear.
Help me! Someone please help me in the name of God!
Water? Sweet water?
I'm a peddler, trapped. It's pulling me down. Save me for God's sake.
Where are you? I don't see you.
Here.
Raise your hand. Now I see you. I shall have to get a rope. Don't lose hope. I'll run. I'll run as fast as I can.
Uriel ran. He was not made for running. The flesh encased him too thickly. It was not intelligent to run. But then Uriel was not intelligent like Anselm, and therefore he ran to fetch a rope.
Please, try to throw it further this time. I'm going down.
From out of the recesses of his fat, Uriel summoned one last reserve of strength, and he cast his rope deep into the bog.
Hold fast. I'll pull you out.
No, I've got to tie it around me so that I can hold my bales of goods. They're all I have in the world.
Peddler, I have no strength.
Without these goods, I starve.
Oh.
You can't save me to let me starve. Please pull very hard.
And so Uriel pulled very hard. And despite the hurt in his chest, he was pleased with his own strength. And then, suddenly, as the peddler pulled free of the mud,
Uriel felt a monstrous pain which exploded his heart within the great cavity of his chest.
Anybody home?
This is how Uriel entered the outer gates of heaven, with a timid knock on the heavenly portal and a foolish question.
Is anybody home? Oh, hello.
That won't get you in. What's your name?
Uriel. What's your name?
Just call me Angel. One moment and I'll announce you. Applicant Uriel stands at the gate and requests admission.
What is the name?
Uriel.
What?
Uriel.
He must have died unexpectedly. There's no Uriel on my report. He can't enter.
Well, that's that. Just turn the other way and retrace your steps, Uriel.
Oh, but I'm tired, and my feet hurt terribly.
You heard what he said. Orders are orders. Move.
Well, where?
Down there.
But that's the Earth. I can't go back to Earth. I'm dead.
Let's not argue over technicalities. You can't enter.
Well, then, where am I to go?
It's quite simple. You can't go back to Earth. We won't admit you to heaven. You'll have to go to hell.
Hello.
All right. We've got that over with. What's the name?
Uriel.
I wouldn't be surprised. Well?
They told me to come down here.
Who told you?
They.
Upstairs?
Uh-huh.
I don't believe it. You're not our kind.
I wouldn't lie to you. I never lie.
Well, that's precisely what I mean. Start upstairs.
Oh, I'm tired. Can't I rest?
Nobody rests here.
Upstairs, they told me I belonged in hell.
You don't belong here.
Well, how do you know? You might be wrong.
All right, I'll prove it. Ever hold political office?
No, sir.
Were you ever given power of any kind?
Oh, no.
Do you understand the fine distinction between truth and, maybe truth?
No, I don't.
Has anyone ever attended a banquet in your honor?
Oh, no, never.
Well, you see what I mean? You don't belong in hell. Go back upstairs and tell them to, correct the mistake.
Angel, they wouldn't let me in downstairs.
Why not?
Well, they said I was a mistake.
Oh, that's hell for you. Always interfering and meddling.
Please, may I sit down? My feet are very tired.
Well, you can't sit until you've been admitted. One moment, I'll announce you.
Oh, dear.
Rejected applicant Uriel makes reapplication on a writ of error. He's been downstairs. They've sent him back.
Very well. Tell Uriel to wash his hands and to take his place online before the heavenly tribunal.
In the great vault of heaven, there sat a judge, clothed in white samite, behind the bar of judgment. And arrayed before him, endless toward the horizon, waited the applicants for admission. Simple Uriel beheld the judge and felt the mystic awe of the supplicants.
It's just like Yom Kippur in our synagogue.
Silence.
Excuse me.
When it came Uriel's turn, there was a brief conference.
Your Honor, this is Uriel. For some reason beyond our knowledge, he appears before the tribunal without a record of either his good deeds or his transgressions.
Most unusual. Clerk, how shall the court know if the applicant is legally entitled to judgment?
The court doesn't know, but he's already been to hell and returned. He's our problem, Your Honor.
Uriel,
Yes, Your Honor?
come forward. Stand before the bar of justice.
Right here?
Thank you. Uriel, in order to determine whether you're entitled to the judgment of this tribunal, I should like you to answer several questions.
Yes, sir.
Uriel, when you were on Earth, did you study the law of God as you were in duty bound?
No, Your Honor. I can't read.
The clerk of the court will make a note of that. Uriel, did you pray to the Lord each day of your life as you were in duty bound?
No, Your Honor. I always seem to forget the words.
Has the clerk noted the admission?
I have, Your Honor.
Uriel, did you do a good deed each day of your life as you were in duty bound?
No, Your Honor.
Since you admit you have neither studied nor prayed nor worked good deeds, I testify to God that you have spoken truth, and truth alone entitles you to a hearing before this tribunal. The court appoints the Archangel Michael as counsel for the defense.
Your Honor.
Yes, Michael?
Before undertaking the defense, I must establish to my satisfaction that Uriel was not a rich man on Earth.
Michael, why should that make a difference?
When a poor man steals, I can defend him, even if he's a confirmed thief, because at least he was poor. But if a rich man steals, what can I say on his behalf? Uriel, were you rich?
No, Michael.
Your Honor, I stand ready to argue in behalf of the defendant's application for admission to heaven.
The court sets the day after the Sabbath for the trial of Uriel.
Court is adjourned.
After the adjournment of the tribunal, the Archangel Michael cross-examined Uriel at some length.
I've had difficult cases, Uriel. But if you get into heaven, it's going to require a miracle.
At sundown, the Archangel Michael suspended his questioning.
Don't be lonely, Uriel.
Are you leaving me?
All the angels leave heaven on the Sabbath. We go down to earth. Didn't you know that?
On the Sabbath, heaven is a lonely place, and the earth is warm. But Uriel was not dismayed, for up from the earth there came the song of Sholem Aleichem. Peace unto you, O angels. May your coming be in peace, and your going forth in peace. Heaven was suspended in repose. The clouds were white, the sun shone yellow like a Sabbath candle, and the moon, poised for descent, gowned like a bride. Uriel felt his heart brimming with joy. This was the heaven to which he aspired. A contentment and a singleness with God came upon him. And so he sang a prayer.
Water, sweet water, have a penny a cup. Sweet water.
And the Archangel Michael, returning from earth, called out.
Uriel?
Yes?
Are you singing?
Oh, I'm tone deaf. Forgive me.
Don't be sorry. It sounded like a psalm of David.
The Sabbath was over,
and the trial of Uriel commenced.
The clerk of the court will hold aloft the scales of justice. Uriel, in one of the scales we shall place your good deeds. In the other, we shall place your transgressions. If the transgressions outweigh your good deeds, you cannot remain in heaven. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
The clerk of the court will place each transgression in the scale as the tribunal will announce them.
The clerk of the court is ready.
The transgressions of Uriel. Illiteracy. Uriel, this is the sound of the books you haven't read, the words you never heard, the poems that were not for you. All this, Uriel, billions of pages, trillions of words. But so much more than words, Uriel. The divinity and the holiness of the human mind. Look upon the scales. Here are the sanities and the sanctities of life. And you were blind to this and deaf and unfeeling.
Yes, Your Honor.
How deep is your transgression, Uriel? How grievously have you sinned against your immortality? I shall add nothing else. Michael, defend him if you can. Balance the scales for him if you can. Michael, speak up in defense of Uriel.
Yes, Your Honor. Uriel, don't be afraid. Answer the questions I put to you. Answer truthfully and directly.
Yes, Michael, I will.
Uriel, on the day of your death, you extricated a peddler from a bog. Is that correct?
Well, I pulled him out. Is that what you mean?
Yes. If the court will allow, I place the weight of the peddler in the scale of Uriel's good deeds.
The court allows. The clerk will insert a weight equivalent to the weight of the peddler.
Uriel, did you or did you not save the heavy bales of goods which the peddler carried?
I did.
And did the loss of those bales and bundles mean the impoverishment of the peddler? Uriel, we're waiting.
Well, you use big words.
Forgive me. Why did you pull those bales out?
They were everything the peddler had in the world. He would have starved without them.
Your Honor.
You may weigh the bales of material in the scale.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor.
You may proceed, Michael.
If it please the court, where was the peddler and his goods?
In the mire.
Yes, Your Honor. In the mire. The mud of humanity. The suffocating thickness of mud that obscures vision and submerges the spirit in despair. Consider Uriel, Your Honor. No scholar. No. A soul unlettered, untutored, in all things except gentleness. But Uriel conquered the mud. Put the mud in the scale of his merit.
You have spoken well, Michael. Weigh the mud.
Placed the mud in the scales of judgment. A mountain of thick, viscous, heavy mud. And slowly, very slowly, the balance altered. Slowly, the scales drew even. And then more than even.
Uriel, step before the bar of judgment.
I am here, Your Honor.
Uriel, you have been redeemed by the mud of humanity. Know all angels by these presents that the angel Uriel is hereby entitled to all the perquisites of the cherubim and is appointed to the special office of sweet water carrier of heaven.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
go forth, and their hallelujahs made the heavens rejoice. It was not long thereafter that a certain Anselm, entering the portals of heaven, was confronted by a stern magistrate.
Wisdom and scholarship, Anselm, are precious things, but by themselves they do not suffice. For he who has measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, and weighed the mountains in scales, and the hills in a balance, demands gentleness also, and love.
You mean that I am not admitted to heaven?
You are not, Anselm. Moreover, for you, heaven would be purgatory. For heaven is filled with many without wit or cleverness. Anselm, you would be bored here.
And as Anselm turned to go down, there came a familiar sound.
Sweet water, heavenly water, who wants water?
What are you doing here, Uriel?
Hello, Anselm. Will you have a cup of water?
Our Eternal Light dramatization today, How Uriel Got into Heaven, was written by Morton Wishengrad. This program came from Hollywood and featured John Beale as narrator and Arthur Q. Bryan as Uriel. The orchestral music was composed by Morris Mamorsky, and the chorus and orchestra were conducted by Henry Russell. The program was directed by Andrew C. Love. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. The program appears under the auspices of the West Coast branch of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. If you have any comments or inquiries about today's broadcast, please write to The Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, the 11th in our 5th anniversary series, is Gandhi by Morton Wishengrad, adapted from the book Great Soul by Herman Mora.
lighted by truth, fed by it, kept alive by it, but yet ignorant of it, there came a man who sought truth, felt it, declared it. His name was Mohandas Gandhi.
Truth is of God, and it is God. It is that which all men see in part without any seeing fully, which all seek without any knowing fully why they seek it.
In a world where the strong hurt the weak, this man fought back with truth. He put himself last, hence he found himself first. He wished to be humble, hence he became great. He had the strength of water, which, as it seeks a low place, wears away rock and soil and cannot be stopped. But they didn't know that, and so they tried to stop him.
Mohandas Gandhi, is there something you wish to say before I pronounce the sentence of this court?
What is my crime, Your Honor?
We hold you guilty of promoting disaffection.
I admit my guilt, but I hold it to be a virtue to be disaffected toward a government which in its totality has done more harm to India than any previous system.
Mohandas Gandhi, it is my duty to sentence you to 6 years' imprisonment.
They were foolish men. Can you put into darkness that which shines even where there is no light? He lay there in Yeravda prison, sick, shadowed by a wall, separated from his people, and yet all India felt his presence. And so his jailer, being unable to confine his spirit, released his frail, scrawny body. It was 20 years ago, and in India there were tens of millions of men and women who were neither of the high caste, nor the middle caste, nor even of the lower caste. These were the millions of outcasts, who were declared untouchable and doomed from the moment of birth to the moment of death by the inflexible stamp of untouchability, and no hope of release, and little hope of rebellion. Yet there was one hope. From all over India, the untouchables sought out Gandhi.
Madam, can you tell me, please, is this the road to the Mahatma?
Keep away. Keep your distance.
I keep my distance. Is this the road?
Keep your distance, untouchable one, Panchama.
I have walked across India to see him. I keep my distance. Where will I find him?
In the field there is a house of mud, equally the color of saffron. In the house you will find Mahatma Gandhi, but he will not see you. You are untouchable.
Then you do not know him. Because you call me untouchable, therefore he will see me.
Who is there? Is there someone here to see me?
Yes, Mr. Gandhi. But he will come tomorrow when you have had another day of rest.
Who is he?
My name is Rama.
Come closer.
I have come a great distance.
For what purpose?
I hardly know. I come from a city in the south, a place called Vikom. I am untouchable.
Rama, what is your occupation?
I am a cleaner of roads.
And when you have cleaned the road, are you permitted to walk upon it?
I am not permitted. I am untouchable.
Are you permitted to enter the house of worship?
It is forbidden. I am untouchable.
Rama, do you have a wife?
Yes. She is 6 months with child. Perhaps that is why I came. Better my child should be born dead than to be born untouchable, to be degraded as I am degraded. Mr. Gandhi, come with me to Vikom. We need you there.
I have just been released from prison.
In 3 months, my son will be born into his prison.
I have been ill. There is no strength left.
We need you, Mr. Gandhi.
I will come when I am well.
We need you now.
I have my own need now. My need is 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 to rest, to find my strength.
You have turned us away.
You dare not say that. You must have been told that I am sick.
I was told something else. A man said to me, Mahatma Gandhi is not one to love 10,000 people 10,000 miles away. He loves his neighbor.
Wait here for 2 days. After 2 days, I will go with you to Vikom.
Mr. Gandhi.
Colonel, this is an unexpected pleasure. It had not occurred to me that I would be met in Vicomte by one of His Majesty's officials.
Mr. Gandhi, is there some place where we could withdraw for a moment?
I am sure there must be, Colonel, but why withdraw?
I have a matter to discuss with you, a matter of some importance.
Yes?
I should prefer a more private place than a railroad station.
I am very comfortable here. You have something to tell me?
Mr. Gandhi, you are not wanted in Vicomte.
I am not, Colonel?
No. I regret to inform you that your presence here in Vicomte is deeply resented.
By whom?
By the better classes.
The richer classes?
The same thing, Mr. Gandhi.
No, Colonel, but we shan't enter into debate. I am rather tired.
Forgive me. I should call on you another time.
Do so, Colonel.
Thank you. Or perhaps a Mr. Sadhu will call. He's a rather important figure in this community. Yes, I think you may expect a call from Mr. Sadhu.
Rama, that will be our friend, Mr. Sadhu.
Then I shall go.
On the contrary, Rama, you must stay. Kindly open the door for Mr. Sadhu.
Very well. I will not mind to go away.
But I will mind, Rama. Let Mr. Sadhu in. Will you please come in, sir? I have been expecting you.
I cannot enter this room.
Why not, sir?
That creature by your side
You mean this man?
is Panchama, untouchable.
His name is Rama. You two should know one another. He cleans your finest highway.
Mr. Gandhi, if you came to my house, I would not insult you.
Mr. Sadhu, you have come to what is my house. Why do you insult my friend?
Must you be reminded that you are a Hindu? He is untouchable.
If untouchability is a necessary part of Hinduism, I am not a Hindu. What do you want with me, Mr. Sadhu?
Send that man away and I will tell you.
Rama stays with me.
Very well, Mr. Gandhi. You are a visitor here. I must remember to be hospitable. I come to you with a gift of hospitality from the better caste of Vicomte.
What kind of a gift, Mr. Sadhu?
A gift of rubies and pearls.
See, Rama? They worry about you. They worry enough to wish to bribe me.
My dear Gandhi, this is insupportable.
Is it, Mr. Sadhu? Then give your rubies and your pearls to my friend Rama. There are men and women in India who need bread. And you and I have no right to anything until the millions of India are clothed and fed.
I will not be harangued by a vile demagogue.
Then go away, Mr. Sadhu. I do not keep you.
I've come here to warn you.
Then warn me and go away.
Mr. Gandhi, custom is custom, and no one like you will set custom aside. Have no fear. The custom of untouchability remains.
No, Mr. Sadhu.
I say it remains.
No, Mr. Sadhu. Tomorrow, my friend Rama will walk on the public highway.
I warn him not to do so.
Thank you. Tomorrow, my friend Rama, the untouchable, will walk on a public highway of India. You may tell that to your friends, Mr. Sadhu. Put down your sticks. There will be no fighting.
Mr. Gandhi, we must fight back.
No.
I am a woman like other women. I may not dress as other women do. I may not enter the house of worship with them. I have no privilege except pain and suffering. It was so for my mother and my grandmother. Not for me. I fight.
Not with sticks, not with clubs, not with your fists.
Mahatma Gandhi, what other way is there?
No force, no violence. We shall fight evil with the power of truth. No other way.
But if we go upon the highway, Mr. Gandhi, if we even show ourselves...
Yes, Rama?
They will come with their police.
Let them come, Rama.
And not resist?
And not resist.
They will strike with their clubs.
Accept their blows.
Mr. Gandhi, we are human beings. Who receives a blow must return a blow.
We are fighting for the truth that all men are brothers. All men. Relatives and strangers. Countrymen and foreigners. White and colored. Hindus, Mussulmans. Parsis, Christians, Jews. For this truth you dare not shed blood. I propose that you disobey the regulations which degrade you and pronounce you untouchable. I ask you to violate these laws deliberately, but not with hatred in your hearts.
What shall we do, Mr. Gandhi?
Tomorrow you shall go upon the public highway. Whatever the consequence of your going, you will not raise your hand. You will not protect yourself against the club. You will resist only with the great truth that you are human and capable of love. I will go with you tomorrow.
I warn you that every agitator will be summarily dealt with. Now the government will countenance no disorder. In the name of the government, I ask you all to return to your homes.
He is talking good sense. Go home.
I go home by means of the public highway.
For the last time, go home.
Mr. Sadhu, if you will step to one side, I wish to place my foot upon the public highway.
Mr. Gandhi, if this man...
Yes, Mr. Sadhu. Rama is a man.
If this untouchable sets foot on the highway, I shall strike him down.
He will not strike you back, Mr. Sadhu. Come, Rama. Let us both walk upon the highway.
Untouchable, where are you going?
Upon a public highway of the city of Vikom.
Go no farther. This is as far as you go?
You are a courageous man, Mr. Sadhu, to strike someone who will not strike you back. Now strike me.
Go back where you came from, Mr. Gandhi. Take your scum with you.
Rama, are you ready to walk farther?
I am, Mr. Gandhi.
Then come, we walk.
Hit me again, Mr. Sadhu, because I take another step. Again, Mr. Sadhu, I take a fourth step.
Mr. Gandhi, he uses a club. Allow us to fight back.
We are fighting back. We fight without violence. Rama, my good friend, do you still have courage to fight with truth?
Yes, Mr. Gandhi. I will...
Rama!
Mr. Sadhu, you and the club in your hand have won a great victory. Someone help me with Rama. He is bleeding.
He has lost much blood, Mr. Gandhi.
Rama, can you hear me?
Yes, and I have a question, Mr. Gandhi. What is the good of submission?
I see no other way, Rama. Until now, the world has been governed by hatred. We shall try another way.
Oh, Mr. Gandhi, they come against us with clubs and sticks.
Therefore, love them. Real beauty consists in doing good against evil. You are untouchable, so they say. Now you must show them what you truly are.
Mr. Gandhi, my head throbs. I am afraid. Mr. Gandhi, what am I to do?
The public highway, Rama. You must go again tomorrow.
I am not a hero. The thought makes... Yes, I will go again.
We will all go, Rama.
But, Rukama, you are afraid too, are you not?
I am a coward.
Then why do you volunteer?
I would be ashamed not to.
Of all the human virtues, love and mercy and justice are the greatest. But I swear to you that without courage there can be neither love nor mercy nor justice. Rukama, if they beat you, will you run away?
I shall try not to.
And you will not raise your hand against them?
I shall try not to, Mr. Gandhi.
I insist, Rukama. You are not to raise your hand.
Very well. I promise you I shall not raise my hand.
And you, Rama?
It will be hard, but I promise.
The rest of you, do you promise?
I promise, Mr. Gandhi.
Then I ask you to pray with me.
Let us all go to the temple.
No. Pray here in this room. God is not encased in a safe to be approached through a little hole bored through the heavy door. God is here and everywhere. He is open. He can be approached through millions of openings. Pray.
Lead us, Mr. Gandhi.
God of the universe, truth is in all men, making them one, not in the few of them, making them separate. To do hurt to any man is to do hurt to oneself. For to injure him is to injure truth in him, and thus to hurt the whole world. God of the universe, bless us. We are frail and lustful and steeped in sin. But tomorrow we shall try to conquer evil, not by doing violence to others, but by taking violence upon ourselves. O God, give us courage.
I call upon this illegal assembly to disperse and return to your homes. Mr. Gandhi, I order you to instruct this mob to refrain from any violation of the law.
What is the law, Mr. Sadhu?
You know the law. Mr. Gandhi, you may enter upon the public highway, but the untouchables with you are forbidden.
And if they choose to ignore the law because it is immoral?
They will be imprisoned.
Rama, will you answer?
Mr. Sadhu, I am ready for imprisonment.
Do not be so ready. Your wife will be imprisoned.
She is ready for imprisonment.
Your brothers, your sisters, your children.
They are ready for imprisonment.
Mr. Gandhi, you are gambling with the lives of all these people.
No, Mr. Sadhu. I am gambling that truth is active and alive in the world of men. The untouchables of the city of Vikom are gambling with truth.
Constable, are you ready?
I am, Mr. Sadhu.
Constable, I am untouchable. Look, I enter now upon the public road.
I place you under arrest. I place you under arrest. I place you under arrest. And you, and you.
People, do not push. Be patient. Await your turn and step forward on the highway. There is no need to push. You will all be arrested.
Oh, come now, Gandhi. Isn't this whole thing getting to be a little ridiculous?
In what way, Colonel?
Well, for one thing, well, it's ridiculous. I mean, every untouchable in Vikom can't go and get himself arrested.
Why not, Colonel?
Because there aren't enough blooming prisons in all of India. That's why not.
May I suggest a simple solution?
Yes?
Don't arrest them, Colonel.
That's out of the question. Law is law.
As you please, continue arresting them.
Now, look here, Mr. Gandhi. They'll be arrested, and they'll be flogged. Now, some of them may die. Now, what's the use of letting anything like that happen? Well, what's the use, eh?
Colonel, what is the use of imprisoning men and women who are anxious to be imprisoned? What is the use of flogging a man who is ready to be flogged? What is the use of killing a man who is ready to die?
Gandhi, I don't know whether you're a hypocrite or a saint. My wager is that you're a hypocrite.
This happened in the city of Vikom 20 years ago. The untouchables of Vikom walked upon the highway and were imprisoned. Great numbers were imprisoned until there was no space left. Whereupon new measures were taken.
Captain, you will station your police constables along the road. Barricade each entrance to the road.
And Gandhi answered in his own way.
I ask the untouchables to stand day and night in front of the police. Plead with them. Pray for them. Day and night.
Here now, how long can you beggars stay here?
For as long as you block the way to the public road.
Now, you're all reasonable people. 6 whole months are a long time to stand. 6 whole months, 180 days. Now, please, go home.
Mr. Gandhi, I would like a little talk with you.
It was the triumph of Mohandas Gandhi, the triumph of nonviolence. For more than a year, the untouchables had stood and prayed. More than a year of days and nights, of hot sun and floods, of hunger and thirst. The condemned, the degraded, the untouchable.
All right, Mr. Gandhi, we cannot stand it any longer. Tell them that the highways are open to everyone.
Into a world lighted by truth, fed by it, kept alive by it, but yet ignorant of it, there came a man who sought truth, declared it. This man whom people called Mahatma, the great soul. In a world of oppression and killings, Gandhi lived truth. In a world where the strong hurt the weak, he fought back with truth. In a world where men boasted their goodness, he hid himself in truth. In a world where men are in bondage, he found freedom in truth. He so put his touch upon the people of India and the people of Britain that India became free. In the year 1948, an assassin brought out a pistol and fired 3 bullets into the frail body of a man named Gandhi. And Gandhi's hands came together in a gesture of greeting. And as he fell, he said softly, "Oh God, oh God."
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Eternal Light, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Samuel S. Schneierson, President of the Child Care Association of the Federation of Jewish Philanthropies and member of the Board of Directors of the Jewish Theological Seminary. Mr. Schneierson.
Mahatma Gandhi was one of the great spiritual personalities of our age. Possessed of a passion for peace and indestructible faith in human brotherhood, he devoted his life to the cause of freedom for his people. But Gandhi refused to achieve freedom at the price of peace. He believed that violence begets violence. He believed the human spirit is more powerful than any weapon devised by man. In an age of violence, Gandhi's rigid adherence to his principles set him apart as a person of matchless courage. This frail, abstemious, simply clad man does not perhaps conform to the hero image of our Western folklore. Yet how remarkable must be the physical courage of a man who would not raise a stick, a stone, no, not even his bare hand, against those who threatened him. But Gandhi made no virtue of his physical courage. To him, true courage was spiritual, the courage to seek out the truth and to live by the truth. It is that which gained for him the respect and the love of the whole world and the unquestioning obedience of his countrymen. Gandhi was a Brahmin, a high-caste Hindu, reared in the belief that he belonged to a group superior to all others in the social scale, and that at the other end of that scale were the untouchables of India, so low as to hardly merit consideration as human beings. Gandhi rejected the security with which Hindu tradition, by virtue of his high birth, had invested him. Gandhi made the fight of the untouchables his fight, reaping the reward of all those who dare fly in the face of tradition, physical hardship, derision, ostracism. Jews and Christians who believe that man has been created in God's image can understand why Gandhi became the champion of the downtrodden of his country. In today's dramatization, we have heard Gandhi assert, "Without courage, there can be neither love, nor mercy, nor justice." And we recognize that at every step of the way, courage implemented Gandhi's love for mankind, gave it direction and constructive power. It enabled him to accept a great challenge and to meet it nobly and effectively. All of us are today facing a challenge of equal magnitude, but unlike Gandhi, we have no choice as to whether we will meet it. The issue has already been joined. If we are to survive, we too must have the courage to choose peace, to practice brotherhood, and thus maintain true freedom.
Thank you, Mr. Schneierson. Listen next week to The Thief and the Hangman with Mel Ferrer, currently starred in the motion picture Lost Boundaries. Our Eternal Light drama today, Gandhi, was written by Morton Wishengrad and adapted from the book Great Soul by Harriman Mora. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Featured as Gandhi was Leon Janney, and Alexander Scorby was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today, as the 12th program in our 5th anniversary series, we present The Thief and the Hangman by Morton Wishengrad, with Mel Ferrer, who is currently starring in the motion picture Lost Boundaries.
This is a story that came to me in the night. I dreamed that the seconds were spilling from the clock, and that the dead minutes were bundled into sheaves and stacked in space. And the sheaves were gathered hours, and the hours were folded years, and the years were buried deep beneath the centuries. A lonely wind came over space. No birds sang among the rushes. The tide was at the ebb, and the earth was bald where the grass had fallen out. And then I saw a man, and he made a sound.
My name is Micah.
And I knew then that it wasn't a dream. I knew that it was long ago in a kingdom far away, very long ago. So long ago that it could have been tomorrow. Micah had 2 arms, 2 legs, ears for listening, eyes for wanting, and a stomach for hungering. And while his soul hungered mightily for the Lord, his belly hungered for bread. And soul and belly joined in a prayer.
And ye shall serve the Lord thy God, and he shall bless thy bread.
Micah, there is no bread. Why do you say the prayer?
Say a thing often enough, and perhaps it comes true.
Oh, no, Micah. I've lived a long time. Faith bakes no bread. Faith is only a manner of wanting. Nothing comes from wanting except more wanting.
Micah considered this for a long time. And then he considered what he would do.
I shall steal.
He said it with dignity, the way you would say, I shall go to the office. Only Micah said,
I shall steal enough to dull the hunger.
And so, very long ago, so long ago it could have been tomorrow, a man named Micah stole and became a fugitive.
What do you want? What business do you have waking respectable people in the dead of night?
They're after me. They've turned the dogs on me.
Turn your face to the moon.
Please let me in. Give me asylum.
Your face to the moon. You've killed a man, haven't you?
No. No, I haven't killed. I swear I'm no murderer. Will you let me in?
Tell the truth. You killed. Admit it.
Woman, if I said I killed, would you let me in?
That depends on whom you killed. Who was it?
No one. I told you, I'm not a murderer.
Then what are they after you for?
I stole.
You're a thief.
Yes, I'm a thief. Will you give a thief asylum?
And be robbed in my own house?
You said you would have let me in if I killed someone.
I said it would have depended. It would have...
They're coming closer. Every man alive was once born. Even a thief was once born. Help me.
I don't let thieves into my house.
Someday you'll want mercy for yourself.
Maybe. But is it likely that I'd ask a thief for mercy?
If you won't grant asylum, if you won't let me in, tell me what to do. At least do that.
All right. If I were in your place...
Yes?
If I were in your place, I believe I would run very fast.
There is a crime here beyond theft and beyond flight. The crime is poverty. The crime is homelessness. The crime is the necessity for supplication. Micah ran on 2 criminal legs through the night, and he ran to the top of a mountain. This was an error, for it is at the top of a mountain that all paths unite. And here his pursuers found him.
All right. Come down from that rock, Micah. Someone take a stick and quiet the mongrels. Micah, it's no use. You're surrounded. You can't go higher. You've got to come down. Be sensible, Micah.
The dogs will tear me to pieces.
They will if I tell them to.
Will you tell them to?
Maybe yes. Maybe no. I'm an officer of the law.
What does that mean?
Micah, every man after the pain of his birth puts his fate in the hands of the law for maybe yes and maybe no. Come on down and take your chances, Micah.
I'll have to jump.
Mm-hmm. You'll have to jump. Quiet the mongrel. Someone will bash a skull in. Get up, Micah.
I believe my ankle is broken.
Get up, Micah. There, you see? When one leg is useless, it is still possible to stand on the other. Kindly raise your hands. Sergeant, inform the prisoner that we are on King's business and that we are accustomed to having our commands obeyed.
Hands over your head.
I have no weapons.
Still higher.
When you're balancing on one leg, it's a difficult position.
That's the trouble with illegal action, Micah. It always puts you in a difficult position. Sergeant, bind the prisoner's hands over his head.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going to take me?
To a place where you will see, and then you will not see. It's a riddle, Micah.
I stole flour and salt to make bread.
Hangman's bread. That is the law, Micah. In this kingdom, theft is punishable by hanging. Sergeant, carry him away.
They pronounced him guilty, then they tried him. Such was the jurisprudence of the kingdom. But it wouldn't have mattered since Micah readily admitted his theft. The king pronounced the sentence.
Death by hanging. I commend you to God's mercy.
The prisoner will bend his head.
Bend your head, Micah. The executioner is waiting.
I should like to say something first.
No more than right. You're entitled to it.
May I speak?
After the noose is fixed, bend your head for the hangman.
It's difficult to speak when a noose is tight around your neck.
No self-pity, Micah.
Thank you. The noose. Speaking is hard this way.
The executioner waits. Say what you have to say.
I wish to say a few words about hunger and poverty. My name is Micah. I think that means who is like the Lord. In a sense, every man is named Micah, for every man is of the Lord. But then why are we poor and hungry if we are made in the divine image? Because we lose our divinity. Because we're always so busy turning over rocks and looking for grubs to stuff in our mouths. How can a man be divine if he has to spend so much of his time trying to outwit his belly? Can you tell me?
Why don't you ask the Lord? You'll see him before I will. Tighten the noose, hangman.
But I haven't finished. I wanted to...
Sergeant, signal the drummer.
Drummers!
Well, hangman, what are you waiting for?
The law clearly stipulates that a doomed man has the right to make a statement.
He made a statement.
It might come to the highest court. They might rule that he didn't finish his statement.
He'd be dead, wouldn't he? Finish?
Personally, I'm inclined to agree with you, but you can never tell about the highest court. If you have no objections, I'd like to loosen the knot and hear what else he has to say.
It's a waste of time.
Not his time. Thank you very much. How is that, Micah? Better? You have a chance to finish.
Thank you very much. Could you unbind my hands?
Out of the question.
There's something in my pocket. How am I going to get it out?
This pocket.
If you please.
It's nothing but a seed.
That's right. We're waiting, Micah.
Before I die, it's my only request. Before I die, I want to plant this seed. It's important.
We'll require a better reason than that.
There is only one seed like that in all the world. My father gave it to me. It is the seed of the tree of life, the mystic tree called Chaim. Even in death, a man wants to leave life behind. It isn't a great thing to ask. Let me put the seed into the ground.
Micah, you are the only seed that will be put into the ground. The request is denied. Hangman, proceed.
The drums rolled, the noose was tightened, and Micah faced eternity with an unplanted seed in his hand. The hangman, his fingers clenched tightly about the rope, studied the doomed man, and then, unaccountably, his fingers unclenched. The rope went slack. The drums ceased rolling. And for at least a moment, Micah was born again in travail, as he had been born once before in travail. The hangman smiled a self-conscious smile.
It's because I'm rather fond of trees.
You've lost your mind. Let's hang him and let's go home.
I never heard of a Chaim tree. Did you, officer?
Start the drum roll. Drum roll!
You're being unreasonable. Trees are very nice things. I have a personal interest in trees. Figure it out. No trees, no place to hang people from. If people don't get hanged, what does society come to? It's practically an end to law and order.
Stop the drum roll. Stop the drum roll!
You might as well start it again.
What's that?
I can't plant it. I just remembered.
Micah, this is a fine time to tell us. What did you remember?
I am unclean. It's impossible for me to plant the seed of the tree of life with unclean hands. Life depends on hands that are clean. Mine aren't.
They're cleaner than mine.
Hangman, you don't understand. My hands are stained with theft. I can't plant the seed.
I order you to plant the seed.
You can't. I've stolen. A man who has stolen is forbidden to plant the seed of life. If I obey you, the tree will wither, and my soul will go to hell. You had better hang me. Unless, hangman, you haven't stolen. You can plant the seed.
That's right. I could.
What are you waiting for, hangman? Well, take it and plant it.
Yes, hangman.
What's stealing?
Taking something that doesn't belong to you. Like my life.
I was afraid of that.
I didn't mean to embarrass you.
No hard feelings, but I get the point. Officer, I believe you'll have to plant the seed.
Why me?
You're an officer of the law. You haven't stolen. Go ahead. Plant the seed.
Micah, how many kinds of law are there?
Why, you told me yourself. There's maybe yes, and there's maybe no. It's all right. In fact, it's praiseworthy to uphold the maybe yes kind of law.
But the maybe no kind?
Bad laws? Bad laws are like stealing people's liberty.
Hangman, do you want to reconsider?
Oh, no. You can plant the seed.
We're not going to start that all over again. Look here, Micah, don't go away.
I can't go very far. My ankle's broken. Besides, there's a noose around my neck.
Fine. Stay right here. I'm going to inform the king. This looks like something for him to settle. The king will tell us what to do.
Micah and you and every man. We all wait, balanced on one leg, a noose around our necks for the judgment of the king. From the day of birth, the noose is there and judgment impends. And only those who are never born are never judged by their fellow men or by their king. They came, the officer of the law and the pursuer of men, the ministers of the realm, and the king. Micah waited while the king was apprised of the problem.
You say it is truly the seed of the mystic tree Chaim, the tree of life.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And it may be planted only by one with clean hands, one who has not stolen, never stolen.
That is correct, Your Majesty.
Chamberlain.
Your Majesty.
You are the treasurer of the kingdom. You are the man who holds our highest regard and confidence. You shall plant the seed.
No, sire.
Are you a thief, sir?
Your Majesty, I cannot answer.
Are you an embezzler?
No. I have never touched a coin of the taxes I have collected.
Then you are not a thief.
Micah, does His Majesty speak the truth?
No, Chamberlain. For you have taxed for maybe yes, and you have also taxed for maybe no. and the things for which you have falsely taxed have falsely taken the bread from the mouths of the poor.
Your Majesty, I cannot plant the seed. I am a thief.
Sire, let Micah be hanged and be done with it.
No. It is important that the tree of life be planted. Citizens, is there any among you who has never stolen? Let him come forward now and plant the seed of the mystic tree high. I ask for an honest man. Let him come forward.
There isn't anyone, Your Majesty. Shall I go ahead with the hanging?
Wait. Hangman, is there one man in the kingdom who has never stolen?
Only one, Your Majesty.
Good. Name the man and you shall be rewarded.
Yourself, sire. A king does not need to steal. Your hands are clean, sire. You are the one to plant the seed.
Micah.
Yes, Your Majesty?
Give me the seed. I shall plant it.
Do you wish to?
You question my right?
I question the cleanliness of your hands.
A king is not a thief.
A king is a ruler. A ruler is one who holds power.
Say what you mean, Micah.
You are a thief, sire.
You will die twice for that.
Every man with power over his fellow man steals from his fellow man. Each man is an absolute end in himself. Who appointed you? Appointed you divinely with power over the plenty, the hunger, the life, the death of men conceived equally in the womb and destined equally for the worm. Your Majesty, who made you arrogant when you are subject to God as I am subject and the hangman is subject? Your Majesty was given power to serve man, but Your Majesty stole power to rule men. And Your Majesty is a thief.
Hangman, plant the seed.
I cannot, Your Majesty. I have stolen life.
Officer of the law, plant the seed. It is my command.
Sire, I dare not. I uphold some good laws, but also bad laws, and bad laws are thievery. Bad laws steal man's freedom.
Chamberlain, it is your turn again.
I am an old man, Your Majesty. Age grants certain privileges and confers certain immunities, but no immunity from falsehood and no privilege of silence in the presence of truth. Your Majesty, we cannot plant the seed of life. You and I, all of us, we have stolen. We can never make reparation. Our hands are not clean.
Micah, is this what you wanted? I'll say it. The hangman is a thief. My law officers are thieves. My treasurer is a thief, and I am a thief. Answer, Micah, because on your answer hangs your life. Micah, what is your answer?
I will answer. I will answer not for myself. I answer for those like me. They are many times dead. They are many times unborn in death and in life. They are the poor and the hungry.
Micah, answer for yourself.
Your Majesty, tax collectors, law officers, hangmen of society, I, Micah, I stole because I was hungry. Why did you steal?
They didn't answer, for there was no answer. Micah had sinned and knew that he had sinned, and Micah would be punished. But the king had sinned, and the officer of the law had sinned, and the hangman had sinned. And for once, society knew that it should also be punished. But when society plays the hangman, who is the hangman's hangman? This is a question for you and for me. For all men who balance on one leg with a noose around their necks. It is only a story, It belongs to the spilling seconds and the dead minutes that lie buried under a space of time. It happened long ago. Very long ago. So long ago, it could have been tomorrow.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Israel S. Chipkin, Vice President of the Jewish Education Committee, New York City, and Vice President of the American Association for Jewish Education. Dr. Chipkin.
The legend we have just heard so ably dramatized is indeed a gem. Its inspiring, lustrous qualities emanate from the compressed wisdom of years buried deep beneath the centuries, and find their radiant source in the divine teachings of the Bible. Through thunder and lightning, man heard the voice of God saying, "Thou shalt not kill." And when the first man killer slew his brother, God cursed him forever. "Vengeance is mine, and recompense," sang Moses of God to the children of Israel. Compassion is his attribute, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving transgression and sin. Thus he sends the unwilling Jonah to Nineveh to cause its dwellers to return from their evil ways. And when they do, God repents of the punishment promised against them. It is Jonah the man that remains angry. Not judgment of, but justice to one's fellow man is what God seeks. "What doth the Lord require of thee?" asks Micah the prophet. "Only to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God." Micah, the hero of our story, seeks not only to stay the hand of the hangman, but to place in it a seed of life. Micah the prophet offers humanity a vision of the United Nations when God will sit in judgment. Nations will know war no more. Today, out of the great travail of humanity, a United Nations was born, and the seeds of atomic power placed in its hands. Will that seed be planted for life or destruction? The fear of doom possesses the nations. The hangman of society threatens. But there arises in our midst the sage of the 20th century, Albert Einstein, to teach us that all nature's forces are related, and that this universe is one, even as Abraham of old discovered that God is one. Would that Micah would arise today to remind us again that all men are brethren, and that God alone shall decide concerning mighty nations afar off.
Thank you, Dr. Chipkin. Today's dramatization starred Mel Ferrer as Micah in The Thief and the Hangman by Morton Wishengrad, based on an ancient fable of the Yemenite Jews. Alexander Scorby was the narrator. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. The program appears under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Mel Ferrer appeared through the courtesy of RKO Pictures, producers of Holiday Affair. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, the 13th and concluding broadcast of our 5th anniversary series, is Brandeis by Morton Wishengrad and stars Sam Jaffe as Louis Dembitz Brandeis.
I have a story to tell you. But you cannot understand my story unless you understand this fact. And the fact is this. Every step you take toward the future leaves behind a footprint of the past. And there's no escape from the past. Nor should there be, for a man cannot escape his heritage. If it is good, he may redeem it, but no more. I know this. You must know it. In the year 1910, in the 54th year of his life, Louis Dembitz Brandeis knew it also. What are the things a man may not forget? I say to you that I may not forget that I am pursued by the Middle Ages, like a neurotic haunted by a phantom dream. My days are warm with the memory of 3,000 years of civilization, but my sleep is fitful with the cry of 2,000 years of persecution. And both by day and by night, I am a Jew. And this is a fact sealed in my flesh like the covenant of Abraham. Now I shall tell you the story. On a day more than 35 years ago in the city of Boston, I sat in the offices of the firm of Brandeis, Dunbar, and Nutter and listened to a man with blue eyes talk to two visitors.
Mr. Kelly, what is your grievance? Why do the shoe workers threaten this strike against my client, Mr. Williams?
It's pretty simple, Mr. Brandeis. The men can't live on what they get.
Williams, is that true?
Now, you're my lawyer, Brandeis. You know I pay my men $18 a week. For these times, it's not a bad wage.
We ain't denying that, Mr. Williams. It ain't a bad wage.
You do admit that, don't you?
We admit it, sure.
Then why do you want to strike?
We want more money, that's why.
Brandeis, I told you there was no point in asking him here. The workers are unreasonable, absolutely unreasonable.
Mr. Kelly, let's be clear about this. You admit that Mr. Williams pays a decent wage.
Highest in the business, sure.
Yet you want more. Aren't you being a little unfair?
No, sir. Ask him about the 2 long slack seasons when the men are laid off.
Are there slack seasons, Mr. Williams?
Naturally, it's a seasonal industry.
But we don't live seasonal. We live 52 weeks, same as you. Average our fancy pay over the year, and what do we get?
Mr. Williams, I'd like your figures on seasonal layoff.
Now, look here, Brandeis. I'm a manufacturer, not a settlement house worker.
Don't you think Mr. Kelly has a point to what he's saying?
Well, then you tell him my point. You're my lawyer. I pay you, not him. And don't forget that little thing.
I haven't forgotten it, sir. But wouldn't it be rather an unfortunate thing for a lawyer to advocate something which he can't approve as a citizen?
Now, listen, I hired a lawyer, not a citizen.
Perhaps, Mr. Williams, when you hired me, you hired both.
Who did I, though?
Yes, Mr. Williams. I think perhaps you did.
All right, Mr. Citizen. You just go right ahead and sit behind this desk. Me, I'm going out and get me a lawyer.
Well, Brandeis, you talk mighty funny for a conservative.
Funny? I don't think so. There was a time when the working relationship was between master and servant. Today it's between employer and employee. All I want is to make both employer and employee partners. Partners to a contract.
That's still pretty radical for Mr. Williams.
So are Isaiah and Amos, Mr. Kelly. That gives me an idea. Excuse me, Mr. Kelly.
Right ahead.
Yes, Mr. Brandeis.
Have you finished my holiday list?
Yes, I have, sir.
Please add another item, will you? A book.
Of course, sir. For the children?
No, for Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Inscribe my compliments, and please send him a copy of the Bible.
Whitman, suppose you do the talking.
All right, Abbott. Mr. Brandeis, a number of Boston businessmen have organized a committee that needs some legal advice in a hurry.
Yes?
I believe your firm represents the Great American Assurance Society?
Yes, we handle their local matters.
Do you know much about them, Mr. Brandeis?
A good deal. Why?
Abbott and I are policyholders. Pretty big policyholders. Abbott, tell Mr. Brandeis what you found.
Something pretty dirty. A few of the vice presidents have formed a syndicate, and they're buying securities with Treasury funds.
If the securities are sound, I don't see what's wrong.
Oh, the securities are sound enough. What's wrong, though, is that they're buying the securities for themselves.
Can you prove that?
Look at this. Sworn affidavits.
They're using other people's money, aren't they?
Brandeis, we know you represent the company. We're asking now if you want to represent us against the company.
Mr. Brandeis, if this embarrasses you as a lawyer, why, tell us.
It's embarrassing, all right. I'm embarrassed to be the company's lawyer.
Then you'll take this case?
I'll be glad to, Mr. Whitman.
Fine. We're prepared to give you a retainer of $10,000.
No, Mr. Whitman.
Well, they told us you were a good businessman. We'll make it $15,000.
You don't understand. I'll take the case, but without fee. This isn't a private matter, and I don't think I have a right to charge the public for my services.
Well, we can afford to pay, Mr. Brandeis.
All right, Whitman. I'll take half of what you're getting from this.
I'm getting nothing.
Good. I'll take half of that.
Mr. Brandeis, I think I know now why your friends call you a liberal.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Abbott, what do my enemies call me?
What do you suppose, Mr. Brandeis?
You tell me.
Why, Mr. Brandeis? They call you a Jew.
Louis Dembitz Brandeis smiled. To be called a Jew, it was amusing. Had not Uncle Louis Dembitz been one of the three men in 1860 to nominate Abraham Lincoln for president? Had he not himself, as a young man, sat at the feet of Emerson and Lowell? He was the man consulted by presidents, the friend of Oliver Wendell Holmes and William Allen White, and a college president called Woodrow Wilson. Yes, it was amusing to call this tall, slender, blue-eyed man a Jew. His synagogue was the court of law. His scriptures were legal precedents. His altar was social justice. Louis Brandeis smiled a puzzled smile and then dismissed the incident. But it kept recurring.
Congratulations, Mr. Brandeis. You certainly made them crawl back into the woodwork.
I believe I did, Mr. Whitman. There's a good deal of fun in being a public servant, isn't there?
Maybe. Well, anyhow, you got yourself some free publicity in the Tribune. Here, listen to this. Brandeis possesses the rare knowledge of knowing when to stop. When he has exasperated his opponents to the limit of their endurance, he grows gentler than a suckling dove. I'm sorry, Mr. Brandeis.
It's quite all right, Mr. Whitman. Read on.
Well, let's forget it.
Please, read the rest of it.
All right. Gentler than a suckling dove, and more persuasive than a second-hand clothes dealer trying to sacrifice himself to give you a bargain. That's pretty low, Mr. Brandeis.
My friends call me a liberal, and apparently those who aren't my friends call me a Jew. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Whitman, I think I'll have to talk to my friend Philine about this. Philine, have you got a ready definition of the Jew? Yes, I seem to be in need of a definition.
Well, I don't know who the philosopher was, but someone is alleged to have said that a Jew is like everybody else, only more so.
Philine, I think I ought to meet some Jews.
Now, that's a real coincidence, Brandeis. How would you like to go to New York and arbitrate a labor dispute?
I wouldn't. I've got my hands full fighting the Railroad Trust. What's the coincidence about the New York thing?
You've heard of the ILGWU. That's quite a mouthful. It stands for the International Ladies Garment Workers Union.
What about them?
The New York cloak makers are on strike. Now, it happens that many of the workers and employers are Jewish.
Well,
that's your chance to find out something about the Jews. The situation shrieks for an arbitrator.
It might be interesting at that.
You called, Mr. Brandeis?
Yes. Please ask Mr. Dunbar if he wouldn't mind taking my notes and dictating the rest of my Ballinger Glavis brief. I'm going to New York.
You see, Mr. Brandeis, in the union it's a real democracy. Everybody wants to talk, nobody wants to listen.
Mr. Dikey, if you have no objection, I'd like one of the shop chairmen to present the case.
Moskowitz, tell Mr. Brandeis. It's very simple, Mr. Brandeis. All we want is a contract and union recognition.
I thought you were striking for higher wages and the elimination of sweatshop conditions.
Naturally, but the union comes first.
But suppose I were able to get an increase for you. Would you turn that down?
Look, Mr. Brandeis, my own boss isn't a bad fellow. He came to America on the same boat with me, but that doesn't make him Santa Claus. Today he feels generous, so he gives us a raise. Tomorrow his wife burns the coffee, and he gives us a cut. Excuse me, Mr. Brandeis. We want a union. That's a consensus, Mr. Brandeis. You can tell that to the employers.
Mr. Brandeis, what the workers want is absolutely out of the question.
Then you refuse to sign a contract?
We refuse to recognize the union. Settled.
That's too bad. I'm afraid the strike will continue.
Between me and you, Mr. Brandeis, I don't want the others to hear this. Maybe if I were a worker, I'd continue with the strike.
You?
Don't you think I was once a worker? Why do you think I became an employer? Conditions in this industry are terrible.
I'm really amazed. I thought I'd heard all the answers, but this one is absolutely new.
The trouble with you, Mr. Brandeis, you were born in Kentucky. Go back and tell those idiots they can strike until they're blue in the face. In Yiddish, there's another way to say it, but you tell it to them in English.
We'll stay out, Mr. Brandeis.
Look here, you can't. Some of your people are literally starving.
If it was just for hours and wages, we'd go back tomorrow, but this is a principle. When I was a young fellow in Kishinev, I used to study the Talmud. When I came to America, I found the word I studied. They call it democracy.
Is that what the Talmud is about, Mr. Moskowitz?
Well, they call it something else, but that's what it's about. You know, Mr. Brandeis, it's a shame. A smart man like you should learn a little Hebrew.
I think it is a shame. Someday, perhaps someone like you should teach me.
Free of charge. If you want a small lesson, here it is. Look, I'm writing. That's Hebrew.
It looks like a dentist's chart.
It spells a word. I'll say it for you. Tzedek.
Tzedek. What does it mean?
Justice and righteousness. Now, here's another word. Tzedakah. It comes from the word for justice.
Tzedakah. I see.
And it means charity. Now, that's a wonderful thing, Mr. Brandeis. In the Hebrew language, the word for charity comes from the word that means justice and righteousness. Now, please go back to those fine bosses of ours and tell them for us a little less tzedakah and a little more tzedek.
Mr. Brandeis, don't believe anything that Moskowitz says. At night, he's studying to be a lawyer.
What is Mr. Moskowitz during the day?
He thinks he's an operator. Between you and me, he's a botcher. It'll be a fine day for my business when he gets his diploma.
What I can't understand is why your association refuses to negotiate. There's such an extraordinary amount of hostility on both sides, and yet there seems to be so much kinship and understanding.
You know something, Mr. Brandeis? When two people are enemies, it's not such a terrible tragedy. But when they're enemies because they both want the same thing, then it is a tragedy. Please go back and see if you can talk some sense into those crazy lunatics.
Mr. Moskowitz, a wise man knows when to yield.
With the greatest satisfaction, Mr. Brandeis. Tell him Moskowitz says he can be a wise man. I give him the honor. Let him yield.
This is the most extraordinary strike I've ever known. It's like a passage from the Talmud with both sides trying to write a commentary.
Mr. Brandeis, I have a little boy. Papa, he says, what's democracy? Sonny, I tell him, democracy's in the classroom, in the store where Mama buys tomatoes, in the Board of Aldermen, in the polling place. But for 10 hours a day, it's not in the shop. The boss doesn't have time for it. Please, Mr. Brandeis, tell him the shop is on East Broadway. East Broadway is in New York, and New York is still in America.
And so you see, I'm a little tired of being an intermediary. I've brought you both together.
Like old times, eh, Moskowitz?
The association has approved an increase. Hours will be cut. Shop sanitation will be improved. Mr. Moskowitz, I think these are generous concessions.
They are, Moskowitz. We're willing to do whatever we can.
What's the catch?
See, 1 year of law school already wants to know what's the catch. That's what they teach in law school.
Mister, I know you from the old country. What's the catch?
The association will yield on all demands except union recognition.
Of course. They want to build a fine house for us. The only thing they don't want is that the house should have a foundation.
Moskowitz, don't be a stubborn mule.
Mr. Brandeis, he goes to the synagogue. Let him tell me if the words are only for Saturday or if he's supposed to practice them every day.
But he does see these things. I think he's making substantial concessions.
Of course. It's a regular merry-go-round. We want a union. We want a contract. That comes first.
Mr. Moskowitz, I think you're right about this. I recognize it as a lawyer and as an American.
You can say also as a Jew.
On whose side are you arguing?
Since it's going to cost me money, I'll argue on both sides.
Then you're willing to come to terms?
Maybe, but I'll have to talk to the other employers.
Good. It's not a pleasure to be on strike.
Listen, you Talmudist, you've said enough. Mr. Brandeis, look at him. Do you think he's the only one who can speak a little Hebrew? Maybe I can quote a little, too. Zion b'mishpat tipodeh.
Zion b'mishpat tipodeh.
Don't break your teeth, Mr. Brandeis. Zion b'mishpat tipodeh. Zion will be redeemed through righteousness.
Moskowitz, with a head like yours, couldn't you be a better operator and not such a botcher?
There it is, gentlemen. This is the first collective agreement with enforcement machinery in it. I think it's a fine day's work. Gentlemen, I've learned something from you both. I'm 54 years old. All my life I've worked for something I call justice. Social justice. I came here with curiosity, and I found that beneath all the bickering and the controversy and the passion, that there was something the preachers call brotherhood. And I found its expression, perhaps you may not accept this, but I found it expressed in terms of Judaism. For someone like myself, who hardly considered himself a Jew, that means a good deal.
This was a beginning for Louis Dembitz Brandeis. In the 54th year of his life, an idea burgeoning in a great man's mind. A man thinking, applying the scientific method, mixing, compounding, testing the idea, formulating a concept in the crucible of his conscience. Truly, is not this the spark of divinity that makes man only slightly less than the angels? And because he was not a closet speculator, because he was a man of action, he made his decision.
Philine.
Yes?
I seem to have suddenly discovered a heritage.
Yes?
I want to be worthy of the Jewish name. It isn't wealth, it isn't station. No, nor honor, nor ambition. None of those things. It's like seeing a vision. knowing that what is mean is not for us, knowing that we must speak again for social justice and for righteousness, like Holmes. I would say that self-respect demands that we live not only honorably, but worthily.
But Brandeis, this is what you've tried to be all your life.
Yes, as an American. All my life I've heard people speak of Americanism and Judaism as separate from each other. I know now it is not so. Place the pattern of Americanism over Judaism. Philemon, they match. A Jew is an American in the best and the truest, in the deepest, richest sense of the word. And Philemon, it makes me very proud.
What man alive has never held up a mirror to his own conscience and said to himself, "This is what I truly believe. These are the things I will not compromise. These are the banners I must carry. Without them, I have no integrity." In the summer of 1910, these ideas came to Louis Dembitz Brandeis. The ideas came. He held them in the pan of his brain. He kneaded them like dough. He placed them in the oven of his heart to bake. And when months later a rabbi came to him and spoke of Palestine, Brandeis answered,
"I'm an American, Rabbi."
So am I, Mr. Brandeis. We are trying to found a refuge in Palestine for Jews who have no other land, the Jews of Middle Europe and Eastern Europe.
Can I, as an American, support such a project?
Because you are an American, Mr. Brandeis.
Rabbi, I've begun to feel that to be a better American, I must become a better Jew.
Carry it further, Mr. Brandeis. I hold that to be a good Jew, you must help to fulfill the prophetic vision for the Holy Land.
Perhaps you're right, Rabbi, but I shall have to consider it carefully. If Palestine is to have any validity, it cannot be just another small state like the small Duchy of Luxembourg or another Montenegro. It must have a purpose greater than nationalism.
Yes, it can have that. With the help of men like yourself, I know that it must.
In the 58th year of his life, virtually in the hour when President Woodrow Wilson summoned him to the Supreme Court of the United States to take his place alongside Oliver Wendell Holmes, Louis Dembitz Brandeis, jurist, moralist, liberal, Jew, American, accepted the cause of Zionism and became its leader in America. And he spoke with the words of Ahad Ham.
I live for the sake of the perpetuation and happiness of the community of which I am a member. I die to make room for new individuals who will mold the community afresh. When the individual thus values the community as he values his own life and strives after its happiness as though it were his individual well-being, he finds satisfaction and no longer feels so keenly the bitterness of his individual existence because he sees the end for which he lives and suffers. I am an American, and I've come to Zionism through Americanism. Let it be for what the prophets spoke. Let it be only that. Sion, b'mishpat tipodeh. Zion will be redeemed through righteousness.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Miss Susan Brandeis, daughter of Justice Louis D. Brandeis and former member of the Board of Regents of the state of New York. Miss Brandeis.
Now that you have heard a dramatic presentation of some parts of my father's life, I should like to tell of his manner of living, what he meant to many of us Americans who lived from 1900 to 1941 especially. As a practicing lawyer, he early was called the people's attorney because of his help to labor unions and many little people. In other words, taking the very unpopular side of important controversies. As a citizen of Boston, for instance, he used his skill and courage to bring about lower gas rates for his fellow citizens by obtaining a fair and equitable contract for gas. To Zionist affairs, he devoted much time and led the American effort for the creation of the State of Israel, though he did not live to see it established. Very many sides of the life of Mr. Justice Brandeis were outstanding, and yet it is his character which will make him remembered for all time. His personal handling of all human relationships, whether business, civic, or social, was equally successful and brilliant. As with many of our prophets, it was not given to my father to enter the promised land. It should be known that he never wavered in his belief that the goal of Zionism would be achieved. He said in an address more than 40 years ago, "Look courageously into the future, be it far or near. Then you will not doubt, and you will feel that no effort is too great."
Thank you, Miss Brandeis. Our Eternal Light drama today was Brandeis, written by Morton Wishengrad and starred Sam Jaffe as Louis Dembitz Brandeis. The music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present the Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This week marks the 100th anniversary of the birth of Samuel Gompers, pioneer of the American labor movement, founder and first president of the American Federation of Labor. Our program today is The Education of a Labor Leader, a story of the youth of Samuel Gompers by Morton Wishengrad and starring Ezra Stone as Gompers.
Wake up, children, wake up. It's morning.
You slept in the one room, all of you, father and mother in the big bed with the curtain around it, and you and your brothers in the bunks your father had built.
Sam, Henry, Alexander, wake up, boys.
London. It was 1856. Your name was Samuel Gompers. You were 6 years old.
You're going to school today, Sam. Wash your face.
All your life, you would never forget this day. This was the day your education began.
He will be a good scholar, Mrs. Gompers.
Oh, then it'll be because you are a good teacher.
No, I know the name of Gompers. Here in London, it is the name of plain working people. But in Holland, it is the name of statesmen and rabbis.
Did you hear that, Sam? You must study hard.
Reading, writing, arithmetic, later a little history, a little geography, and then Talmud. Boy, do you know what Talmud is? Many books? No. Life. Talmud is the way of life. Look, I turn pages. See here? Whoever defers paying the wages of a hired laborer transgresses 5 commandments of the Torah.
That sounds a little difficult for a boy of 6.
Yes, it is. We will wait until he's at least 7. Goodbye, Mrs. Gompers. Sam, sit right here. You have much to learn, and there isn't much time.
You sat down and began to learn. You sat for such a little while, so brief a time, because one day when you were only 10 years and 3 months old, your mother came to school during the middle of the morning. You smiled at her, you were about to shout a greeting, and then it was in her face. You knew. The greeting shriveled in your mouth, and when you swallowed it down, it had the taste of ashes.
Mrs. Gompers, you can't take Sam out of school. Yes, sure, he plays like a boy. He's frivolous like a boy. But there are possibilities in him. Mrs. Gompers, extraordinary possibilities.
We have 6 children. My husband is only a cigar maker.
There must be some way. The mind of this boy must not be sacrificed.
We've tried every way. We can't borrow any more.
Mrs. Gompers, we are Jews. We must give our children an education.
No, he has to go to work. He must.
I myself will pay for his meals. He'll be no burden.
My husband has placed him to learn the trade of cigar maker. He will bring home 3 a week.
Mm-hmm. Take your book, Sam, and go home. Go earn your 3, go. Get out of my sight.
Will be angry with me, not with my son. It isn't his
Now,
fault.
Mrs. Gompers, be still. Be good enough to be still. Shh. Silent.
I'm his mother. Don't you think I know what this means?
You don't know anything. They bring them to me. The mothers bringing the children with the scholars' faces, children with the honorable names of sages and Talmudists. And they take them away in a month, in a year, and 2 years. What kind of a world is it for children, a place to work for 3 a week when they should be studying arithmetic or playing with toys? What kind of a world is it?
It was the real world. You were apprenticed to a cigar maker. The smell of tobacco was the smell you loved, and your fingers grew nimble. In a few weeks, you knew how to shave off what was unusable to a hair's breadth, how to roll the wrappers so as to cover any holes in the leaf, how to do the work swiftly, mechanically. That was the best part of the cigar maker's trade. The work went mechanically, and your mind was free to listen, to consider, to be instructed by the daily reading.
Who is the reader for today?
Each day they chose someone to read aloud to the others.
It's Philip's turn, I believe.
And so today Philip would read. At the end of the day, every worker would give a few cigars so that he would not be the loser for it. And being a boy and without much education, you listened attentively, because the Philip of each day was your teacher.
Being the good Scotsman that I am, I open the Bible. There's a bad war in America. Here in England is much unemployment. But listen. Instead of the thorn shall come up the fir tree, and instead of the briar shall come up the myrtle tree. And they shall build houses and inhabit them. They shall plant vineyards and eat the fruit of them. They shall not build and another inhabit. They shall not plant and another eat.
The education of Samuel Gompers, words you would never forget. In spite of the words, times did not get better. More men were in the streets, factories closing. When you were 13, a representative of the Cigar Makers Union came to your house.
Ma'am, I'd speak to your husband.
Oh, Mr. Gompers has gone out for a minute. Could you speak to me?
I could. Ma'am, there's less work each day.
Oh, we are aware of it. Too well.
And the little work there is, being good union men, we must divide.
I know that.
But you cannot divide nothing. And soon there may be nothing. The union provides unemployment benefits, sure, but that's a drain. So now, ma'am, we've organized an emigration fund. If you and your husband wish to emigrate to America, the union will give you £10 toward your passage. Think it over, ma'am.
What was there to think about? You have a choice. And so your father bought passage on a sailing vessel bound for New York. You were 13 and a half, but it was as though America had always been your native land. You found work immediately, 6 days each week, 12 hours each day. But there was still time to light a firecracker when the 4th of July came round. You had fun. All your life you had a great capacity of laughter. But when the news was brought around that Abraham Lincoln lay dead of an assassin's bullet, the hot tears ran down your cheeks and wet the tobacco leaves, so that the cigars you made were spoiled. Part of your education. Growing up, your education. Joining a debating society, entering the Cigar Makers Union, making your influence felt among those twice and 3 times and 4 times your age. When the panic of 1873 came, you were 23 years old, and on this particular day, you were the one chosen to be the reader in the shop.
The young fawns are plying with the shadows. The young flowers are blowing toward the west. But the young children, oh, my brothers, they are weeping bitterly. They are weeping in the playtime of the others, in the country of the free.
Why are you stopping, Gompers?
The poem ends here.
I like Mrs. Browning. Read us some more.
No.
Your throat hurts?
Oh, it isn't that. We've had enough reading. We've done enough talking. While we read and talk and make conversation, oh, what's the use?
Something's troubling you.
Yeah.
We're cigar makers. We know how to listen.
It's hard to put into words. When I came to America, I thought, here it would all be different. Kids won't have to work. They'll all go to school. And there'll never be unemployment or depression.
That just shows how young you were. The system doesn't change. It's dog eat dog.
It doesn't have to be like that in America.
Yeah, you said that once.
I have a feeling about America. All things are possible here. Good things.
Gompers, grow up. Nothing ever changes. This is the way it's always going to be. Now pick up the book and read some poetry.
You picked up the book. You read the words aloud, but while the words were good, they didn't completely satisfy. The endless debating didn't satisfy. The intellectuals who staged the political demonstrations in Tompkins Square didn't satisfy. They were idolaters worshiping their own intolerant systems. They were mathematical about human beings. They applied their formulas to the human spirit, and somehow you hated that. Often at night, you heard them haranguing the crowds, and you had to argue back. You couldn't help yourself.
My friends, I say to you, there is no alternative to revolution.
That's right.
The system is corrupt.
Right.
We must destroy it root and branch.
Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection?
Yes, there is.
Go soak your head.
No. Now let's hear the young man. Do you say, young man, that the system must be defended?
I say that it must be improved.
Impossible. Before you can build a new house, you must tear down the slum.
That's fine for houses, but you're dealing with human lives, not with building blocks.
Those who oppose us must be destroyed.
Mr. Speaker, you are confusing yourself with God.
We must train ourselves to be ruthless in order to achieve a better world.
Then you will train yourself to be a tyrant, and your better world will be a prison house.
He talks like a reformer.
Young man, how can you improve that which resists improvement?
We must build a trade union movement. We must fight for a fairer share of what we produce. That doesn't call for destruction. That calls for bargaining. We don't need a millennium. We need higher wages now. We need shorter hours now. We need to improve working conditions now. so that a man...
Excuse me, we are talking about different things. I am talking about a great dream, about a vision. And you keep talking
about bread and butter.
A young man's eyes should be focused on the stars, not upon his dinner plate.
It's easier to look at stars when your stomach is full.
That's no good. We must learn from the beginning to take the long view, to see things in the long run.
But a worker gets his wages in the short run. He feeds his family in the short run. He enjoys an extra hour of leisure in the short run.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, we laugh in the short run. A finger bleeds in the short run. We rejoice and sorrow and live in the short run. In the long run, we all die.
They began to ask your name. They didn't agree with you, but there was respect in their voices. After this, you left the debaters to themselves, and you went back to the necessities of the moment. The necessity of the moment was to go to your employer and fight against a wage reduction.
You see that, Gompers? That's a wooden mold. Put a wrapper in it, put filler in the wrapper, roll it, and there's your cigar. A baby can do it. Now, look, this was made in one of these molds.
It's a cigar, but it isn't a very good one.
I can sell it, can't I? You get $2 less per 1,000. Tell the shop, Gompers.
You know you're forcing them to strike, Mr. Stachel.
I've got to meet the competition of other manufacturers.
But we have to meet the competition of the price of meat and milk. Mr. Stachel, we barely get along on what we make now.
Gompers, my mind is closed.
You know, arbitrary government is bad government, Mr. Stachel. An arbitrary employer is a bad employer.
It's a free country. You're entitled to your opinion.
Mr. Stachel, I have a peculiar feeling that you want us to strike.
Gompers, how would you like to work for me?
Pretty good guess, wasn't it?
I'd be a fool to say so, and I didn't get where I am being a fool. Gompers, a young fellow with your brains can write his own ticket. You're on the wrong side of the fence.
Why do you want us to strike?
How would you like to join up with me, be my partner?
Why do you want us to strike, Mr. Stachel? Is it because you want to close down the factory? Is that it?
A smart fellow like you could be an asset to any business. Gompers, I'm making you a proposition.
Mr. Stachel, I'm asking you a question. You want this strike. You're provoking it. Why?
You know what a strike means, and the men know. Rent not paid, hungry children, evictions, days of weary, endless picketing, nights of sleeplessness. They know what a strike means, and you know. But now it is a question of your own self-respect.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? I guess it's unanimous.
Collect your things, everybody. Let's go.
1 second, Henry.
What?
You'll be setting up a picket line.
Sure, just like we said. How else can you make sure that Stachel isn't going to bring strikebreakers in?
Suppose he doesn't bring strikebreakers in. Suppose he sends the work out to them.
Oh, that's too deep for me.
What do you mean, Gompers?
I'm not quite sure I know myself. All right, Henry. Set up your picket lines.
If you don't stop following me, I'll call a policeman.
You've got cigars in that basket.
Well, what if I have?
You were given tobacco, and you were given molds by a man named Larza Hart. Hart got them from a man named Stachel. You and your children made the cigars in your tenement.
It's none of your business.
But it is. Mr. Stachel's cigar makers are on strike. You are being employed to break that strike.
I know all about you people. You're dangerous agitators.
We're working people. We get hungry just the way you get hungry. We're fighting the only way we can to find a little dignity as human beings.
My kids are only babies. They worked hard all day and all night and all week making these cigars with me. We need the money.
We'll pay you for them. And we'll pay Mr. Stachel for the tobacco. He doesn't know it. But he degrades himself when he tries to beat us this way. Women and children and tenement sweatshops. He degrades himself.
Your education, learning the major lesson that the fight is not merely for bread and butter unionism, it must also be a fight for bread earned with dignity. The dignity not only of workers, but a fight to restore the dignity of children forced to labor. And not only the dignity of children, but the lost dignity of employers who degrade themselves by employing children. You realize this now. The fight is wide, and it goes deep, and it must become your whole life. The strike goes on. You hear voices rising against the strikers. There is the voice of Mr. Henry Ward Beecher.
Why are you striking? Is not $1 a day enough to buy bread? Water costs nothing, and a man who cannot live on bread is not fit to live. A family may live, laugh, love, and be happy that eats bread in the morning with good water and good bread at noon, and water and bread at night.
Mr. Beecher.
Are you addressing me, sir?
I am Mr. Beecher. My union has asked me to say to you that sometimes there can be no one more heartless than a good man.
The education of Samuel Gompers. There is so much you have learned. You learn that a strike is a failure of civilization, and that a good strike is a strike that is ended.
All right, Gompers, you win. This time, no reduction. Tell them they can come back.
There are no parades for this victory. You trudge in wearily and go back to the familiar bench. And now something happens, something that tests your capacity to lead.
Get out of this chair.
Mr. Stachel told me I could sit here.
Get out of that chair, Hart, before I break it against your head.
Easy, Henry.
Gompers, do you know who this man is? His name is Lars Hart. He's the man who's the chief strikebreaker for Stachel.
That's true, Hart, isn't it?
Stachel is a relative of my wife. I had to do it.
Get out of this shop, you scab.
Gompers, I had to do it. Tell him to leave me alone.
There, Henry, let him go.
There would never have been a strike if not for him.
Yes, but let him go.
I can't stand the sight of him.
Take your hands off him, Henry. Hart, you were a union man. How could you do it? Have you any idea of the suffering you helped prolong? You better go outside. We're going to have to vote on whether you can stay.
Gompers, there's nothing to vote on.
Right. I move here now that Lars Hart be expelled from the union.
Henry, if he's expelled, it means he can't work here.
That's how we want it.
It means he can't work in the entire industry.
Let's vote on it.
Someone has to speak for Lars Hart.
Not a union member. Let Stachel speak for him.
Let's vote, Gompers. Let's vote.
I have to speak for him. He has no one else.
He betrayed us, Gompers. He betrayed you.
And I despise him for it, Henry. He's the kind of man who will take advantage of any benefit won by united action. But he's a human being. And therefore, I'm against his expulsion.
Why? For what reason?
It's a moral reason. I am opposed to capital punishment.
We're talking about expelling Lars Hart.
That's capital punishment, Henry. When you expel a man from a union, you are pronouncing a sentence of death against him. You are depriving him of his livelihood, his wife, his children. You are punishing them. We want to build this union of cigar makers. We want to build a trade union movement in America. But we want to do it with morality and with justice. I despise Lars Hart. I loathe what he has done. But I will not deprive him of his livelihood. Hart, come in.
Gompers, I want to thank you.
Save your thanks. I don't want them, Hart.
But I have to thank you. I'd like to shake your hand.
If you do, I'll hit you. It comes too easily, Hart. Much too easily. You're on probation. For 1 whole year, on probation. If you behave decently toward those who work with you, for 1 year, I'll shake your hand then.
All right, Gompers. Thanks.
They sit alongside you in the shop. It is 1875, and no one knows that one day you will become the founder of the American Federation of Labor, its first president, and its great organizer for nearly half a century.
except for a few terribly brief years in the schoolhouse of a London slum. You have received no formal schooling. But this is your training ground. Here in the cigar factory, poverty and unemployment have been your grammar school. A strike has been your college. And out of what you have learned, you write down in the notebooks you will keep all your life a few sentences for yourself.
I believe that restrictions dwarf personality, that largest usefulness comes through greatest personal freedom. Somehow, I have never been able to separate an act of worship or service, as I prefer to call it, from some concrete human need. Service has been to me the great spiritual purpose that illumines life.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take pleasure in presenting the Honorable Morris J. Tobin, the Secretary of Labor. Secretary Tobin.
Named after an Old Testament prophet, Sam Gompa's life followed in the prophetic tradition. Like the ancient prophets, Gompa's was at once a product of and a voice crying out for amelioration of the poverty and economic distress into which he was born in London and spent his early life on the east side of New York. That this strong-willed emigrant boy was able to rise to the pinnacle of labor leadership and witness the attainment of a lasting labor organization can be attributed mainly to the American democratic climate he cherished so dearly. For it is our American democracy which has provided the opportunities for the men who labor in the cities and on the farms to organize to achieve the aspirations which further strengthen our American democracy. Sam Gompa's entire adult life was devoted to educating others, both within and without the labor movement, to the realization that trade unions were an integral part of our democracy. He expressed his view of the broad purposes of trade unionism before the AFL convention in 1889 as follows, and I quote, "The organized labor movement not only works for the material, moral, and political and social improvement of organized workers, but it is the lever by which these conditions for the unorganized are improved and constitutes the most important factor in ameliorating the conditions of the whole human family." End of quotation. Within the labor movement, he was constantly reminding unionists of their duties as well as their rights. He insisted on protecting the voluntarism within trade unions, which he identified with the democratic process. He stressed the origins of trade union organization with its voluntary coming together of unions with common needs and common aims. And he expressed it this way, that feeling of mutuality has been a stronger bond or union than could be welded by any autocratic authority. End of quote. He fought actively against the efforts of those radicals who might subvert this democratic foundation. Gompa's pure and simple unionism opposed the enshrinement of narrow self-interest and emphasized the gradual elevation in the social position of all workers. Convinced that our country would benefit by the raising of social and labor standards throughout the world, he pioneered in the organization of the International Labor Organization and was particularly concerned with the conditions of workers in Latin American countries. He set himself a Herculean task in attempting to educate those outside the labor movement. In a period when the open shop was mistakenly accepted in many quarters as consistent with democratic tradition, he stressed that a man who must sell his labor upon such conditions as his employer may determine cannot by any form be regarded as either free or enjoying liberty. Like Abraham Lincoln, he sought to convince a public unfamiliar with the aims of trade unions that our democracy would be served best if the status of the laboring man were improved. Improvement in the status of the mass of industrial workers
would inevitably stimulate national prosperity. Give the worker an opportunity to become an effective citizen through the voluntary organization of trade unions, he argued, and you will strengthen the foundations of our democratic system. The social progress and legislative advances in America during the last half-century bear out the Gompers' vision. Sam Gompers has left an indelible imprint on the American labor movement and on American democracy. Ours is a democratically conceived and directed trade union movement. It is conscious of its responsibilities in our society and is seeking to meet those responsibilities through effective action. It is actively engaged in fighting the activities of radicals who would subvert democracy. In the international sphere, the AFL and the Congress of Industrial Organization have joined the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions to advance the cause of democratic trade unionism. This is Sam Gompers' heritage to a democratic trade union movement and to a democratic America. All of us must join in protecting this heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Education of a Labor Leader, was written by Morton Wishengrad and starred Ezra Stone as Gompers and was based in part on 70 Years of Life and Labor by Samuel Gompers. The music was composed and conducted by Morris Momorsky. Roger DeKoven was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, The Embers Still Burn by Peter Lyon, is based on the book The Embers Still Burn by Ira Hirschman.
Spring comes early in Israel, and in the earliest days of spring comes the festival of Chamishah or Sor B'Shvat, the holiday of Tu B'Shvat, the new year of the trees. A year ago, in one of the kibbutzim, in the school of the collective, a teacher gathered her young teenage pupils around her. They stood in a meadow and looked north to the mountains of Galilee.
Tu B'Shvat. I don't need to tell you, do I, children, what the holiday tomorrow means? Tanya, you tell us. Or, no, you tell us, Ruth.
It is Judgment Day and New Year's Day for the trees. So tomorrow we will go out, each of us, to plant a tree which we're to watch over make sure it flourishes in our land.
The land we've loved for so many centuries, and which now once more is flourishing. Now come along, all of you, back to our room, and take back with you a memory of this sweep of green, the fields, the flowers, all the way to the purple of the mountains there. It's a fine land. Tomorrow we'll help make it better. All right, now, come along, all of you.
Teacher.
Yes, Ruth?
Can I talk to you just for a moment?
Certainly. What's the matter?
Nothing with me. Only, well, why does Khanya always act so quiet and so out of things? She never really, joins in with us. Just now when you asked her the question, she knew the answer, didn't she? Is there anything the matter? Isn't there some way we can help to... Oh, I don't know.
Wait. Come here, Ruth.
It's just that we all like her, but she seems so apart from us. Do you know why she's like that?
I don't think anybody in this world knows entirely why Khanya is like that, Ruth. I know a little of the story. It would take a dozen, maybe 50 people to tell all of her story. Maybe if you heard some of it, you'd understand more why Khanya is quiet, not like the rest of you.
I only thought because tomorrow's holiday is supposed to be gay, we're to have fun.
Yes. Here's the story. And remember, it should be told by other people.
I can tell part of the story. I know how it begins. I'm Khanya's mother. 10 years ago, we lived in a small city in southwestern Poland. The name of the place is unimportant, for Khanya was only 5 years old then. By now, there are so many scars on her mind that they've blotted out the memory of its name. 10 years ago, my child had already learned some sorry lessons. She knew what terror was and dread of something unknown. She was versed in sitting straight and big-eyed and still, waiting as her father and I did for she didn't know what.
Mama,
Yes, Khanya.
there are so many of the trucks, Mama.
Yes, dear.
3 whole days now, and then 2 nights as well. I was watching. I shouldn't go outside to watch, should I?
No, dear, just sit here with us. If you like, maybe in a little bit, Papa will read to you.
I wish
Yes, dear.
nothing. I started to think of Dutze. I know I must not think of her. I remember what you told me. But I wish that Dutze was here to play with me.
Dutze was my niece, Khanya's cousin. Just her age and her closest friend. She'd been killed many days before when the bombs fell. Now there was little for Khanya to do but sit in the kitchen with us, listening as the heavy trucks rushed by bound east, watching us curiously, borrowing our fear, wondering why we trembled when there came a sudden knocking at the door. Quick, can you see? Out the side window.
Who is it, Mama?
Get back, Khanya.
Take her back to the closet, to the place I built.
Is it?
It's them, all right. Go on, quick. I'll talk to them.
Mama!
Here, baby, here. You remember this back closet. How Papa fixed it for you to play in.
There's a man here, a woman, and a child. Yes?
But who is that?
A child?
Is that one of
Khanya, darling, no question. Just sit here very quiet. Don't say a word and I'll be back.
Well, must be a mistake in your record, sir. My wife and I live here alone.
I told you there was a child.
Sir, our daughter.
Yes?
She was killed.
Oh, you too. You have to come with me. Quickly, to the square. No need for questions.
It will not be for long.
Oh, Becky. Not for long.
If I might, just to get my coat.
There's no need. All right. Quickly. You.
Yes.
Wait for her outside. All right. Next house. We have got to get this block.
Khanya, baby.
Mama, there's no air.
Khanya, listen to me. Remember now what I tell you. Mama and Papa have to go out now for a little. We'll be back, baby. We'll be back.
But how long will...
Look, there's food here in this box. Khanya, listen.
I am. But, Mama, I want to go
Khanya, if Papa or I don't come back by tomorrow, You're to walk straight to Aunt Sophie's. You hear? Tomorrow, if we don't...
But, Mom!
Come along now, Becky. Quick, march!
Goodbye, little bunny. Be good. Her father and I marched off to the square. Her Aunt Sophie was already there when we got there, so I knew Chania would find no shelter where we'd planned. We didn't go back to our home. We didn't see Chania again. This and that happened to us, until at length there was nothing left to happen to us. So that's all I can tell of Chania's story.
I can tell the next part of Chania's story. I saw her first, let's see, it will be 9 years this summer. We lived, my husband and I, in a little country town in Slovakia, not far from the old Polish border. I had risen early that morning. I was in the kitchen when I heard a sound. Some dog, I thought, nosing around the garbage. Go away, go, shoot, scat. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought. Oh, never mind. What's your name? Come here, won't you? Don't be frightened, I won't hurt you. See, my hands are open. Do you speak? Do you hear? Here, look. Fresh milk, see? And good bread. It's warm. And here, eggs, see? Won't you come?
Please.
Oh, you poor darling, come to me. Oh, so thin, so cold.
We can't keep her. Are you crazy? We daren't keep her here.
Nonsense.
Stop washing those dishes. Listen to me. You're out of your head.
Look at her. She's eating her third breakfast. Perhaps I shouldn't permit her to eat so much. But just look how thin she is.
Will you listen to me? You know there are a dozen informers in our own village alone would make sure the Germans found out. How do we know who she is? Where she comes from? Perhaps the child of one of the men of the underground.
Nonsense. She doesn't even know a dozen words of our tongue.
Even worse? A Jewish child, perhaps.
Stop shouting. She's frightened enough as it is. All right, eat. Pay him no mind. Men are like this.
Hasn't even a name.
Certainly she has. Chania's her name. She told me just before you came in. All right, it's all right. You see, she heard me use her name. The food is good?
Seriously now, Lisa, charity is one thing. But to take in this Jewish child when... Who knows?
Says she's Jewish? You're going to pretend you can tell by looking at her? Or maybe you have a letter from Hitler himself that says so. I say she's a poor, frightened, hungry, homeless orphan girl whose only father at the moment is our good Lord in heaven. And he whispered in my ear. He said, Lisa, your own daughter would be this poor child's age now if she hadn't died 2 years ago. He said to me, Lisa, take this child in and hold her to your breast and then make her yours.
Did he say what you should do if an informer tells the Germans?
He didn't need to, for I know. The world shall know this child is mine. For she is. She's mine and she's yours. She's our daughter. And so we both shall treat her.
But I...
Enough. Go about your work. I'll be busy for the next 3 hours cleaning the lice out of our poor child's head and scrubbing her clean all over and finding a dress from that chest in the attic to clothe her poor scabbed body.
All right, have it your way.
Wait. You're surely not going to your work without kissing your daughter first.
She's just the age our own would have been at that, isn't she? What did you say her name was?
Chania. She was Polish, I think, until today.
Chania. May I kiss you, Chania?
Please?
It's the one word of ours she knows so far.
That's for our new love for you, Chania. May it grow.
She was an eyeful, our Chania, when she put on some weight and remembered what it was like to smile. We loved her very much, and she loved us, I know. She called my man father, and she called me mother. We were together 2 years and a little more before the Nazis forced my man to go to work in Essen and forced me to work in Dusseldorf. They told us they would take care of Hanya. They lied to us, of course. They never told us where they took her. She disappeared somewhere in the Third Reich. And that is all of her story that I know.
I can tell some of Hanya's story. I can't tell the details of it, but I know the general outline. For I was one of the people who figured out what happened, not only to Hanya, but to some thousands of European children. Nobody knows exactly how many thousands, perhaps as many as 100,000. In the summer of 1945, 2 years after Hanya would have disappeared without a trace, I was in Germany working for UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. I remember the first hint we got of what had happened to Hanya and to the others.
You've got a minute, Sue. Miss Blackie asked me to show you this breakdown of some letters that have been sent to Shafe.
Golly, what is all this?
Well, don't you remember those letters that kept coming in asking for Shafe to find missing children? Blackie asked me to break the list down, turn it over to you. Said that you would...
Yes. It all fits in all right.
Fits in? With what?
We've been checking over some German papers, documents, orders, material from the Rasse- and Siedlungsamt.
What's that?
Race and Settlement Office. The Nazi device for kidnapping children and raising them as Germans.
What?
Sir? Festung des Deutschtum, the NSV, Lebensborn. They were all just agencies for kidnapping children. These letters you've analyzed, Betty, they'll help us track the kids down if we can.
Kidnapping? What, on a mass scale?
Here, Betty. Look at this instruction order. Himmler sent this out. Look. Treatment of foreign nationalities in the East. And here. Objectives of these schools will be arithmetic calculating up to 500, writing of the pupil's own name, knowledge about a high godly power, obedience to the Germans, reading not important nor necessary.
I never saw this.
And here, look, see this? Quote, the child will remain in Germany after graduation, unquote. And here's another one, quote, our ideals and convictions will find good ground in the souls of these children who are not German solely due to the injustice of history, unquote.
Then all these children whose parents have written to us...
No. Not all were kidnapped, I imagine. Many were probably killed. But we'll be doing a lot of work from now on, just in trying to find out which are still alive and where.
But...
Yes?
Look, I guess I'm stupid, but why should the Germans have done it? More mouths to feed and...
Betty, think. Say they kidnapped 100,000 of these children. Children who were, say, from 4 to 10 years old. They bring them up in Germany. They're German. In 15 years, when these children are 20, 25 years old, Germany is strong. The other countries have been robbed of a whole generation. That was the Nazis' plan, and we discovered it almost by accident. Here's one letter we came across, written by a Nazi authority to one Joseph Schwarzkopf in the town of Schonanger.
Because of your German descent, you were given 3 months' notice to join the German community. As you did not take this opportunity, you and your Polish wife will be expelled from Schonanger. Should this restriction be exceeded by you after above date, you will be taken to a concentration camp. Your children under 21 I have taken to a social welfare installation.
And here's another letter. A form letter that was used in the case of illegitimate babies.
The application for abortion put in by the mother was not approved, as the baby can be expected to have racially good qualities. It is desired to take the child after its birth under the care of NSV.
So, armed with a little information and a little luck and a great deal of persistence, we went looking for records. We found them in Lodz, in Katowice, and in Prague. The evidence of how children, 5,000 at a time, had been swept up and gulped down into the Third Reich. And somewhere among them was Hanya, by now 10 or 11 years old. And that's all I can tell of her story.
I can tell the next part of Hanya's story. My name is Ira Hirschman, and I was Special Inspector General for UNRWA in 1946. I first heard about UNRWA's child search teams and why they had to be set up when I got to England. I was most anxious to watch them in operation. In Arlsen, UNRWA's German headquarters, I was told a little about the work.
Some more have been found, sir, at Hanover.
How? How do you do it?
Well, it's luck sometimes. This time, for instance, the Catholic padre came in to ask us for medical supplies for 30 tubercular children at a German children's home.
Mm-hmm.
So Blackie went over, she asked some questions, and she found out that of the 30, 19 were children who had been kidnapped.
19 out of 30.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, sir, we got interested and talked some more with the nuns in the home. That's how we got clues to, it must be 200 more children. There were 50 in a town south of here, and now we know of 150 more at Hanover.
And when you find them?
Well, we talk to them, question them, try to find out if they can remember any of their past. Perhaps a train trip or...
I want to see for myself. Are any of these children here at Arlsen?
Well, they're interviewing some of the children that were found 40 miles south of here.
Well, take me where the interviews are going on.
Come along, sir. I'll show you.
Peter, will you go over there on the bench and sit down now? Now then, you're next, aren't you? And what's your name?
Chania.
Just Chania? Haven't you a last name, Chania?
Well, here they called me Chania Blucher because I lived with Frau Blucher. But before that...
Yes?
Before that, I lived with some people.
Do you remember where, Chania?
No.
Czy ty rozumiesz, co ja teraz mówię?
I beg your pardon?
Verstehst du, was ich sag?
I am sorry.
Wie hat deine Sprache gewohnt?
My parents lived in Poland.
Now, Chania, listen carefully to me.
You asked that question in Yiddish, and the child answered.
Yes, sir. Occasionally we find a Jewish child.
The Nazis apparently made mistakes, too, when they turned kidnappers.
Of course, her parents, Chania's parents, are probably...
Yes, I know. The chances are she's an orphan. In that interviewing room in Germany, I saw the real victims of war. Once war was a game of flaming swords and brilliant uniforms fought on distant battlefields. Now the battlefield is the whole world. One child, speechless from torment and terror, utters more truth than the bombast of all the speeches of diplomats. Who will hear her? Who will pay heed to Chania?
I can tell the next part of Chania's story. I worked for a welfare agency. The officials at UNRWA turned to my organization for help in finding Chania a home when it became clear to them that the child was an orphan. And I helped to find her a home. She is with a kibbutz, a collective in Israel.
Ruth?
Yes?
The story was for your ears. Not so that you would go run to the others and tell them all about it, but so that you would understand and help them to understand.
I never knew about the kidnapping.
A fire as great as the one that swept Europe leaves embers, Ruth. The embers still burn.
You mean the embers of fascism?
Yes. And among those embers, there probably are still more children like Chania, waiting to be found, waiting to be returned to their proper home.
And now I'm going to speak to Chania. Oh, I wonder where we're going. Come on. Where are the chutes for the press? Are these the nurslings? Come on, let's go. Hey, look how many there are. There are far too many.
All right, everybody, quiet, children. Before we start, Ruth has an announcement. Go on, Ruth.
Oh, it's not my announcement, really. It's Chania's. We talked it over together, and you tell Chania.
Well,
go on.
Ruth and I were talking. We thought of how there are still in Europe many children, some of them orphans, like some of us, children who have not their proper home. We talked of how these children are still being found, still today. And we thought it would be right if each of us planted not one tree for Tu B'Shvat, but 2 trees. 1 tree for each of us, and another. The second tree for the child we hope will be joining us here in Israel, here in our kibbutz, before this year is over. And we will care, each of us, for his own tree, and each of us for that 1 extra tree, planted with hope that the lost will be found and come home.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. We're honored to present today Dr. Vera Weitzman, Honorary Chairman of World Jewish Child's Day and wife of the President of the State of Israel, speaking by transcription from Israel. Dr. Weitzman.
Jewish Child's Day. 3 words only. But what a drama, what memories, and what hopes do they evoke. 15 crowded years from the darkest hours of Europe's Jewry to the finest hours of Israel reborn. Years of incessant effort to rescue the remnants of a doomed community, of building a homeland for a homeless nation, of opening the gates of life to its forsaken children, children of the world's unforgettable moral storm. From the very first days, Youth Aliyah has stood in the forefront of this unique battle. The 16th anniversary of the arrival of the first group of children brought to the homeland by Youth Aliyah. From that day in 1974 until now, 45,000 children have been redeemed, educated, trained, and absorbed, and more than 15,000 are being cared for at present. They were educated and trained in centers established in 220 settlements throughout the country. A tremendous task in itself, if one realizes that each of these children carried with him his own story of poignant suffering, claiming infinite love and patience, and that wise understanding which we find expressed in the advice of Proverbs: train up a child in the way he should go. Ultimately, there is one way only along which they have to be guided: the way of a constructive life, of becoming useful members of their community, conscious of their freedom as citizens of a free society, and endeavoring to respect their duties not less than their rights. Is there anything parallel in the history of mankind? Children instinctively give back to life what life has given to them. Child's days come to remind us that the task is by no means finished. While the work in Europe is in its final stage, a new and equally important and urgent chapter has already been inaugurated with the object of rescuing Jewish children from Middle Eastern countries. You will no doubt have heard of that amazing operation which has been called the Magic Carpet. Reports of the rescue of the Jews of Yemen read indeed like a modern version of Tales from 1001 Nights. Or should I say, from 1001 Nightmares. But Yemen is only one of many countries in the Middle East and North Africa, where thousands of Jewish children are breathlessly waiting to be brought to the land which is awaiting for them. And this child's day, I call from my home at Rehovot on all our friends, Jews and Gentiles, young and old, to help us carry out a task imposed upon us by history, to give in the comfort of their own homes a moment's thought to this host of anonymous children whose eyes are turned towards us.
Thank you, Dr. Weitzman. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Embers Still Burn, was written by Peter Lyon and is based on the book The Embers Still Burn by Ira Hirschman. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katins. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Dream No More, by Joseph Krumgold, was adapted from the motion picture of the same name.
Your name?
Shlomo Volmus.
Age?
27, Doctor.
Any chronic illnesses?
Chronic?
You know, any weakness you've suffered again and again, really serious?
Hunger.
Mm-hmm. Please step behind the fluoroscope.
What was the use of this? How could they find out what was wrong with Shlomo Volmus? It wasn't his heart. It wasn't his lungs. These things had kept going. A whole continent had organized to stop the heart of Shlomo Volmus, to keep the air out of his lungs. His death was numbered, recorded, and down on the books. But I'd won. Against a whole continent. Against a 10-year campaign to put an end to me, I'd kept alive. That was my victory. I had arrived in Israel.
Very good, Shlomo. Step aside. You're all right.
It's all over?
Yes, just step aside, please. You're fine. The nurse will fill out your card.
This was my victory. The only thing for which I had fought so long. Now it was taken for granted. I took my certificate with me when I went to the labor office for my job interview.
From this medical report, seems like you're in fine shape.
Well, it's not so much to be proud of.
No, maybe not. What do you think of Israel?
Well, like a friend of mine was saying the other day. It's nice.
Well, how do you feel about it?
Well, I agree with him.
Making up your mind slowly, is that it?
I don't want to take anything for granted. In case something happens.
Oh, yes. Well, to start filling out some of these papers, Shlomo, do you have any craft?
No, sir.
What particular skills?
None.
Then what kind of work have you done?
Not really any kind.
Nothing.
Well, you know the way it was 10 or 12 years ago. Before things happened in Europe, I never did get the chance. I was too young for any real work.
No previous employer.
I don't know if it's worth mentioning, but I was starting to learn to be a busboy.
Just starting.
Well, I know it isn't much. I know you can't march out in the desert in an apron with only a little tray and make over the whole country, but that's all I've ever done.
That's all right, Shlomo.
What did you say?
I said it's all right. Let me get through these papers.
He wasn't angry. He laughed. He just sat there, filling out one paper, then another, as if I were someone really important.
You know, Shlomo, my suggestion for you...
Yes?
You've worked a little around food. How would you like to try growing it?
If you're willing to take the chance, I am.
Good. I'll recommend you to a farming settlement, a well-established kibbutz, Gedalia. You'll be part of a community of 400 or 500 people. You live with them, work with them, learn. Well, do you agree?
Do I agree? Maybe you'll still find you've made a bad mistake. But if you think you know a place where I can... all those things you just said. Live and learn, work. A place for me with others. Then...
You do agree?
I not only agree, I promise, personally. I traveled up from Tel Aviv by truck, through the valley of the Sharon and up the valley of the Jezreel, and finally past the shores of Lake Kinneret, which is also the Sea of Galilee. To the south, where the lake flows out into the River Jordan, there stood Gedalia. It was a farm of 500 acres with fine cow sheds and a barn that looked familiar, like it was somewhere in Eastern Europe. There were many trees and one long avenue of poplars for which Gedalia was famous. It looked peaceful. A place you'd like to call home, if you could. We stopped in the barnyard. It was empty. There wasn't any welcome, not that I should have a welcome. But except for a girl passing by with a basket of eggs, no one.
I welcomed you, as much as I could with just one smile. You were too excited to notice, to see me as anything more than a blur, carrying eggs. But long before you even came to know my name was Leah, you'd acquired a very close friend. Shlomo, I watched you that morning, marching into the office of Azriel, our secretary, as though you were going to volunteer for frontline duty. And I knew what was coming. It was going to be a struggle, one determined man against a very large idea.
Mr. Secretary,
I'm Azriel, Shlomo. Won't you sit down?
I just want you to know right away, Azriel. I'm ready to do anything, the worst you have. What's more, without wages. I expect nothing.
That's lucky. No one does.
But whatever you do to get paid,
no one gets a penny.
Then however you work it. I mean, you earn a share in the settlement, in the kibbutz.
I've worked here for 35 years, Shlomo. If I left tomorrow, I'd walk out with the same valise I brought in.
Well... I don't want to talk about leaving. All I want to say is that when you're dealing with me, please understand you don't have any problems. I don't expect any rights or privileges like the rest of you.
Shlomo, if you're anxious to make a martyr of yourself, you should go somewhere else. There are no rights and privileges here. No salaries. We work for the toughest boss we can find. Ourselves. We do what we can. And we take what we need. And if there isn't enough, we all take less.
The same? Everybody? But how long do you think you can go on living that way?
In 40 years, not one of us has found an answer to that question. By now, we've stopped asking.
And is that all you have to tell me, Azriel? No more.
There's the question of a room, new clothes.
No, about me. My position here, how I should behave. It can't be as simple as you put it.
Shlomo, I get the feeling you suspect that I'm holding something back from you.
Well, not exactly. But all this, it's a new idea to me.
It shouldn't be, when you consider that it started a long way back. It's an idea that grew up centuries ago, right here in this neighborhood. It's the idea that life is valuable, and that no one life, in the sight of God, is more valuable than another. Doesn't that sound familiar?
To Shlomo, it all seemed just a little too good to be true. A whole village in which there were no policemen, in which no one had any more importance than he himself. There had to be a catch in it someplace. And it was in the tailor shop that Shlomo found the catch in all this he was looking for.
Come on in, Shlomo. We'll get you set with a wardrobe.
Oh, it doesn't look much like a tailor shop.
Actually, it's more like the general store of the kibbutz. It's here where you can pick up a cake of soap when you need it. Razor blades, cigarettes, or whatever.
All you want?
All anyone might want. If some of us get to feel they want more, we can vote on it at one of the weekly meetings.
Seems funny, voting for cigarettes. By now there must be a whole separate political party made up just of smokers.
No, it's not that bad. Now here, Shlomo, over here against this wall, these bins.
Yes?
Each one of us has a bin where we find our laundry every week. And whatever else might be waiting for us. Now, this one's yours. Let's see, 378.
What's the number for?
Well, we all have a number, according to which things are kept straight and in order. It's entered on this card here.
A number?
It's sewed onto your shirts and the rest of your things.
Once again, I'm a number?
What do you mean, once again? It's just to make things easier.
I know it makes things easier. That's why they gave us numbers at Dachau and Bergen-Belsen.
Shlomo, this is the Ganya.
I'm sorry, Azrael. I'll be back. So that's it. Once again, I'm a number. It hasn't ended. It's still there, the echo of a siren creeping nearer, coming through the walls of your barrack into your bunk in the dead of night. A number. 378. To be added or subtracted the way I behave. Or if I'm found wanting, to be erased completely and sent along my way. They try to be kind here and gentle and good on the surface. But beneath it all, there's a whole web of numbers keeping track of a man.
We'd been up against this kind of thing before. There are a lot of Shlomos arriving week after week in the kibbutzim of Israel. Each one is in need of healing, in need of a cure that will work deep in the shadows of his heart and mind. But I must admit that my own Mr. Volmus was a peculiar and special case. His every move was being watched, he was sure. Nothing was simply a job. Everything was a challenge, a test to make him prove himself.
Shlomo, what are you doing way down there?
But, Azrael, you told me to dig a hole, didn't you?
For a fence post, not a subway. You're practically out of sight.
He went at choir rehearsals in the very same way.
Piano, please, everyone. Who is that? Shlomo.
Yes, Maestro. Shmuel.
It's nice to find you can sing so loud.
I'm glad you like it. I was trying my best.
Glad. Shlomo, a chorus is more than a single voice, understand? A community more than a single man.
That seemed a very difficult lesson for Shlomo to learn. Someone had to take the man in hand, and frankly, I would have welcomed the job. But Shlomo avoided us all. I was giving up hope of ever getting to know him, when all of a sudden it happened. He came walking down the corridor to the place where I was working. I knew what was going to happen, and there he was. Shalom, Shlomo.
Shalom.
Leah.
Leah.
And then all of a sudden there was nothing left in the world except the way he smiled at me. The way we smiled at each other.
I've come, Leah, only to ask you...
I know why you've come.
You do?
Yes, Shlomo.
Here. 3 dozen eggs.
Thank you.
We shook hands, and from then on we were friends. And from then on, I tried to work a cure in Shlomo with every chance I could get. Even a boat race on Lake Kinnereth against a neighboring kibbutz was an excuse.
Leah, we're ahead. The Ganya's out front.
Which only goes to prove that our boys can row better.
Well, naturally. Isn't that what the race is about?
No, Shlomo, I don't think so. The end here is not to find a champion. It's to get into the hands of those men a new skill for working together. Together, not each one proving himself the best, but together.
There, it's over. Whether you like it or not, Leah, we won.
Fine. But what I'd like to know is whether that makes the winner any more valuable than the loser. Does it?
Well, it's just a question of... Leah, what are you getting at?
You don't have to win, Shlomo. That's the point. You're not competing here. You don't have to prove yourself. There are no winners here, no losers. Why can't you see that and somehow take it easy?
Take it easy, Leah?
The simplest acts of Shlomo's life, to sleep, to eat, to breathe, these had all become words for the headlines of the world. How could he take living again for granted like any other ordinary human being? Though he went to work in the bakery as a second assistant, life remained for him a melodrama. He still went at every chore as if the final judgment of himself depended on it. Until finally the day came of the real test. It happened in the bakery.
147, 8, 49, and where's the last one, Shlomo?
The bread's missing?
There's supposed to be 150.
Maybe you counted wrong.
No. Oh, there it is, still on the shelf.
That's a loaf of dough. They forgot it.
Well, the oven's still hot, Shlomo. Bring it to the kitchen when it's done.
Well, I can't. The bakers have gone. No one's here. Knock 'em. No one except me and the loaf of dough. He can't expect me, a second assistant, to bake bread. But he does. Everybody does. This is it, Shlomo. Everything depends on this. Please let it be a good loaf of bread. A good loaf. It is. It's good. Look, it's wonderful.
Shlomo came charging into the kitchen in a burst of triumph. He carried that loaf of bread as if he'd just scored a goal with it in a football game. But the minute he stepped through the door...
Shlomo, just in time. You saved me a trip to the pantry.
Malcolm, what are you doing with my loaf of bread?
Well, I'm going to slice it.
Slice it?
What else should I do with a loaf of bread? I'll slice it, we'll serve it, we'll eat it.
Shlomo watched the loaf delivered into the dining room. He saw his great triumph. Eaten. Simply eaten. No cheers, no congratulations. It was only bread, after all, not a headline. As no one demanded any proof of Shlomo's right to be in Degania, no one celebrated any victory when he simply did his job. Shlomo.
Yes, Leah?
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Shlomo, I want to make a confession. I've been trying to change your character.
I know.
It's impossible.
I suspected as much.
I've come to the conclusion your whole life must be changed.
Believe me, I'm ready to listen to any suggestion.
You know about Chava and Yaakov. They're getting married tomorrow.
Yes. We're baking cakes.
There's one of the very best ways for anyone to change his life.
I hope they'll be happy.
But Shlomo,
That's another confession. The second I've made in the last 5 seconds.
You're talking personally about us. Marriage. Lee, I can't believe it.
You can, Shlomo.
Lee, I want you to know, right this second, I've never been so proud.
But what, Shlomo? The way you look, there's a but somewhere.
No, there isn't. Except that for me, a man like me, how can I ever talk to you when I don't belong? Not here in Degania or anywhere.
Shlomo, you're turning me down.
Don't talk like that.
You know they're going to vote on you next week.
But whether they'll make me a permanent member or not, Leah, who knows? Who can dare to hope?
Supposing they do, Shlomo.
I'll bake us a cake then. A cake that you'll be proud of. The day they voted, the entire population of Degania was divided into 2 parts. In the barnyard, there was me, waiting. In the dining hall, there was everybody else, making up their minds. What they were saying about me, I'd never know. All I could do was wait. It's hard to wait like a rock, like this stone in my hand, while a couple of 100 people decide your life for you. Who were they, after all? By what right could they decide on the whole future of a man? By what right? It was her door that I'd hit. Leah's. Actually, in Degania, this chicken house was Leah. And this fence was Yitzhak. He built it. And Moshe worked on the barn. The barn was Moshe. These were the people of Degania. It was the trees, the buildings, the lawns who were gathered in the dining room this afternoon. It was they who spoke of Shlomo Volmus. And they had the right. They, who else but they, were the kibbutz. Now it was inside of me. The idea that was the root of Degania. But now, too, came the final question. In all of Degania, the contribution of Shlomo Volmus was only this bit of smoke from the bakery. To the whole look of Degania, that bit of smoke didn't add very much. Was it enough? Such a little smoke. Enough to make Shlomo Volmus a permanent part of...
Shlomo! Yes, Nachum, I'm over here.
Come on!
You want me at the meeting?
Come on!
That's why this emergency meeting was called. We all want a flour mill here in the upper Jordan Valley. We've agreed to cooperate to build one.
Shlomo, come away from the door. Sit down.
Oh, yes, Nachum, sure.
You've all heard the terms the agency will give us. We must telephone back to Jerusalem in a half hour. I want the opinion of each settlement.
Tell me, Nachum, how'd the vote go? The vote on me.
Shlomo, quiet. Can't you see this is a crisis?
We'll now hear from Canaris.
Yes, a crisis. I'm sorry. But how about my own crisis?
Shlomo.
Flour mills are important, but a man's life, that's something, too.
And now, please, Ashdod Yaakov.
They talk. It's easy. They belong. It's easy to talk for a place that you can feel is your home. But how about someone...
Degania!
All right, Shlomo, your turn.
What?
Go ahead. This is the question of the flour supply, your department.
But me?
Degania, please, can we hear from Degania?
Shlomo, get to your feet.
But how can I? Mr. Chairman, I can't talk in this meeting. I'm no more than, well, a visitor here.
Good Lord, it's all right, Shlomo.
A vote's been taken. You're qualified.
It was unanimous, Shlomo. The vote was unanimous.
Unanimously? But that means everybody.
We can't have any further delay. This is urgent, Shlomo, urgent. What is the opinion of Degania?
I came to my feet. One thought kept ringing. The little I had to offer was accepted, even though I had failed to become a hero. There were no heroes in this room, only people who found in each other the fulfillment of their own real worth. Out of the small bit that each of us offered came the cooperative miracle of a working, building, growing group of people. And now I was part of them, and everyone else was a part of me. I got to my feet.
Mr. Chairman, I speak for Gedalia.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting from Chicago Dr. Samuel M. Blumenfield, Superintendent of the Board of Jewish Education and President of the College of Jewish Studies in Chicago, currently celebrating its 25th anniversary. Dr. Blumenfield.
Shlomo Volmus is both reality and symbol. Those who visited Israel in recent years know full well the tremendous hardships that face this reborn land in redeeming lives shattered by the fury of fascism and Nazism. People of all creeds who love man made in the image of God are indebted to the Jewish communities in Israel for making the thousands of Shlomos forget their nightmares of Belz and Dachau and Cyprus by providing them not only with shelter and opportunities for work, but with a place in their homes and their hearts. Shlomo is also a symbol of Jewish men and women who enjoy the many privileges of this great country, but are not at ease or at home with themselves because they do not know or appreciate the religious ideals and practices of their fathers. People who are unfamiliar with their ancestral traditions and are uninformed about the teaching of their fathers, of their faith, are often unhappy individuals, lacking anchorage and inner security. A generation of Jews bereft of higher aspirations and devoid of the joys and sorrows of Jewish group life are also DPs. They are spiritually displaced persons who are in need of ideals and traditions which bring meaning, stability, and color to human society. They are in want of a sense of belonging to a vital community and a spiritual fellowship. The Jewish community in America has a moral obligation to cope with its spiritually uprooted Shlomos by providing them with religious schools, synagogues, and cultural fellowships through which they could gain a sense of sharing in a great heritage. What a kibbutz in Israel does for the victims of cruelty and persecution, the Jews of America can and must do for the victims of Jewish wastelands and negligence of parents who have forgotten the admonition of Scripture that man does not live by bread alone. The Jews of this country have a moral obligation to help the Shlomos build a new life in Israel. Ours is also the moral duty to make it possible for Jewish religious and educational institutions to build spiritual hearths for our children and ourselves here in blessed America.
Thank you, Dr. Blumenfield. Our Eternal Light drama today, Dream No More, was written by Joseph Krumgold and was based on the motion picture Dream No More, which Mr. Krumgold wrote and directed, produced by Palestine Films, and currently being shown throughout the country. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Israel, כמו שארית ישראל, על יבד ישראל, אומרים שמע ישראל.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today, in honor of Lincoln's birthday, we present The White Circus Horse by Morton Wishengrad, an adaptation of the story by Paul Marcus.
Funny thing, isn't it? Every day you grow older, and every day you move one day further away from your childhood. But you never really move away. Wherever you go, your childhood goes along right with you. It never leaves you. It's always there, standing behind a curtain. Like now, as if my brother Billy is still 7 years old and calling to me from the house.
Rose, Ma says to fetch Pa. Supper's ready. Pa, quitting time. Supper's ready.
I remember how Pa would wave to us from the field, to Ma and Billy and me and Grandpa. Grandpa was a veterinarian. He was pretty old, but there was nothing quavery about him.
Billy, mind how you handled that cow?
I can milk her, Grandpa.
I guess you can, Billy, but there's ways of milking.
I got good, strong hands.
Well, that ain't enough, boy. You got to learn how to be strong without hurting.
Yes, Grandpa.
Farming is mean work, but having Grandpa around made things right. The house was right, and the barn was right, and the brook that ran across our land. When chores were done, Billy and I climbed the back of the old mule. We would just sit on that old mule, jogging up and down the field. And suddenly Billy would speak up.
Rose, this here ain't a mule. Sure looks like a mule. Don't even look like a mule. Got long ears like a mule. Rose, this is a racing horse. Got mighty long ears for a racing horse. If you don't like Windstream, get down off his back. Windstream? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't cry, Billy. I ain't crying. Billy, what's the good of pretending he's a racehorse? He's only a mule. Billy, don't cry.
All he did was dream about horses. I remember the day some people put up a big poster on the barn. A big red circus poster with a white horse on it that was chunky, but not fat or too big. Just strong looking. His nostrils stood out and his eyes were a little bloodshot. And he had the look of a boy let out of school. Billy stood there looking at the picture. He couldn't get enough of it.
That's the horse you've been dreaming about, Billy, isn't it?
That's him, Grandpa.
just came to town, but we were too poor to go.
I guess it's better to ride an old mule you have than a white circus horse you don't have. Come on, Billy, I'll catch the mule for you.
So we went out to the pasture to catch the mule. But what do you think? When we got to the pasture, the mule wasn't there. The mule was gone, and we ran to Pa.
Mule ain't stolen. Hold this post, Billy. Make yourself useful.
Yes, Pa, but if he ain't stolen,
Keep
then...
your hands down. Way down, Billy.
Then what happened to him?
Hold your head back. This sledgehammer's a deal harder than your head.
Yes, Pa, but where's...
Grandpa took him.
Where?
Your grandpa took him to go into town. The circus called him. They got a sick horse.
Was it a white horse?
Well, they didn't say. Just a sick horse. Hold the post, Billy.
Yes, Pa.
After supper, Billy and I went to the gate. We lay down there in the grass until the sky was streaked with red. I don't know how long we waited for Grandpa to come home. When it was dark, Pa came out with some blankets.
Your ma says to wrap yourself up. It's chilly with the dew on the grass.
He didn't scold us or anything. He sat there and waited for us. And then we saw Grandpa. Grandpa was riding the old mule, and behind Grandpa was a white horse. We waited at the gate, the three of us. Nobody said a word. But when Grandpa turned down the lane toward the barn, we walked alongside, looking at the white horse. He didn't look much like Billy's white circus horse. His head hung down. When Pa lit the lantern, we could see that his coat was matted with dirt and that his eyes looked dull and stupid.
Oh, a circus man gave it to him. I told him the horse would most likely die, but that maybe I could cure him in 6 months.
And why'd he give him to you?
Well, the man said that he couldn't feed and care for a sick horse for a half a year. Said it didn't pay. He didn't have the heart to shoot him, so he gave him to me.
Grandpa, is he going to die?
I'll doctor him the best I know how. You go to sleep. I'll stay up with him.
Is he going to die?
I don't know, Billy. I'm a horse doctor. You better ask the Lord.
When the horse was led into the second stall, he folded his legs slowly and lay down with a sigh on the fresh straw. Then he sighed again. Grandpa shook his head. It wasn't much of a sign, but I saw it. We went into the house, and we all sat around and watched Grandpa while he ate his supper.
I'm too tired to talk. Go to bed, children.
After Billy and I got into our beds, we heard Grandpa go back into the barn.
Rose, Grandpa's going to stay with him all night. It's bad. If Grandpa's going to do that, it's bad.
Billy said a prayer. I said one, too. As soon as we woke, we ran to the barn. Grandpa was sitting there in the straw with the horse's head in his lap. He had stayed there all night. The white horse was sucking his breath in with big gulps.
Well, if he isn't any better, it's something that he isn't any worse. Billy, I'm going to get some sleep. You stay with him.
Yes, Grandpa.
You and Rose rub his legs. If you feel his legs get warm, I just bandage them. Bandage them from his hoofs right down to his hocks. If his legs don't get warm, I rub in this dry mustard.
Billy and me can do that, Grandpa.
I'm too tired to stay up any longer, and your pa has to work in the field. It's a big responsibility for you both.
Can we give him anything?
Well, try to get some water into him. See that it's cool and that it's fresh. Give him all that he'll take, but don't force him. If anything happens, why, you wake me right away.
What can happen, Grandpa?
He can die. You'd better know that.
Billy and I held our breath, for this wasn't just a white horse that was sick. This was everything fine in the world that Billy had dreamt up for himself. We rubbed the cold legs of the white horse. He was so cold, but his body was bathed with sweat. His flanks heaved, and his breathing became heavier. It was hard not to run and wake up Grandpa. Grandpa came out in 2 hours, but it seemed a long time. He studied the white horse for a minute. Then he put his ear to the horse's heart and listened.
Is he worse, Grandpa?
Grandpa didn't answer. He put his hand near the horse's nostrils and felt the hot breath.
Mm-hmm. Fever. Billy?
Yes, Grandpa.
You find your pa and tell him I need him, quick. Rose, you tell your ma to boil water. Tell her to use every kettle and pot in the kitchen.
I'll run.
Wait.
Yes, Grandpa?
Bring some blankets. Not cotton, woolen blankets. Bring as many as you can carry. On top of everything else, it's pneumonia now. Don't tell Billy.
Grandpa and Pa, and Ma and Billy and me, we didn't leave the stable that day.
Don't shut those doors. He's got to have air.
Pa put a big wooden tub on the center of the floor, and he and Grandpa poured buckets of hot water into it.
Yes, this is what we'll do. We'll soak a blanket in the water, and then your pa and I'll wring it out, and we'll wrap it around his chest.
They did it that whole day and part of the night, soaking the woolen blankets in the hot water, wring it out, wrapping it around the horse's chest.
No, don't let it sag. Fit it snugly. I don't want any air between the blanket and his skin. That's good. Now, Rose and Billy, you cover him with a dry blanket, quick.
We changed the hot blankets every half hour. Then towards noon, Pa rubbed him down with alcohol while Grandpa put some hay in a bucket and poured boiling water over it.
Billy, I expect you didn't think that we could make tea from hay.
He's going to get well, isn't he, Grandpa?
Why, sure. We let the tea cool, and then we strain it and give it to him. If he'll take it, it may give him an appetite.
He's going to get well, isn't he, Grandpa?
I just said so, didn't I?
I know,
but... don't mope, boy. Don't mope. Either work for him or pray for him, but don't mope.
Near midnight, Grandpa broke some fresh eggs into a quart of milk. He stirred it until it all became a golden yellow color.
Some sick horses will drink milk. We'll see.
The sick horse raised his big white head. Grandpa held the milk up to him.
Of course he's drinking it. Of course he's drinking it. Of course.
Billy began to cry. Grandpa fed that horse as though he was a baby. Milk the first 2 days, then bread and corn on the cob, and carrots and apples.
Billy, you hold his head up. Don't be afraid. I'm going to drench him.
Maybe the white horse knew that the medicine would make him well. He didn't fuss. He just let Billy hold his head up, and he took the medicine without complaint.
See that the blankets cover him, but don't close any doors or windows. He's got to have air.
I'll stay with him, Grandpa. I'll make sure.
Billy, he's just a white horse, nothing but skin and bone.
Yes, Grandpa.
It's good to love him, but he ain't your pa or your ma or your sister Rose. He's just a white horse.
Yes, Grandpa.
Now you go ahead and get some sleep.
Let me sleep here, Grandpa. Please, let me sleep here. Please.
Don't love him that much, Billy. It ain't good.
Please, Grandpa. Can I?
All right, Billy. You can sleep here.
Grandpa was very careful, and it was nearly 2 weeks before Grandpa said,
Well, I guess that white horse is going to live.
After a month, Grandpa led the white horse out to pasture. But he was a pretty sad-looking creature. He trembled a little in the warm sunshine, and he seemed too tired to stand. But Grandpa just smiled.
He'll do. Just wait and see.
By now, our sugar beets had to be harvested, and there was no time to lose from the fields. But Billy would sneak off to the pasture a couple of times a day.
He's nibbling a little grass.
Or else Billy would say,
He's drinking from the brook.
As the weeks went by, his ribs filled out, and his coat became glossy. The white horse held his head higher and higher, and his eyes began to brighten. One day, Billy and I and Grandpa just went out to watch him. We lay down in the grass and watched him eat. And while we were watching, a horsefly came up and bit him on the horn.
Grandpa, look! He's running!
He went galloping across the pasture, his tail streaming out, and his eyes had the look of a boy let out of school.
Grandpa, it's him! I always knew it. It's him! The white circus horse that's on the poster. You knew me, didn't you? You knew me just like I knew you.
Billy, what are you doing?
My brother Billy climbed up and sat on the white circus horse. And it wasn't a horse. It was Billy's prayer. A prayer of hope and faith and justice.
Rose,
Yes, Grandpa?
the Lord has made a covenant for us with the beasts of the field.
Everybody smiled at supper. There was a good feeling at the table.
Children, tomorrow we'll hitch him up to the buggy and drive to town.
Can I come too?
Well, no, Billy, not tomorrow. Your pa and I will take him. We don't know how he'll drive, but if he behaves well, we'll all go day after tomorrow.
If Grandpa weren't the best and the wisest horse doctor in the whole South, Billy might have cried. But Grandpa knew best. I've lived half my life and more, but I'll never see a sight more beautiful than the white circus horse that next day, going down the lane and disappearing down the road. We stood there and we watched him until there was only dust to see. And the minute he was gone, we almost stopped believing in him, because he was too wonderful a thing to happen to poor people like us. Billy was the first to see them coming back. But when they drove up, all the talk and laughing stopped. Father climbed down, and then Grandpa climbed down, and we knew something was wrong. They unhitched him and took him to the stable, and we watched them wash for supper and sit down and not say a word for a long time.
He drove fine, Billy.
Grandpa?
He's a very gentle horse.
Except when he has to pass. When he comes up behind another horse, he's got to pass. He can't be held.
He didn't run away, did he, Pa?
No, he ain't a runaway. It's just, well, I guess the circus trained him to pass any horse he comes near, and he's bound to do it.
Whom did he pass, Grandpa?
Well, he passed Dr. Wilkinson and Judge Glass. They smiled and waved a hand to us. We passed that Joe Kirby, too.
He didn't smile. He didn't wave either.
I guess Billy understood then. Grandpa looked very tired that night. We were all very quiet and frightened. Billy said his prayers extra long, and he had said Amen twice at the end. Well, after that, Pa and Grandpa didn't know what to do. They didn't want to drive that beautiful white circus horse to town again because it was too dangerous for us all. But Pa hated not to drive him.
I just don't know what to do.
The white horse ate grass in the meadow and drank water from the brook and just galloped back and forth.
Rose, look at the way his white tail streams out.
It was on Saturday that they tried it again. They drove him to town. When they got home, the white horse was dirty and covered with sweat. Grandpa and Billy rubbed him down and curried him, and then they left him in his stall. Pa didn't say much, but it was enough.
I couldn't hold him back. We passed that Kirby man again. We passed that Kirby man and 2 other white folks I didn't know.
Rose, are you asleep?
No. No, I'm not sleeping.
What's gonna happen?
I don't know. Nothing. Nothing at all. Go to sleep, Billy.
We'll give him some carrots in the morning. He likes carrots.
Yes, Billy, we'll give him some carrots in the morning. Now go to sleep.
In the morning, we ran out to the pasture, but we couldn't find our white circus horse. We couldn't see him anywhere, though we saw the old mule. We ran all over. At last, we found him by the brook. He was lying on his side close to the water.
Billy, turn your head. Don't look.
But he had already seen. Our white circus horse was dead. He had been shot through the head. Billy ran to the house, and I walked by myself to the barn. I climbed up to the hayloft over the old barn where it was quiet and sweet-smelling like a church. And I lay down in the hay, and I looked up at the rafters where a bird was building a nest. I saw the mother bird fly in and out with a few wisps of straw for the nest she was building. Then I heard Billy climb the ladder. He climbed very slowly, like he was as old as Grandpa. He came and he lay down in the hay. It was very quiet in the barn, and it was just as still outside.
Billy?
I looked through the window. They were sitting in the kitchen, Grandpa and Pa. They were crying.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Judge Robert P. Patterson, former Secretary of War and President of Freedom House. Judge Patterson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moving drama we have heard conveys a special meaning in this month of the year, the month when we celebrate the birthdays of 2 great Americans. Above all other Americans, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln personify our heritage of individual dignity and freedom, the birthright of Americans of every color and creed. This heritage, always rare and precious, is doubly so today, as in the time of Washington, and again in Lincoln's day, This country stands in the vanguard of man's struggle for liberty. We act in this leadership with humility. We know what crucial decisions must be made. We realize how much depends upon our wisdom. On the one hand lies peace and a more abundant life than the people of this earth have ever known. On the other looms the ever-growing threat of total destruction. It is indeed a momentous period in our nation's history. Never before have we faced a greater obligation to extend freedom, to advance the brotherhood of man, both at home and abroad. On the world scene, one such opportunity is contained in the United Nations Genocide Convention. That convention signalizes a new era in international justice. It at last gives us the chance to outlaw the most dreadful of all crimes, the mass destruction of human beings. The Genocide Convention is now before the Senate for ratification. Americans of all walks of life are pressing for prompt action so that our country may set an example for other great powers to follow. Here at home, the same urge to reassert the worth of every man is reflected in nationwide movements to strengthen civil rights, to wipe out racial and religious discrimination, to ensure equality of opportunity for all Americans. On all sides, in employment, in housing, in education, in the exercise of citizenship, there are new avenues for positive action that invite your energies and mine. All of us, as parents, as employers and workers, as members of our communities, and as voters, all must join forces in this great cause. And there is no doubt that together, by common effort, we shall succeed.
Thank you, Judge Patterson. Our Eternal Light drama today, The White Circus Horse, was adapted for radio by Morton Wishengrad from the story by Paul Marcus and was presented in honor of Lincoln's birthday. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catums. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The narrator was Betty Berghardt. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today, in celebration of the festival of Purim, we present A Song for Queen Esther by Morton Wishengrad.
coming, children, the feast of fun and joy. So let us join in singing, every girl and boy. Sing Esther the queen, sing Esther the fair, sing loudly her virtue, her charm. How Mordecai toiled, how Haman was foiled, how Israel was shielded from harm. Oh, Purim's coming, children, the festival of fun. So lift your voices gladly, come join in, everyone.
Now it came to pass in the days when Ahasuerus was king, that he ordered his 7 chamberlains to prepare a great feast in the city of Shushan.
Prepare couches of gold and silver.
Prepare couches of gold and silver.
Dust off our 1,600,000 golden goblets.
Royalty is coming.
Invite all my relatives.
Double the amount of food.
Yes, of course, all kinds of food. Ransack my 127 provinces for ducks, hens, capons, pheasants, geese, quail, and pigeons.
Poultry, beware!
Oh, but it's going to be a party no one will soon forget. Capons, ducklings, cook them well. Geese and quail and pheasants, cook them in a giant pot, stirred by 80 peasants. Pullets, chickens, fricassee, boiled and broiled and roasted. Cook them in a lovely sauce till they're golden toasted. Quick, big, quick, my chamberlains, pies, pastry, brandy, and give each child throughout the land paper bags of candy.
When King Ahasuerus had finished his little song, he beamed at his 7 chamberlains and gave them a large wink. And with a look full of meaning, he said,
Tell Queen Vashti I shall want her to put on her royal crown and come before my guests to show her beauty.
But Vashti refused to show herself in front of the king's guests, and King Ahasuerus became furious.
I am the king. Me, I am the king. Ahasuerus. Chamberlain, how dare she refuse my command?
Inexcusable behavior, Your Majesty.
The presumption of the woman, the insolence of the woman, the audacity of the woman.
You shouldn't stand for it, Your Majesty.
I won't stand for it.
You must defend the honor of the royal name.
I will. Why, if the queen refuses to obey the king...
Ordinary women will step all over their husbands.
Exactly.
Majesty.
Yes, Chamberlain.
Much as I regret to say so.
Go on.
I must counsel that the time has come to choose a new queen.
Not a bad thought. Excellently counseled. Chamberlain, whom have you in mind?
Someone beautiful.
Good.
And someone dutiful.
Better.
Someone wise and modest and charming.
What's her name?
I don't know. But we'll find her, Your Majesty.
Impossible. She doesn't exist.
No, but she does exist. She must exist. And since she exists, we will find her.
How?
We'll hold a contest. A contest for the maiden who will be queen to King Ahasuerus.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. A beautiful idea. A most ingenious idea. An idea of sagacity and imagination and virtue.
Thank you, sire. I shall order your soldiers to go throughout the land. They will be authorized to gather together every eligible maiden in all the 127 provinces of King Ahasuerus, ruler over Persia and Media, sovereign of all lands and peoples, from India even unto Ethiopia, mighty emperor over...
Enough, Chamberlain. The main thing is that the plan is good. Excellent. Hurry. Let's have the royal contest.
In Shushan town there lived a girl, Hadassah was her name, till it was changed by Mordecai and Esther it became. Till it was changed by Mordecai and Esther it became. Now Esther was an orphan girl, of virtue, grace, and beauty, who lived with Uncle Mordecai to protect her was his duty,
Esther, my dear, it's impossible to hide here any longer.
But the soldiers are in the streets.
Then you must go to meet them. They must not find you hiding.
Uncle Mordecai, what will become of me?
We have the promise of the king that no one will be molested.
I'm afraid.
Have faith, my dear. He who led Abraham forth out of Ur of the Chaldees will also watch over you.
I want to stay here with you. I want to be with my people. I have no wish to be in any contest. I have no wish to be queen.
It is out of our hands now. Esther, be brave.
In the name of Ahasuerus, ruler over Persia, I demand entrance into this house.
Uncle Mordecai, don't leave me.
In the name of the 42 ministers and the 7 chamberlains of King Ahasuerus, let me in.
Promise me, Uncle Mordecai, that you will stay close by.
I promise. Esther, you must promise me something.
What, Uncle?
Whatever happens, do not reveal that you are an Israelite. Because should the king be displeased with you for any reason, then your people would suffer harm.
I promise.
Are you the maiden Esther?
I am.
Hold your face to the light. In the name of the 63rd Regiment of His Majesty's Royal Legions, I declare you most eligible. Please come at once to the Royal Palace.
Mordecai wept to see Esther go. He followed behind as he had promised. And when the palace gates closed after her, he sighed very deeply.
Dear Esther, sweet Esther, they've taken her to test her, to see if her beauty is pleasing to the king. To him may she be beautiful, and to her people dutiful. Our hearts will all be very full if she's chosen queen.
It was not an easy contest. There were thousands and thousands of eligible maidens, and the king and his first chamberlain would not leave the judging to other eyes. Day followed day, week followed week, but neither the king nor his loyal chamberlain was satisfied.
This one isn't beautiful enough.
And this one isn't modest enough.
This one simpers.
This one squints.
This one giggles.
This one gushes.
This one is silly.
This one is stupid.
And this one has no manners.
This one has too many airs.
And this one is too short.
This one is too tall.
And this one is...
I think so too, Your Majesty.
My dear young lady.
Do you address me, sire?
I do. What is your name?
Esther, Your Majesty.
Chamberlain. A most agreeable voice.
And a most agreeable manner.
Queen Esther. I like that.
The two words do go together, don't they?
They do, don't they? I like the sound of it very much indeed. Chamberlain, I have made up my mind. The contest is over. Esther will be my new queen.
Queen Esther, there is no one to best her, for her grace and virtue are pleasing to the king.
My dear, I find you beautiful. I hope you will be dutiful. Oh, Lord, you have been bountiful, and Esther is my queen.
And this is the manner by which Esther the orphan became queen to King Ahasuerus in the month of Tebet in the 7th year of the king's reign. And the king loved her exceedingly.
My dear, what is your opinion on the color scheme of the furniture? Do you prefer blue and silver with the onyx chairs, or do you think gold would be more delicate? Speak up, my dear. I value your opinion.
The king had never been more happy in his life. And Mordecai, to whom all these tidings were brought, rejoiced greatly. True to his word,
Mordecai sat from noon to night before the gates of the palace in order to see that no harm should come to Esther. And this is how it was, that one day, while Mordecai sat reading from a large book, he chanced to overhear two of the king's ministers speaking in a strange language.
The Inke is an Apse.
Ekje.
He is an Ulfe.
And an Ope Day.
Terish Alpe isnle ute ime, aime aete ave ingbe upe, aime aete ave ingbe ushpe arounde, iriatpe. Auhe abade uye itke.
Ekje.
Now, Mordecai knew all the 70 languages of man, and so to his learned ears the words made sense, as follows.
Terish, my good friend, as one minister to another, let me say candidly that our good King Ahasuerus
is, what?
He's a fool.
Well, I grant you that.
He doesn't deserve to be king.
Well, I grant that also, but who does?
Me?
You?
Why not?
The idea has possibilities. What have you in mind?
A dagger.
Well, that would do it nicely, but it's a risky business.
After we take care of Ahasuerus, you proclaim me king, and I proclaim you the king's treasurer.
As I said, the idea has possibilities. I might go so far as to say that it has large possibilities. Now, quite by accident, I own a dagger. A dagger of daggers. This dagger, my dear colleague, is so sharp.
I ran immediately to the chamberlain and revealed the plot against the king. Oh, bless you, Mordecai. Bless you 1,000 times. For the wicked ministers have already been seized, and no harm will befall the king.
Esther, my dear.
Yes, Uncle.
I believe you've grown fond of Ahasuerus.
I believe I have. He's a little foolish sometimes, but for a king, he's quite lovable.
I'm doubly glad now that I was able to save his life. Have no fear. Rest easy in your mind, dear Esther. From now on, there isn't anything can happen.
But Mordecai was wrong. In place of the traitorous ministers, King Ahasuerus made a single appointment.
Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagite.
Your Majesty.
Know all men that from this day I appoint Haman to be my first minister.
I am Haman, first minister of the realm. Bow down and prostrate yourselves before me.
Now Haman was an evil man, the foulest villain in the land. This Haman, foul Haman, the blackest soul of all. But dear children, calm your fears, sigh no sighs and shed no tears, for Haman, foul Haman, did infamously fall. On with our story, Haman is approaching the place where Mordecai sits at the palace door. Bow down, shouts Haman, bow you down before me, for my name is Haman, and I alone am Lord.
I said bow down. I am your lord.
You are wrong, sir. There is only one Lord to whom I may bow down. The Lord our God.
Bow down to me and kiss my foot.
I cannot, I shall.
I am the minister of the king.
And I am a servant of God.
You've said enough. Your name?
What do you wish with me?
Your name?
People call me Mordecai. Mordecai the Israelite.
Mordecai the Israelite. That's all I want to know. Soldiers, sound your trumpets. Haman returns to the palace.
Haman, you come at a most inopportune time. My chamberlain is showing me my garments for the new season.
It can wait, Your Majesty.
Somehow everything that pleases me must wait, while everything that vexes is pushed before my nose. What is it, Haman?
Sire, I've been examining the royal treasury.
Money, money, money. Don't talk to me about money. Talk to my chamberlain. He handles such things.
Majesty, I must speak to you. Your treasury is very low.
Too many parties, eh, Chamberlain?
I'm afraid so, my king.
Well, we'll have to do something. take away those new garments. I can't afford them.
No, but, sire, blue and white are such favorable colors for you.
You heard, Hangman. We must economize. Very well, Chamberlain. See that our next banquet lasts only 3 weeks.
Your Majesty.
Speak, Hangman. What is it?
No need to economize. There are Israelites in your kingdom.
Yes?
We shall tax them.
But...
We shall tax with a special tax, a tax of 100% upon everything they possess.
That means you will confiscate...
Everything they possess. And I assure you they won't complain.
Really, Hangman?
I'll take the small precaution of seeing that they are all dead.
Dear me. Rather drastic, don't you think?
A necessary step, King Ahasuerus. These people plot against your life. They cause unrest in your kingdom. They foment rebellion. They have contempt for your gods and your idols. Your Majesty, we cannot abide difference in our kingdom. Those who are not absolutely like everyone else must be eliminated.
Chamberlain, what do you think?
I do not like it, sire.
Hangman, surely there must be some other way.
No other way. Your Majesty has given me his confidence. Believe me now, I act for the good of the kingdom. Every Israelite must be destroyed.
Esther, you are exaggerating the seriousness of the news.
I wish it were so, Mordecai. But it was told me by my ladies in waiting.
It is only court gossip, a wild rumor. Such things cannot happen.
Uncle, it was the king's loyal chamberlain who gave the news to my ladies.
Hangman. Hangman is the one.
Yes. Oh, Ahasuerus, my husband, my king. How can you allow yourself to be so deceived?
Esther, go to him.
To Ahasuerus?
Yes, you must.
But no one may go to the king unless the king calls. It is the law of the palace, Mordecai. Whosoever goes before the king without having first been summoned by the king, that person may be summarily put to death. Even the queen.
You must chance it, then.
I may be killed.
If you do not go, your people will be killed.
I have no alternative, then. I shall fast. Mordecai, go among the Israelites and tell them that this day shall be the fast of Esther. Beseech them to pray for me, even as I pray for them.
Wer mir seinen will, ob jeden seinen will, was mir tun will, ob purim feiern will.
Esther fasted all that day, and in the small houses of Shushan, thousands prayed for her. Finally, while the entire court held its breath, Queen Esther boldly approached the throne of the king.
Who is it that comes before the king without being summoned?
It is Esther, your queen.
Oh, well, that's something else again. Madame, your life is much too valuable to risk this way.
I had to come, sire.
But suppose I had a touch of indigestion and were in a bad mood. My dear Esther, dreadful things could happen, unthinkable things. Now, why have you come, my dear?
I have prepared a banquet, your majesty.
Oh, capital. Am I invited?
It would be no banquet without you.
What a pretty speech. When is it to be?
Tomorrow evening.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Who else is coming? Anyone I know?
If my Lord Hangman would honor us with his presence, I would be most happy.
Hangman, do you hear that? Lucky for you, I'm not a jealous man. Invited by the queen herself.
I am deeply flattered, my gracious queen.
Then you will come, Hangman.
Nothing could prevent it, Queen Esther. I am ecstatic with joy.
Haman gloated because the queen had honored him. But when he saw Mordecai outside the palace gate, his exultation became an evil thing.
What good are the favors of the queen to me so long as this man whom I hate remains alive? I shall take counsel with Zeresh, my wife.
And Zeresh, who was as evil as Haman, gave him her wicked counsel.
You're absolutely right, Zeresh. I shall build a gallows 50 cubits high, and Mordecai will hang from it.
Chamberlain, tell them to stop that infernal racket. It's got so a man can't sleep. Chamberlain, make them stop.
Trumpeters, have done, have done! Thank you very much. Now go back to sleep, Your Majesty.
Now what in the name of Persia is that?
Haman has given an order to build a gallows 50 cubits high.
Well, tell them to wait till morning. Why does everything happen to me?
Stop your hammering! Go home, all of you. Come back in the morning. Much better, Your Majesty.
My head. I'm afraid the night is ruined. I simply won't be able to sleep after this.
Drink a little wine.
No.
Perhaps a little walk.
No. Chamberlain, read to me.
Very well, sire. I shall read from our daily chronicles. I read, date of 6 months past. The plot to assassinate the king, foiled by the Israelite Mordecai. On the morning of the 6th day, the Israelite Mordecai overheard...
Wait, Chamberlain, wait. It comes back to me clearly, yes. This man, Mordecai, he saved my life.
He did, sire.
How did we reward him?
Let me see. There is no mention of any reward.
Ridiculous. Read further.
Oh, I'm afraid, sire, we completely forgot a reward for this loyal subject.
No wonder I couldn't sleep. Terrible, terrible, terrible. How could we be so ungrateful? I must remember to speak to Haman about it at Queen Esther's banquet. No, I shan't wait. I'll do something about it now. Chamberlain, strike the gong. Haman, there's something I meant to speak to you about, but this is Esther's banquet, and so no business. My dear Esther, will you sing for us?
I'm not in the mood, Your Majesty.
Oh, nonsense. Sing something pretty, something gay. You know what I like.
Your Majesty, truly, I have no disposition to sing at this moment.
I'm a very disappointed king. My chamberlain is disappointed.
I am, dear queen.
Very well. I sing, my king, I sing, but my heart is cold and sad. Yet since you command, I shall pretend my heart is gay and glad. La 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 la.
Esther. Oh, Esther, my dear, I thought this was to be a happy occasion.
Forgive me, but I'm filled with sadness.
But why? For what reason, my dear?
Because orders have been issued to put the people of Israel to death.
Those were my orders, Queen Esther. Why trouble your head over affairs of state?
Haman is right.
Haman is the most wicked man who has ever lived.
Why, dear Queen, I'm at a loss.
The Israelites never harmed you. They ask only for peace. Why won't you let them live?
Esther, my dear, there are tears in your eyes.
Are there, Ahasuerus?
Oh, my dear, what are the Israelites to you?
Your Majesty, they are my people. I am an Israelite.
You, Esther?
An Israelite orphan who was reared by her good uncle Mordecai.
Well, we shall have this order against your people. Did I hear you say Mordecai?
You did, sire.
Majesty, this Mordecai...
He is our loyal subject.
Oh, no, King Ahasuerus, he's a traitor.
How can you speak so of a good man?
I can prove he is a traitor.
Hold your tongue, Haman. You accursed liar. Mordecai is the man who saved the king's life. I would have him honored, not slandered.
My king, Haman, would have Mordecai hanged.
Never.
Haman has built a gallows 50 cubits high to hang Mordecai.
Not true. If Haman has built a gallows, Haman will hang from it.
Good Mordecai, my faithful subject, put on purple robes and garments of silk, And let this time be a time of rejoicing for you and for all the people of Esther the Queen.
Oh, Purim's here, dear children, a festival of thanks. So sing and dance with gladness and play your merry pranks.
Sing, Mordecai could sing, evil withstood, sing, wicked Haman's disgrace.
Sing Esther the Queen, sing Esther supreme, sing proudly her beauty, her grace.
Oh, Purim's here, dear children, clap every hand in glee, and always love this story, which ends so happily.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Song for Queen Esther by Morton Wishengrad, was presented in celebration of the Festival of Purim. The orchestral music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catens. Tom Glazer was the singing narrator. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, based on a true story, is The Promising Young Man by Harry Gersh and is dedicated to the current Red Cross campaign.
There are so many promising young men. You know some, and I know some.
the boy in the next room, the one next door or down the street. There are so many ways in which the promise is fulfilled. In a laboratory, in a book, in the soft happiness that fills a home. This is the story of Eddie Cohen and of the fulfillment of the promise that was in him.
Oh, you'll tear the door off, Eddie, and the mortgage isn't paid off yet.
Hiya, Mom.
Your sweater's torn. Your nose is scratched. And what's the matter with your foot?
Oh, just a little football. Good game, too. We won.
Everyday football. When do you study?
Oh, no homework today.
Yesterday was no homework, too. Very nice teachers you had.
Oh, the teachers give us work, Mom. Who ever heard of a teacher that didn't?
So?
Well, it's easy. I do it in school.
When they call it homework, they mean homework, not schoolwork. From football, you won't become a doctor. Work a little, Eddie. From football doesn't come diplomas.
What, are you talking to yourself, Eddie?
No, I'm working, Pop. I'm working.
You don't look like you're dancing. What are you working on?
Oh, a little experiment. The mathematical limit of the power in one hydrogen atom.
It's for school?
You being funny, Pop? School? They're still on the kindergarten stuff. What's for the science club?
I met Mr. Honegger today. We were talking.
Well, he's a good teacher, Mr. Honegger, but he's not up on the top stuff. He doesn't follow the latest nuclear developments.
Now you know more than the teacher?
Well, no, but
He says you're always doing next year's work and asking questions out of college.
Big-time stuff, science. You got to keep on the ball these days.
There's time, Eddie. There's time. You're only 15. Next year you graduate. It's not good to go to college too young.
I'm in a hurry, Pop. A doctor can't know too much. Not if he's going to be a good doctor.
Sure, when you were 5 years old, you were reading books. When you were 7, you were doing algebra.
Oh, I thought you liked that.
Well, sure I liked it. But Mr. Honegger thinks you should spend less time with books and more time playing ball. Having fun.
Say that again, Pop.
Say what again? Play more ball. Get some exercise. It's healthier.
Uh-huh. It's a very fine idea. Mom. Hey, Mom.
What, Eddie? What do you want?
Mrs. Cohen, allow me to present your husband, Mr. Cohen. He has some interesting things to tell you. I'm going to wash. Boy, I'm hungry. Hey, what's for supper?
The promise shows early in the promising young man, sometimes in little hidden flickers, sometimes in the steady shine of a brilliant mind. But no promise carries its own guarantee.
Blood. Mom!
You'll be late for school. What is it?
It's my gums. They're bleeding again.
You scratched yourself with a toothbrush.
Boy, I must be getting old. Hey, don't your gums bleed when you get old?
So I'm an old lady already?
Oh, you know what I mean.
If you suffer from old age in the gums, you better go see a dentist.
Open a little wider, Eddie. Here you're doing all right at school. Here you'll win all the science prizes.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, if you're going to be a doctor, science is the thing. Don't find a cure for cancer in Virgil. There. You can relax now.
Oh. Well, did you see anything?
Oh, a little tenderness. Nothing to worry about.
Think it'll go away?
Well, it ought to. Rinse with salt water. Mm-hmm. If it doesn't stop, come in and see me next week.
Promise shows early in the promising young man. Eddie was going to be a doctor. He'd planned it a long time. A good doctor. So at 15, he'd read more books than he could understand. But some he did understand. Eddie studied a page in a book and made a diagnosis.
Mom, I think I know what's wrong with me.
Always ideas before breakfast. What's wrong?
Well, look on my arm.
What should I look at?
Here, these black and blue marks.
Oh, I see. Football. Oh, it's a wonder you don't get worse from football.
No, it's not football. Now, it's either anemia or...
Anemic? You aren't, Eddie. As much liver as you eat, even if it is chopped, you aren't anemic.
But, Mom, I'll show you in the book. Now, it's
And
either
the
anemia...
orange juice, and the fresh vegetables, and the steak. In my house are no anemics. Some doctor.
Well, if it isn't anemia...
Yes. So what is it, doctor?
Leukemia.
Leukemia, a disease of the blood characterized by an excessive production of white corpuscles, sometimes called cancer of the blood.
Well, what do you think, Doc?
You'll be a good diagnostician, Eddie. You hit it that time.
You mean it's leukemia?
Yes, Eddie.
Leukemia?
You're smart enough to diagnose it. You're smart enough to know the dangers.
Yeah, Doc.
But remember, the books you read were written several years ago. Medicine moves fast these days. With the new drugs, we can do wonders. You'll have to go to the hospital.
Oh, okay, Doc. Leukemia. When you say it, it's different.
There are no promising young men in the hospitals. There are the sick, and getting better, and the getting worse. There are patients hiding fear and pain, cheering up the visitors. There are visitors hiding fear and love because if they showed their love, they would cry.
Hi, Mom. Hi,
Hello,
Pop.
son.
Hello, Eddie.
Oh, gee, what you got in those packages?
Oh, some things to eat and some books. How do you feel, Sonny?
Oh, I'm fine. You seen any of the fellas, Pop?
Yes, I saw them all. They come around and ask how you are. Joe, Frank, Billy, Mr. Honegast.
I feel good enough to go home. This is some vacation.
Oh, Eddie, some vacation.
Ma,
Excuse me, Eddie.
I get all I want to eat, sleep when I feel like, listen to the radio, and read. What more can a guy ask?
Do they treat you nice, the doctors and the nurses?
Yeah. There's a swell intern on this floor. We talk about medicine. He's interested in my case.
And the nurses, Eddie?
Mom, you better watch him.
Was Dr. Gold here today?
Yeah, this morning. But he doesn't say anything. I'm no kid.
Oh, of course not, Eddie.
Well, then why doesn't he say something? What does he tell you, Pop?
Well, he says you're doing fine, Eddie. He's bringing in Dr. Marshall to see you.
Marshall? You mean the Dr. Marshall? Well, he only comes in when...
Eddie, son.
Oh, Pop. Why did it have to happen to me? I'm only 16. What did I do?
Oh, Eddie, baby. Eddie, baby.
Hello. You saw Eddie this afternoon? How was he?
Oh, he looks fine. You think the doctors know?
There are things they don't know.
He's such a crazy kid.
What did he say now?
It's not what he said. It's what he does.
What did he do?
All of a sudden, he gets out of bed and grabs me and dances me around.
Oh, you shouldn't let him. He's sick.
Who let him? All of a sudden, he grabs me. He wanted to show me how well he's getting.
But Sarah...
The nurse came in and we put him back to bed.
What did she say?
He's such a crazy kid.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Pop.
Hello, Eddie. How are you?
Okay. Kind of sleepy.
Well, shall we go out? You'll sleep a little.
Oh, no. I sleep all the time.
You hear the game last night?
Look, Pop, Mom. I want you to do something for me.
What do you want?
What is it?
Well, if some... Well, you know, if I die...
Eddie.
It's no way to
What
talk.
way?
Well, let's be grown up, all of us.
All right, Eddie.
You can never tell with these things. We have to be intelligent.
Sarah.
Mama, listen, please.
We're listening, son.
Well, if I should die,
Yes, Eddie.
you know the money you put away from my college.
We know.
Well, I want you to do something with it.
What, Eddie? What do you want?
Well, it's money for college. If I can't use it, let someone else.
How?
Oh, I don't know, Pop, but you save that money to send me through college and medical school. Use it to send someone else. Someone who couldn't go otherwise.
Yiskadal Yiskadash Merabo Bialmodi Vroch Hiruse Viamliach Malchuse Vachayechon Uviamechon Uvchayse Lichol Beis Yisroel Bagolo Visman Koliv Vimru Omein.
Amen. Eddie Cohen died of leukemia. The promising young man, the promise erased. But Eddie left a will, nothing written because he owned no properties. He left a word, a sentence, a wish expressed to Sarah and Max Cohen. He bequeathed his promise and its fulfillment.
You're the principal, Dr. Brooke. You work it out.
Yes, we can work it out, Mr. Cohen. But wouldn't it be better to give a scholarship as a prize to the boy with the best grades? That's the usual way.
Well,
Yes, Mrs. Cohen?
you know when a boy deserves help, the teachers know the money's for them.
This is not an honor for the one smartest boy in the school. Eddie won a lot of medals, Dr. Brooke. You gave him some yourself. We know how nice that feels. This is different. Like that, but different. Where there's a boy with a mind like Eddie's, his promise. This money's for him.
Yes, I guess I understand.
If you know that a boy's leaving school because there's not enough money in the house, this money's for him.
We do lose a lot of promising youngsters that way.
If a boy graduates and the teachers know that he would make a fine chemist or engineer or doctor, but his family cannot afford to send him to college, this money's for him.
Maybe,
Yes? You were going to say something, Mrs. Cohen?
maybe if all the boys who wanted to become doctors could be doctors, they would cure leukemia.
So the money that was put aside to send Eddie Cohen to college was spent, as Eddie wanted it spent. But how do you spend the emptiness in a house where a son has died? How do you fill the chair he sat in? How do you fill the silence left when his voice faded?
Mr. Cohn?
Yes?
I'm from the school.
The school?
The high school, where Eddie... I'm...
Yes, son, I know. Eddie's high school.
I got a Cohen scholarship.
That's fine. I'm glad.
I wanted to tell...
It's all right. You don't have to thank us. We're glad.
But I wanted to tell you...
You don't have to thank us. We understand.
My name's Finelli. Joe Finelli. If you ever need something...
Sure, Joe. Thanks. Good night.
Who was it, Max?
Another boy from the scholarship. Joe Finelli. Nice-looking boy.
You talked to him so long at the door. Why didn't you invite him inside?
Makes me uncomfortable, Sarah. They're so grateful they sit here. We have nothing to say to each other.
Yes, we have nothing to say to them. They're not ours. Mrs. Fischel's daughter gave birth yesterday. A boy.
Fine. Fine. The new number's selling good. 3,000 dozen already.
That's good. That's good. Did you
On
see
the
in
train
papers-
down to... At least let's listen to the radio. Noise. Come, Sarah. Let's go to the movies. He was a good boy, Eddie. Remember?
Yes, Max. I remember. Here's the movies.
Good football player, too. Huh? Movie? What movie? You want to go to the movies?
I guess we saw all the movies in the neighborhood. Look, Max, those shirts there. You need shirts.
Look, Sarah. Pink shirts. For men. Eddie would have liked those shirts.
Oh, Max. Come, let's walk.
Only a child fills a child's place. Only an unfolding promise can fill the eye gone blank when a promise was erased. But the world is full of people who need each other. And you.
Sarah, you home?
No, I'm in Macy's buying a hat. Where should I be, supper time?
I was just asking. I asked the boy to come over after supper.
A boy? What boy?
That boy that was here last week.
What boy? What's he coming for?
You remember, Sarah, that Joe Finelli, the scholarship boy?
Oh, I remember. And what's he coming for?
Yesterday I saw Mr. Honegger, the teacher. He was telling me about him. Joe's a smart boy, but he lives in 3 rooms. His mother and 4 children.
5 people, 3 rooms.
He's studying now for exams. And the boy has no place to work, no place to study, no quiet. He was worried.
Who was worried? Mr. Honegger or the boy?
Both. Oh. Mr. Honegger got worried because the boy is trying for a college scholarship. He needs quiet. The boy is worried because he has no place to study.
So?
So I told the teacher to send the boy here.
But, Max, you were going to your lodge meeting tonight.
So tonight I won't go. I'll miss one.
Well, you can go. I'll be here.
No, they'll find another pinochle player.
All right, Max. We'll both stay. I'll get some cake.
Energy is equal to mass.
Joe.
Plus 1 over R sub 3. Yes, Mr. Cohn?
What are you studying?
Well, I'm a journalism major. This is physics, my toughest subject. Boy, what stuff.
Maybe I could help you?
Oh, that's all right, thanks. I'm doing fine.
Don't bother the boy, Max. Let him be.
I just thought it might go better. I used to hold the book for Eddie when he was studying formulas.
Gee, that might be a good idea, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'd like to do it. Here, give me the book.
Over here. You give me the first part, and I'll give you the formula.
I'll put up some tea. Do you like tea, Joe?
Oh, no thanks, Mrs. Cohn. I'm not hungry.
What's tea got to do with hungry? Sure, make tea, Sarah. Now, what's the formula for energy?
Oh, that's the easy one. MC squared.
Speed of a falling body?
1/2 GT squared.
And V?
V. Oh, that's
Square root of 2AS.
Oh, sure. Square root of 2AS. Uh-huh.
Index of refraction?
Index of refraction. Ooh.
Psi?
Give him a chance, Max. Let him think a while.
Who's rushing? Sure. Take your time, son.
Sine I over sine R. Got it.
Angular velocity?
Oh, that's one tough one I do know. MR omega squared.
You're doing fine, Joe.
Now, come, stop a while. Let's have some tea and cake.
Oh, gee, Mrs. Cohn, you don't know what this...
Oh, it's nothing, Joe. It's nothing. Come on, the tea.
Only the things of the spirit are inexhaustible, and the things of the heart. But the things we buy, even promises, must be paid for in cash.
Ten boys have received monetary assistance to stay in undergraduate school. Medical graduates are now in 3 colleges under scholarships.
With the exhaustion of the fund, our job is done. The students and faculty join me in extending our sincerest thanks. Very respectfully yours, William A. Brooke, Principal.
Our job is done.
How? How can it be done, Sarah? There are no more boys who need help?
Well, there'll always be boys, Max, and they'll always need help. But the money's gone. It wasn't enough.
Well, if it wasn't enough, we'll give them more.
But from where? How can we?
When Eddie was alive, we needed money. We were going to buy a house so he could bring a girl in. Maybe for an office. We saved so he could start practice without borrowing, without worrying. Even when you bought a new dress, it wasn't for me anymore, huh? It was to show off to Eddie and his friends.
Well, we still have to live, Max.
We'll live. A house we have, a fur coat you have, food we'll always have. What else do we need? We don't have to go on a trip around the world. You're my company and I'm your company.
Yes. We have enough.
But these boys, they haven't enough. They have dreams. But dreams cost money. We'll give them what we have.
Yes, Max.
So sit down and write a letter to Dr. Brooke.
A letter? You call him up. Maybe tomorrow before he opens his mail, a boy will come in and ask for help.
Item, a high school journalism office outfitted as a newspaper city room. Item, research equipment for the science laboratories. Item, a music lounge and library for the school. Item, dreams bought back from oblivion, promising young men being trained to fulfill their promise. How much does it cost? So many thousands of dollars. How much will it pay? Well, the reckonings are different. There's one reckoning for the boys, there's another for their parents. There's still a third for you and me.
Pop, Mom, I wanted to be a fireman when I was a kid. I got over that. Then I wanted to be a writer. I never would have gotten over that. Now I'll be one. Philly will be a doctor, Joel a chemist, Larry an engineer. The teachers used to call Eddie a promising young man. Well, whatever Eddie would have been to you, we'll be. Whatever promise Eddie made, we'll fulfill.
Joe, there are no promises. Not from you, not from Larry, not from any of you. You're not living Eddie's life. You're living your own. You'll be a good rider because you must be a good rider, not because of Eddie. Nobody has a commitment on another person's life. We didn't do this to make eddies out of you. And we didn't do it out of charity, to store up long life or treasures in heaven. We did it because we had to. Because when we do it, Eddie is here. My grandfather used to tell me, don't worry about doing good. If you know that God made you, you have to be good.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Judge Jacob H. Livingston, Justice of the Supreme Court of the State of New York. Judge Livingston.
The Promising Young Man is a moving story. It is a true story, and it behooves us to note it well, for it is an account of a fulfillment as well as a loss. It tells of a family, a mother, a father, a son. The lives of the parents were wrapped up in their child. When he lived, his welfare was their chief concern, his education, his future, his success. Commendable, understandable, and to a degree desirable. When they were deprived of their son, a loss so great that it seemed despair must inevitably accompany it, they did not permit their horizons to close in upon them. Instead, they discovered a broader horizon, the scope of humanity. For faith is not a static thing, nor is service a limited concept. The ideals, aspirations, and promise which were embodied in their gifted son, they rediscovered in their efforts to help others. and the pleasure one derives from helping those near and dear to us is greatly multiplied when our help is extended to humanity in general. The theme is the same, helping one's family, but one realizes that the whole human race comprises one's family. Different colors, different religions, different languages, but still one family with kindred souls. That is why all the great philanthropic endeavors are family endeavors. And as one would not deem help to a brother or son an act of charity, so man's help to man is not charity. In each man is a promise which compels fulfillment, the promise of the dignity of mankind.
Thank you, Judge Livingston. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Promising Young Man, was written by Harry Gersh and was based on a true story. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catums. Cantor Robert Siegel sang the liturgical introduction. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. The 1950 Red Cross campaign is now underway. Remember the Red Cross and give generously. You can help through your Red Cross. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today is Mrs. Steinberg's Partner in Heaven by Sylvia Berger.
It was twilight in December on Orchard Street when a kick from a potato peddler's horse sent Kornstein the candy store man flying into the seventh sphere. The horse had hardly put his foot down again when Kornstein heard the singing. To Nathan Cornstein, it seemed there was something familiar in the ring of the last ta-ta-ta-tee.
Hello!
Nathan Cornstein. Welcome, welcome.
Yisrael Yitzchak Steinberg.
Who else? How is the potato peddler?
When I left, he was still crying.
Ah, the unfortunate.
He fainted 3 times.
Cornstein, please.
I should have told the potato peddler not to aggravate himself, but you know how it is, Yisraelchik.
If the angel of death were to wait till everybody finished all his business on earth.
But such an innocent man, Yisrael Yitzchak. Such a harmless man. He wasn't even near the horse. I was nearer the horse than he was.
Otherwise, why should it kick you?
Now he's down there, fainting, crying. Yisraelchik, what if we were to send a message? Say something like, don't be aggravated. It wasn't your fault. Signed, Cornstein.
There's a precedent for a message.
By special messenger.
The messenger I have in mind is very special.
With experience?
Cornstein, did you ever count the stars in the sky?
Not since I was 4, Yisraelchik. There are too many.
That's why you can't count the messages my wife has carried from here.
Mrs. Steinberg? A fine woman. When I went to get my first job, Yisraelchik, the boss asked me a question. He said, Cornstein, that you are willing, I know, but Cornstein, what are your references?
You want my wife to produce references?
It's such an important message to deliver, Yisraelchik.
All right. Right. You want some references. You remember our old apartment on Canal Street, Cornstein?
Above the butcher shop?
Well, it's early evening. In the apartment above the butcher store. The children are all home from school. Moischeler, Gittler, Birdler, Friedler. I'm home from work. We're hungry. We want our supper. Where is Mama? Where is Mama, Moischeler?
She went to Siegel's, Pa, to buy a pair of shoes.
So late? How long does it take to fit a pair of shoes?
Oh, there's Mama now. Ma?
Good evening, Moshela. Good evening, Yisraelchik. Give me my apron, Moshela. Please, darling. Supper will be on the table in a minute and a half. Oh, was I lucky today? Did I have a lucky day today?
How are you lucky, Ma?
Just hand me the egg beater from that hook there, Moshela, please, darling. Supper will be on the table in 5, 10... You know the $5 you gave me for my shoes today, Yisraelchik?
I know the $5.
Well, I pinned it into my pocketbook, nice and safe with a safety pin. A little salt, Moshela, please, darling. So, supper will be on the table in 2, 3, and I'm on my way to catch the trolley car for Seals. When what do I see?
What do you see, Ma?
The trolley car is starting. What do? I start running. What happens? Mr. McGuire, the trolley man, sees me and holds the trolley car till I get on. Isn't that a lovely thing to do? I told him myself. I said, Mr. McGuire, you are loveliness personified.
That was lucky, Ma.
Wait. That was just the appetizer to my luck today. The big luck you haven't heard yet. I put the nickel into the box. For such luck to come to me, it flew right into my hands like this.
What was the luck, Itke?
I put my nickel into the box. I look around for a place to sit. When whom do I see? The grocer's youngest boy, the night student.
The one who was studying to be a doctor?
The one who was studying to be a doctor. What do I find out? He's lost his job at the factory. Without the job, he hasn't got the money for books. Without the books, he can't get through school. Without school...
So you gave him the $5 I gave you for a pair of shoes.
What do I need new shoes for? My old shoes fit me like stockings. Look, Yisraelchik, see how they have taken the shape of my toes?
But, Ma, what was the lucky thing that happened to you today?
What was the lucky thing that happened to me today? Moshela, darling, imagine if I had not caught the trolley car.
A nice little reference, Yisraelchik. A deed of charity is always a nice little reference.
A nice little reference. What better reference can you want for a messenger from heaven?
Charity is good, Yisraelchik. But better than charity is charity done in secret.
If that's what's worrying you, Kornstein, relax. You found your messenger. One day, Itka was coming home with a bundle of old clothes she had collected from the Navy.
Oh, be careful, Bertula. Don't drag that shirt in the snow.
I won't, Mama.
Oh, wasn't it lovely of Mrs. Rosen to give us all these nice clothes? You know, there are a lot of important people who can use them. Oh, let's just stop and rest a minute against the stoop here, darling, huh?
Papa will be mad when he finds out you carried such a heavy bundle again, Ma.
Will he, darling? And how do you know it's heavy? Did you weigh it?
I know what's in it.
So what's in it? A few baby dresses? How heavy is a baby dress if a baby can wear it?
There's a big heavy coat in it.
With empty pockets. How much does an empty pocket weigh? And what is lighter on a man's back on a cold winter day than a good warm coat? On a cold winter day, you... Oh, just a minute, darling.
Do you know that man, Ma?
I'll be back in a minute, darling.
Mom! Wait for me!
Gentlemen, just a minute, gentlemen. Gentlemen, please.
Were you calling me?
Yes, sir. Please excuse me for bothering you, but... Don't we know each other from someplace?
I don't think so.
Isn't it funny? I would have sworn... Weren't you at Cousin Essie's Sweet 16 party last April?
I don't know a Cousin Essie.
How do you like that? And I would have sworn... The gentleman even resembles Cousin Essie, doesn't he, Bertula? Especially around the eyebrows.
I don't know, Mom.
Well, I'm sorry for the mistake, gentlemen.
You did no harm.
Then maybe you could do me a favor. Bertie, dear, open the bundle for me. Quick, darling. I hate to ask this, but if you could see your way clear to taking this coat off my hand.
I don't understand.
And now, Bertie, maybe you'll stop threatening me with Papa, please. You hear? Not a single threat more. I was supposed to give this coat to somebody who doesn't want it, and when my husband finds out that I was carrying such a heavy bundle for nothing, you heard what my child said. He'll be very mad. Help the gentleman on with the left sleeve, Bertie. There you are. Now. Oh, I don't know how to thank you. You see, Bertie, darling, didn't I tell you? When you're frightened or in trouble, don't ever lose hope. Sooner or later, a kind soul will come along and help you. Well, now we'll have to hurry along, Bertie, dear. Papa will be wondering... Oh, goodbye, gentlemen, and thank you very much.
Thank you?
Oh, thank you.
Mom?
Yes, darling?
How did you know he wanted a coat, Mama?
Because I could see, dear. On a day like this, an intelligent-looking gentleman like that would have enough sense to wear one, if he had one.
Mama?
Yes, dear?
Who is Cousin Essie?
Cousin Essie? Did I say Cousin Essie? I must have made a mistake, darling. We have no Cousin Essie.
Well, Kornstein, what do you say? Will you let her take the message?
Not bad, not bad. Delicately handled. But, I don't know.
What don't you know?
I don't know, yes, sir. A case like the potato peddler, you've got to know how to talk in a case like that.
How to talk? If it comes to helping someone who needs help, my wife, Kornstein, can talk teeth into a man's mouth.
Is there anyone else in the waiting room, Miss Gross?
I am in, Dr. Miller. Don't trouble yourself, Miss Gross. I'm in already. Oh, how are you this morning, Dr. Miller? You're looking wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs. Steinberg. And what can I do for you? Trouble with the tooth?
Trouble with the tooth with a dentist like you? I was telling my Gittler. I said, Gittler, if you're sewing a button on a coat, sew it on the way Dr. Miller puts in a filling. So even when the whole coat goes, the button is still there.
A very fine recommendation, Mrs. Steinberg.
Thank you. I told my Gittler. I said, Gittler, did you ever stop to think why a man was given 32 teeth? So he could eat like a man. If the Lord had wanted to give a man 2 teeth, he would have made him into a chicken.
How true.
That's why Mr. Proshansky came to you.
Mr. Proshansky?
I told him. I said, all right, Mr. Proshansky, so you need a new plate. But why do you have to bring your lack of business to a cool stranger? Can't you help an old friend like Dr. Miller?
Mrs. Steinberg.
I said, Dr. Miller can make a plate for money any time, but how many times can he make a plate for someone who can't afford it? I said, are you going to rob him of his partnership?
Partnership?
I told him. I said, when a dentist gives a man a set of teeth for money, he's running a business. But when he does it for nothing, he's running a partnership with the Lord. Do you want me to call in Mr. Prashansky now?
Sure, right now.
The dentist will see you now, Mr. Prashansky. Oh, Dr. Miller, you should be the president. Why, do you know what this country would be like if you were president?
Nothing, Mrs. Steinberg, compared to what it would be like if you were president.
A thoroughly enjoyable woman, Israel. A lovely character. Your wife is not only a doer of good deeds, she's a teacher of good deeds.
A lovely character, Constance.
What's the matter?
I was thinking of the beaded dress and the linen tablecloth.
What linen tablecloth and what beaded dress?
Sophie Zilberstone's beaded dress.
Sophie Zilberstone? The millionaire's wife?
Yeah. The wheel turns, Cornstein. The poor become rich, and the rich become poor.
You helped Sophie Zilberstone?
Well, in a manner of speaking.
Well, in a manner of speaking, Friedela, this is an old tablecloth. But just look at it. Feel how fine it is.
Mama, please. I know Sophie Zilberstone is too proud to accept charity, but you've already sold her tea set for $10 and given her $20. You've sold her old squirrel muff for $8 and told her it brought $28.
Your husband is making a living, Friedela.
Yes, Mama, he is.
You've got your health.
I have, Mama.
Your children are healthy and happy, bless them.
Yes, Mama, they are.
So how are you going to show your gratitude? Not by helping somebody. One, whose husband is not making a living. Two, who's lost her own health worrying over the health and happiness of her children.
Oh. How much are you going to tell her you got paid for the tablecloth?
$35. I can give her just $35 for the tablecloth, Friedela. You see, because I got $50 for the beaded dress.
Mama.
Yes, Friedela?
You didn't sell that old beaded dress for $50.
The beads would make a lovely lampshade.
Mama, to what poor unfortunate did you sell that old beaded dress for $50?
To Papa.
I like her, you thrill chick. I like her. A lovely woman.
A lovely woman, Cornstein. She bought cherries in the wintertime.
What?
Oh, not for us, Cornstein. Not for us. For those who couldn't afford it.
And why?
Why, Bertula? I'll tell you why. These people once had money, yes?
Yes.
And they have to go to others for food, yes?
Yes, Mama.
So should we add to the misery of their poverty the shame of worrying how they look in other people's eyes? I bought them cherries in the wintertime, Bertula, because I want them to know that in my eyes they will always be rich. Oh, good, Bertula, darling. La 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 glow and glimmer, mashallah. Oh, get a lovely Bertie, darling, positively lovely. La la Frida la, mashallah. Oh, play a little louder, darling, so we can all enjoy it. Oh, la 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 la, glow and glimmer. Oh, glimmer, Bertie la. Practice. Someday, who knows, darling?
Mom.
Oh, hello, Marcella. You're back from school already? Go in the kitchen and get a glass of milk, dear.
Ma, there are two strangers in my room.
Oh, I know, dear. I put them there. They're very important people, darling. They haven't any money.
Ma, where am I going to sleep?
You sleep in Papa's room, dear. Louder, Bertie, please. How do you like your sister's playing, Ursula? Doesn't she have golden fingers?
Ma!
What is it, dear?
I can't sleep in Papa's room, Ma. Don't you remember? That old man is in there. The one who was put out of his house.
Oh, that's right. I was out all day, so I lost track of the arrangements. He's a very important person, darling. He's homeless. Now, let me see how we can... Bertula! How many people are staying in your room this week?
4, Mama. Me and Gertrude and Frida and Miss Thorgensen.
Oh, a very important person, darling. She is studying to become a citizen. Oh, Miss Thorgensen. Good evening, Miss Thorgensen. Get Miss Thorgensen a chair, Ursula.
Oh, no, thank you very much. Don't you bother, Ursula. I cannot stay. I just came to find out something. Look, it says here, Mrs. Steinberg.
Yeah?
Who was the first president of the United States?
The first president? Christopher Columbus, Miss Thorgensen. He came on the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Mrs. Steinberg, yeah, thank you. You know, you cannot make a mistake at these citizenship hearings.
No, you certainly cannot, Miss Thorgensen. You see, children, how much you have to know to become a citizen? You have to know...
The first president of the United States was George Washington, Ma.
Oh, my goodness. Miss Thorgensen! A correction, Miss Thorgensen?
Oh, yeah. What is it, Mrs. Steinberg?
The first president was George Washington, Miss Thorgensen. George Washington. Ursula just told me.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Steinberg. And thank you, Ursula.
Oh, you see, children, you see how the Lord helps us at every step. If Miss Thorgensen hadn't needed a place to live, I would never have found out the name of the first president of the United States. Oh, it's a lovely world, children. A beautiful world.
My teacher says the world is round as a ball.
Round as a ball? You see how the work of the Lord is perfect? Round as a ball. What can be more perfect than round?
It's all cut up with lines running up and down and on all sides.
Oh.
Longitudes, they call them, Ma, and latitudes.
Longitudes and latitudes. Oh, better and better. You see how it is, children? You see how it is? How much can man see of the big perfectness that is the world? Less than the eyes of a fly can see of an apple. So what has been done for us? The big world has been divided for us into little sections, and each little section is held in a latitude and a longitude. And between each latitude and longitude are blue waters and winking and green earth greening and people studying and playing piano and whose hand holds the latitudes and the longitudes like a beautiful golden net spread around us for our safety. A hand too wonderful to pass my lips. So play, Bertula. La 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 la, Veda la, Maisha glowworm play. Play nice and loud, darling, so we can hear how happy we are in this wonderful world. La 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 la, Frida la, glowworm glimmer, Frida la 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 la.
Tam-ra-ra-ra, tam-ra-ra-ra, tam-ra-ra-ree-ra-ra-ra-ra-ree, tam-ra-ra-ra, tam-ra-ra-ra, tam-ra-ra-ree-ra-ree-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Kornstein.
Yes, Yisraelchik.
You sound happy, Kornstein.
I am happy, Yisraelchik.
You have found your messenger, Kornstein?
I have found my messenger, Yisraelchik. Tam-ra-ra-ra, tam-ra-ra-ra, tam-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, tam-ra-ra-ra, tam-ra-ra-ra, tam-ra-ra-ra.
Mama! Ma!
Oh, yes, Ursula.
There's a strange man and woman in the parlor, Ma.
Yes, darling, I know. Ursula.
Yes, Ma?
I would like to ask your opinion on something, darling.
Sure, Ma.
Let us say, Mershula, that there is a father of many sons. You're listening, Mershula?
I'm listening, Ma.
And he gave one of his sons a ball to play with. And one day, as he was playing ball base...
Baseball, Ma.
Baseball. The son slipped and fell. And as he fell, the ball flew out of his hand and hit one of his brothers. And the little boy became so scared, so unhappy and scared at what had happened, that he became sick. What would you do, Mershula, to make the little boy well again?
Did the boy's brother know he didn't mean to hit him with a ball, Ma?
The brother knew.
Did the father know he didn't mean to hit him with a ball?
The father knew.
Did the boy know they knew? Why'd you just kiss me, Mother?
Because you are wise, darling, and I was foolish. We are all our Father's children, and our Father, blessed be his name, knows our thoughts and our deeds. And, Mershula, will a father stop loving a child simply because he slipped and fell?
Where are you going, Ma?
I'm going to have a little talk with our guests, Mershula.
Are they important people, Ma?
Yes, Mershula, very important people. They are a potato peddler and his wife. Tum-ta-ra, tum-ta-ra-ra, tum-ta-ra-ra-ra, tim-ti-ta-ra-ra, tum-ta-ra-ra, rim-ta-ra-ra, rim-ta-ra-ra-ra, ru-ru-ru-ru-ru, tai-tai-tai-ta-ra-ra-ra-rim-ram, tim-tim-ru-ra-ra-ri-ra-ra-ram.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. The address again is the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Joachim Prince, Rabbi of Temple B'nai Abraham of Newark, New Jersey. Dr. Prince.
We live in a complex world. It is difficult to understand our daily living without acquiring a knowledge of physics and chemistry and mechanical and economic complexities. Religion, unfortunately, has become part of the complicated living of our centuries. It expresses itself either in involved theology understandable only to the theologian who received his proper training, the various political and administrative mechanics which are so typical of the hustle and bustle of organized religion. It is good, therefore, to listen to the simple story which we just heard, for this story deals with the very core of religious conduct. These are the stories of simple people who happen to be Jews. Their conduct in life, their attitude toward people, their desire to help, their innate kindness stem from their ancient tradition. For Judaism, as well as other religions, stripped to its essentials and basic values, can still be boiled down to the admonition, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." It is good to be reminded of this in a world which seems to have lost its understanding, its knowledge, its desire for human simplicity. For life and religion without college degrees, for that which is prompted by the human heart and the capacity for goodness rather than by complicated thinking. It is good to remember what one great Jewish thinker, Achat Ha'am, once said: there are three Torahs, the written law, the law that is handed down from generation to generation, and Torah Shebalev, which is the Torah of the human heart. Out of the involved complexities of our life, there grows a yearning and longing of millions of people for a simple religion which translates itself into the daily reality of the good deed. Out of the anguish and the anxiety and the fears of our time, there grows the prayer of men and women that the religion of the human heart may give them new hope and new faith in the eternal values which are common to all good people and all religions of the world.
Thank you, Dr. Prince. Our Eternal Light drama today was Mrs. Steinberg's Partner in Heaven by Sylvia Berger. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Catums. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Adelaide Klein was featured as Mrs. Steinberg. Mr. Steinberg was played by Joe DeSantis and Kornstein by Peter Capel. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, A Time to Build Up, was written by Joseph Mindell.
Who will return the years that the locust hath eaten? The earth of Israel is withered with neglect, and parched with the heat of the unremitting sun. But the people who were scattered are gathered again. They relinquish to the locust its spoils, and take for themselves the years that remain. In the city of Tel Aviv, there was a man who wanted to be a farmer. In this, the second year of the state of Israel, where could he go to be a farmer? There is the narrow strip of land along the Mediterranean, and there is the arid wasteland of 3 million acres, the Negev, dry with the dust of 1,000 years. The man, whose name was Nathan, thought for a moment, then made his choice. They took him to the Negev, where he looked around him, wiped the sweat from his face, and said,
It's hot, isn't it? Yes. Is it always like this? Oh, no. That's good. In July, it gets hotter.
Nathan opened his shirt, but said only, Then he knelt, took up a handful of earth, and rubbed it between his fingers.
The earth is so dry it crumbles.
There's sufficient reason.
Tell me, when did it last rain here?
It's hard to say.
I see. Excuse me, isn't there some other place I could look?
Of course. There's the whole Negev to choose from.
Then let's go further.
Except it's all like this.
It is possible that Nathan shrugged. His eyes closed a little, but then the sun was very strong. It is certain that he sighed and said,
Well, I'll begin with tomatoes and a few vegetables.
You still want to be a farmer?
My mind is made up.
I've told you there's no water.
I'll dig a well.
Most wells are dry here.
Then I'll carry water from the nearest settlement.
Nathan, if you grow anything here, it will be a miracle.
I have no illusions. I'm a realist.
So I see. But still, you believe in miracles.
If I didn't believe in miracles, how could I be a realist?
A miracle is a happening poised on the thin edge between the possible and the impossible. It is a matter of the difference between what cannot be and what is. And this is a difference that is easily magnified. The wheel was once a miracle, and fire, and the plow, and survival itself is a miracle. In the port of Haifa, in the bureau concerned with immigration, there is a man who, in his own way, is another realist.
The immigration rate into Israel is now 28,000 per month.
If one were to say to him, politely,
You must be mistaken. That's, let me see. That's 336,000 immigrants a year. Say 300,000 in round figures. But that's impossible. Why? Well, for the simple reason that it means one immigrant for every 4 people already here. Yes. Well, don't you see? Statistically, it's the same as if America were to admit 35 million immigrants a year. Very interesting, but the statistical department is next door. My job is with people.
What will you do with so many people? How can you provide them with homes, with work, with food? Israel's absorptive capacity is too small.
We'll build factories and houses. We'll work the land.
Be realistic. You can't feed a nation out of the dry valley of the Negev.
There are other necessities in realism. Long ago, in another valley, in the valley of dry bones, Ezekiel heard a voice that said, Behold, I will open your graves, and I will bring you into the land of Israel, and I shall place you in your land. In Europe, there are 6 million unmarked graves, and among them wander thousands still alive. Shall we say to those who survived, there is no room for you in Israel?
How should you know their names? They're ordinary people. A worker in Tel Aviv, an immigration official in Haifa, a farmer in the Negev. Ordinary people with common human wants. But their task is not ordinary. In a few short years, they must transform a country that is closer to biblical times than to the present. They must build new cities, create new industries, and bring the ancient soil to life. Each problem subdivides, like an amoeba, to engender new ones. There is, for example, the matter of internal immigration.
Internal immigration. The increase in population due to the rising birth rate.
This is good, but it brings its own problems.
I see from your report, Coleman, that you have no trouble with consumer demand.
None at all. As a matter of fact, we're not manufacturing enough baby carriages.
For next year, you're authorized to double your production.
Good. We'll need an additional allotment of steel amounting to about...
There's no extra steel available.
No steel? Well, then aluminum. We have a new design for an aluminum baby carriage. The body's mounted between the wheels in such a way...
Coleman.
Yes?
No aluminum.
When the Jews were slaves in Egypt, Pharaoh commanded them to make bricks without straw.
I'm not a pharaoh.
No, compared to you, he was a reasonable man. When he took away the straw, he at least left the clay. Listen, it's a simple fact. You can't make baby carriages without metal.
Now, that's not a fact. It's a superstition. The fact is that we need baby carriages. Well?
Well, I never was superstitious.
It is important not to exaggerate, for a story can easily grow until it is a little larger than the truth. And the truth is, that these are not heroes, not workers of miracles. If their names are unfamiliar, that is to be expected, for they are ordinary people. Yet they have the uncommon quality of seeing without illusions.
Israel has no coal, no iron or steel, and few other natural resources.
We came a little late for the milk and honey.
They came, and others are still coming. There are houses to be built, and factories to be established, and food to be grown, with no tools but their hands, and the will to use them. And the small smile with which to say,
"It would be pleasanter to have enough coal and iron and the other luxuries of civilization, but it is written, woe to them that are at ease in Zion."
If ease is the measure, there is little woe in Israel. There is work, and the new condition of man which is called austerity. That is, eating bread instead of meat, drinking coffee without sugar, and sharing a room with another family. But for many, there is no work. The reason is simple, and the solution is clear.
More industries are needed.
The solution is clear, but the difficulties are many. And they chase each other in a tight circle, like a puppy pursuing its tail.
More industries are needed. But industry requires the import of raw materials.
And imported raw materials must be paid for by exports.
But Israel has little to export.
Mainly because it has so few industries.
The circle is closed. But not quite. There are crevices at which it can be stretched and opened. For Israel does have an abundance of some resources.
Here they are, Professor. 4 dozen oranges.
Oh, good. Empty the bag on the table. Now take the knife and get to work.
The knife?
That's right. Peel the oranges.
Oh, I see. You're going to make a fruit salad. A party in the laboratory, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Well, Miriam, what are you doing?
I'm peeling the oranges, just as you said.
But you're throwing away the peel.
Of course.
Oh, Miriam, throw away the oranges. I want the peel. Put it in the speaker.
Professor, I can understand an orange. You can drink the juice, eat the pulp. Even an orange tree has its uses, but what can you do with orange peel?
I'm not sure. Maybe nothing. But maybe if it's mixed with a few chemicals and some brains, we can use it to increase Israel's absorptive capacity.
Absorptive capacity, a phrase that concerns the scientists at the Weizmann Institute, at the Agricultural Research Station of Rehovot, at the Hebrew Institute of Technology. A magic phrase that measures the capacity of a land to support the people who live in it. It has been used for special purposes.
Consider the desert, the barren hills. Clearly, Palestine's absorptive capacity has been reached. By order of the Colonial Office, immigration is ordered to stop.
But absorptive capacity is a flexible quality that depends on the people as well as the land.
Workers are needed in a new factory.
My wife and I will go. What kind of a factory is it?
For the manufacture of industrial alcohol from orange peel.
The skin of an orange, mixed with genius, can stretch absorptive capacity to include 100 new immigrants, 1,000. Not the land alone, nor the people, but both together are the measure of a nation. The land nourishes the people. But if the earth is dry and sterile, then where is the source of nourishment? 2/3 of Israel is desert, the Negev, 3 million acres of land, once alive, now parched and empty. By what miracle can the barren earth yield fruit?
The wilderness and the parched land shall be glad, and the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. It shall blossom abundantly and rejoice, even with joy and singing.
The desert shall blossom as the rose. There are many ways of saying it, as a dream, as a parable, as a boast of miracles to be performed. Today it is said in none of these ways, but rather quietly, a simple declaration of what is to be done because it must be done. If it seems impossible, then maybe it's because no one has tested the limits of the possible.
What's the use of talking? We have no other land and no alternative.
There it is. No alternative. Therefore, kibbutzim have been established in the Negev, settlements in the desert. In a caravan of trucks carrying the most meager equipment, ordinary people set out to bring life to the dead sands. Some are young, some older, many have never worked on a farm. Maybe that's why they're not afraid to begin an impossible task, to be farmers in the desert.
This is the place.
The trucks stop on a small hill. And because this is only a time of armistice, and the peace treaties are not yet written, the first thing to be done is done quickly.
Ow! The points are sharp. That's the nature of barbed wire, Aaron. Don't spread the coils too far apart.
Just as you say, Nathan.
Ow! Aaron, maybe you'd better leave the barbed wire to us. Put up the tent. There are a few cots. Put them inside for the older people.
No cots.
Why not?
The tent is for Sheba.
Sheba?
The cow. A calf should be born very soon.
Aaron, you have a tender heart, but after all, a cow.
It's not a matter of tenderness, Nathan, but efficiency. You have to understand, Sheba isn't just a cow.
No?
No. She's a capital investment. The tent is for Sheba.
Benjamin, Nathan, everybody.
It's twins.
Sheba had twins.
It's
a good omen, Aaron.
Nathan, I need water. 2 buckets. One for Sheba, one for me.
A bucket for Sheba. Take it. And this is for you.
A cup? I asked for a bucket. I'm really thirsty.
It's a large cup.
Well, you don't understand. Every pore in my body is thirsty.
Aaron, bend down and pick up some soil. The soil has been thirsty for 1,000 years.
I can wait.
Men can wait, but the earth has waited almost too long. The first structure to be built is not a house to live in, but a water tank. Later, there will be a pipeline and a small engine. Now the tank is filled with water carried in barrels from the nearest well. But the water runs down off the soil so quickly that the color hardly changes. The land must be taught to live again.
Today, we begin to plow the field. You'll remember what the man from the agricultural station told me.
Yes, I remember.
I have put poles in the earth for markers. We plow from one pole to the next.
Nathan, I'm not an expert.
Here, nobody is an expert, Benjamin.
But I've got good eyes. The way the poles are placed, now look at the first 3. If we plow from the first to the second to the third, we're going in a curve. But if we plow straight across from the first to the third pole, we'll save at least 20 steps. 20 steps for only 3 poles. And there are so many poles.
He's right.
Of course, we should plow straight across the field.
Let me explain it, Benjamin.
Are you an agricultural expert, Aaron?
Me? I'm a tailor formerly of Poland. But this stands to reason. Now tell me, if we plow straight furrows, what happens when we water the field?
Well, the field gets wet.
Not even damp. The water runs down the straight furrows and gets lost in the desert. Now, look at the poles like a farmer, not a surveyor.
Well,
don't you see? The field is on a hill, and the poles follow the shape of the hill. Contour plowing, that's what the expert called it. We plow around the hill.
Well, the water still runs down the hill.
But slowly, because it stops at every furrow on the way, and at every stop some water is absorbed. This way, we don't lose the water.
Aaron, you've wasted your talents on a needle and thread. You should have been a farmer.
I'll tell you something. That's what I always wanted to be, even in Poland.
Then why not, even in Poland?
Benjamin, a farmer can't plant a crop unless he is sure of his land.
Slowly, the desert grows less empty. Each settlement is a spot of living green in the brown wasteland, linked in a chain that stretches across the Negev, and from Galilee in the north to the cities of the Mediterranean coast. The crop is not for one alone, and the harvest is sometimes other than food. One day, Nathan makes a trip to the agricultural station.
You're a chemist, aren't you? I brought you this.
What is it?
The plant. A weed.
I can see that. What is its name?
I don't know.
I don't know what you expect me to do with it.
I want you to find a use for it.
The fibers are too short and too weak for spinning into thread. Maybe it can be eaten.
It's bitter as gall. Even the cows won't eat it.
Take my advice. Forget about it.
Don't throw it away. You must find a use for it.
Why is it so important to find a use?
Don't you understand? It grows. It grows in the Negev.
Nathan, that plant you brought me 2 months ago, does it still grow in the desert?
Of course. Did you have me come to the laboratory to ask a foolish question?
No. I want to show you something. Come over to this table here. Well, what do you think?
A screwdriver with a yellow handle.
Yeah?
Some red dishes. A toothbrush. Should I have a special thought about them?
You might ask what they're made of.
All right. What are they made of?
Faith, imagination, stubbornness. All yours, Nathan. Also, a few scraps of stem and root.
What do you mean?
Go back and harvest the new crop. I've found a use for your weed.
Today there is a factory where a new plastic is made from a plant that grows in the Negev. Let it stand as a symbol, a double symbol, of the plant whose name is unimportant, and of the people in Haifa and Tel Aviv, in Galilee and the Negev, whose names are Nathan, Aaron, Benjamin, ordinary names. For their existence is equally unlikely and equally a fact. There remains a question that is pertinent. Of what is the fact of existence compounded? Knowledge is an ingredient, and skill. Another is the will to reach beyond the possible, to make reality of a dream.
Shepherd, how much water from Dan to Beersheba?
If it is a riddle, I don't know the answer.
Then tell me this. If you stood on the peak of Mount Hermon and looked south, what would you see?
That I can tell you. The River Jordan, emptying into the Dead Sea.
And beyond the Dead Sea?
The dry Negev, without life.
If the waters of the Jordan flowed over the sands of the Negev, what then?
I would say it is a beautiful thought.
Shepherd, don't you ever dream?
Only when I sleep.
What do you dream most often?
Mostly of pastures, thick, green, and sheep, fat, happy.
Tonight, when you sleep, remember to dream of the River Jordan.
Bounded by the Mediterranean on the west, and on the east by the Jordan, swiftly moving in its deep gorge, Israel is a pinch of land, 2/3 desert surrounded by an abundance of water. And this is the origin of the dream, which is not the end, but the beginning. It moves from fantasy to realization.
The development of a Jordan Valley Authority is completely practical. Practical can mean many things. I'm an engineer, not a politician. From an engineering point of view, there are no technical barriers.
At their drawing boards, the engineers have finished the maps and blueprints and are ready. But there is an objection from the Arab desert east of Israel.
The Jordan does not belong to you.
Half of it is ours.
Will you take only the water from your half?
Tell me, is your Arab desert as dry as ours?
It blows like dust under my camel's feet.
Then we'll share the Jordan water. Half for your desert, half for ours.
But not yet, for the objection still stands, and the offer to share is not accepted. Therefore the Jordan runs fruitlessly into the Dead Sea. Wheels that might turn remain motionless, and sand that might be soil remains barren. Now, one can only wait and look again at plans already perfect and think of what is possible, but not permitted.
Control of the waters of the Jordan will irrigate 800,000 acres of the Negev.
The land will produce 2 crops a year.
The Jordan River dams and the Mediterranean Dead Sea Canal will create almost 1 billion kilowatt hours of electricity.
The snows will melt on Mount Hermon, and the life-giving waters of the Jordan will flow across the plain of Sharon to the sands of the Negev. From a spot near Haifa, canals will leave the salt water of the Mediterranean for 25 miles to the Dead Sea, to fall 1,300 feet and generate power and water for industry and irrigation, so that 6 million people may live where now a handful exist. But not yet. For this, it is not yet time.
To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to break down, and a time to build up.
Therefore, the time must come to replace the desolation of misused and forgotten land with the fertile abundance of orchards and vineyards. It will not be a miracle, or a dream, nor a vision in the mind, but a fact to be observed, so that a man like Nathan may say,
"Look, the desert is in flower."
As once he said,
"In the wilderness shall waters break out, and streams in the desert. And the parched land shall become a pool, and the thirsty ground springs of water. The wilderness and the parched land shall be glad, and the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. It shall blossom abundantly and rejoice, even with joy and singing."
if it is a dream, it is a mighty dream, worthy of men.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Louis Berry, distinguished civic leader of Detroit. Mr. Berry.
Few are the dramatic events in history whose full impact is felt at the time they occur. Ours is a generation that is privileged to live at a moment when the history of our people reaches one of these great peaks. I refer, of course, to the reestablishment of Israel, which is not only the realization of a dream centuries old, but is also the promise of a new life through centuries yet unborn. This event has been called a modern miracle. You remember that in the presentation we have just been privileged to hear, Nathan prides himself on being a realist. He is challenged by one who says, "But still you believe in miracles?" His reply is noteworthy. If I didn't believe in miracles, how could I be a realist? Realism requires us to recognize that the miracle is far from completed. Tens of thousands of immigrants are still herded in camps in Israel, waiting to be absorbed into the normal life of the new state. Hundreds of thousands in Europe and the Muslim lands are waiting to be taken out of the valley of shadows into the sunlight of the people's own home. The state of Israel is not only faced by the inevitable difficulties which any young state in our time would have to endure, but it must also keep its doors open to the multitudes who wish to enter. These remnants of a people who have lived through the greatest tragedy in Jewish history must be enabled to share in its great fulfillment. They must be transported to Israel, clothed, sheltered, fed, often retrained and made to feel not only welcome, but indispensable to the great enterprise. The proudest privilege that has come to us as American Jews is to have a share in effecting the miracle. There can be and must be no relaxation of effort on our part at this moment. The care and the housing of the hundreds of thousands of Jewish needy is not solely the responsibility of the Jews in Israel. It is the responsibility of world Jewry. we would be sinning against the opportunity with which destiny provides us were we to withhold the full measure of our support.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Our Eternal Light drama today, A Time to Build Up, was written by Joseph Mindell. The music was arranged and conducted by Morris Momorsky. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured as Nathan was Leon Jenney, and Norman Rose was the narrator. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program is Morton Wishengrads' The Tender Grass, a fantasy for the festival of Passover. Alexander Scourby is the narrator.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Today's program, Miracle in the Making, was written by Morton Wishengrad.
Stop for a minute, Harry. The doctor will wait for you.
I'm all right, Alice. Come on. Let's get it over with.
A man named Harry Myers was coming to my office. One more case of rheumatoid arthritis. Muscles in spasm, bony fusion of the joints. Knees no longer able to flex. Fingers misshapen. Hands cold, clammy, without strength. Rheumatoid arthritis. There are millions like Harry Myers. They lie bedridden in their houses, in hospitals, helpless cripples who do not even have death to look forward to. Only a slow wasting of muscle, an erosion of bone, and pain. Before you are eligible to become a permanent invalid, it is necessary first to serve a long and aching apprenticeship. For trolley conductor Harry Myers, it began years ago.
End of the line, Harry. You won't have to ring up another fare till Monday. Hey, Harry, wake up.
Years ago, it seemed they were always telling trolley conductor Myers to wake up. They didn't know it, but that was a symptom. Fatigue.
Harry, snap out of it. We're in the car barn. Home. End of the line. Wake up.
What?
What do you mean, what? We're in.
Guess I'm tired.
What's wrong, Harry?
What do you mean, what's wrong? I'm tired, just like I told you.
You're never too tired for a fight. What's gotten into you?
That was the second symptom. Harry Myers was irritable. The tired symptom was more important. His foot hurt.
Why don't you buy yourself a pair of shoes that fit?
Just for a change, McLeod, why don't you try minding your own business?
Well, these last couple of weeks, there hasn't been a civil word out
You
of
can
you.
always ask the superintendent to assign another conductor.
Take that foot home, Harry, and soak it. Probably won't help your foot, but it might improve your disposition.
On the day that Harry Myers limped home, something began to happen 1,000 miles away in the Chicago laboratories of Aarn Company.
What's in the test tube?
ACTH?
Never heard of it.
Adrenocorticotropic hormone. Isolated by Dr. Cho Hao Lee at the University of California. It's a pituitary hormone which acts on the adrenal cortex, the outer rind. Let's play around with it.
Harry Myers had no way of knowing it, but there in the Chicago stockyards, the research chemists and biologists of Aarn Company would from that moment be playing with his life. All Harry Myers did know was that now both feet were hurting.
Here's your hot water. You should be seeing Doc Isaacs instead of taking up with old wives' remedies.
Just set the pail down and shut up.
I hope you scold yourself.
Alice, I don't know what gets into me. I'm sorry.
First you tear the skin off a person's back, then you say you're sorry. It's not that easy.
I'll crawl on my belly. I said I was sorry. Alice, I'm in pain.
You're not the only one.
Don't yell. I don't like a woman to raise her voice to me.
Then make this house a house and not a living hell.
Alice, we never used to be like this. What's come over us?
Don't you know what's come over us? Sickness. You better see the doctor.
I never feel like eating anymore. I don't sleep, Doc.
It's quite apparent.
Doc, I used to be strong as a bull.
Rheumatoid arthritis attacks the strong.
I don't get it. Rheumatism is for old people. I'm 36.
You're the right age. The usual spreads from 25 to 50, with the peak between age 35 and age 40.
I got 3 kids. I can't afford to be a cripple. You got to cure me.
There's no cure for rheumatoid arthritis.
Doc, what can I do?
Take aspirin.
That's a laugh.
Why? Because aspirin's so cheap? Be grateful for it.
Sure, Doc. It began with my feet, then my knees. It's in my arms now, my fingers. Doc, how is it going to leave me? Tell me.
What was the point of telling him? He would know soon enough. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Chicago stockyards, events were beginning to converge slowly towards Harry Myers.
I want some hog pituitaries.
Last week it was beef pituitary. Wish you boys in research would make up your minds.
Well, we have a good hunch that hog pituitary will give us the most potent yield of ACTH.
Stop talking algebra. How many pituitaries do you want?
About 1,000.
Let me point out one little fact. It's expensive to get that tiny little thing out of a hog's skull. What are we, meat packers or what?
Thanks. Be a good fellow, will you, and see if they're kept on dry ice?
In a Chicago stockyard, research scientists began to collect tens of millions of tiny glands, a colossal operation. They were running a race for all the Harry Myers of the world. But Harry himself was aware of nothing except his own misery.
Oh, boss.
How you doing, McLeod?
Oh, not bad.
How do you feel, Harry?
Fine, just fine.
Getting sort of skinny, aren't you?
Well, it's good to melt off a little fat.
You can overdo a good thing. I've been thinking, Harry, how would you like a job in the office?
Yes, sir.
Sure, the pay is less, but you'll be off your feet.
Boss, Harry and me have been on the same trolley for 9 years.
I know, McLeod, but two-man trolleys are finished, and Harry can't work a trolley by himself. It's an office job or nothing.
Yes, sir.
While you're in the office, take a look at some stuff that's lying around in the closet. Might be a good idea for you to borrow some of it.
What kind of stuff?
Something to make it easier for you to get around. A couple of canes. 2 good, strong canes.
Alice, where'd you put my canes? I left them right here.
This house isn't so big that you have to shout like that.
Where are the canes?
I gave them back to McLeod.
You did what?
Dr. Isaacs doesn't want you to bend your knees. He says you've got to walk straight.
On whose legs?
Don't yell, Harry. McLeod made a swap with the superintendent.
What's the boss got to do with it? Alice, what are you doing in the hall?
It's lucky for us these things happen to be lying around the car barn. The superintendent says you can borrow them till we buy our own.
Get them out of here. Burn them.
Doc says you'll walk straight with them.
I don't want them. Get rid of them. I don't want them.
It's hard for me, too. Don't make it harder. Harry Myers, here are your crutches.
Tell me, on what day of his life does a man grow old? And at what moment of birth does death begin? Harry Myers came to me. His face was gray, his lips were the color of watered milk. He regarded me in silence. I answered with silence. Perhaps in a Chicago laboratory they could hear that silence.
Ed.
Yes?
What are we after?
A better method of extracting ACTH.
Suppose we find it. What'll we have?
Lots of ACTH.
But what good will it do? Might be no good.
Maybe. The pituitary gland is the master gland of the body. It sends out messengers to the other glands. One of the messengers is ACTH. And ACTH says to the adrenal gland, "Hey, Joe, wake up. More production." You know, could be we might find ourselves with quite a little gadget.
Harry?
Oh,
You call, Harry?
it's all right. Shh, don't wake the children.
Harry, you in your bed? Where's that light? You never can find the light. Huh. Hey, you're shivering.
It's nothing, just cold, that's all.
Why didn't you pull the blanket up?
Couldn't.
Why couldn't you, Harry?
Something's happened to my fingers. They don't open. They don't close. They're useless.
Here, I'll tuck the blanket in. You get warm, you'll feel better. Harry, why didn't you call me?
I was trying to pull the blanket up with my teeth.
You could have called.
You need sleep. You've done too much already.
Thanks, Harry.
For what?
For thinking of me.
It's pain that changes a person. It takes strength to consider anyone but yourself. Alice, it's pain that makes a person selfish. I'm not going to be selfish anymore. I'm going to a hospital.
You belong in your own room.
It's done. Doc has made all the arrangements.
Harry Myers went to the hospital on a day when millions of Americans were also entering hospitals. The Brotherhood of the Sick. Rheumatoid arthritis, rheumatic fever, gout, dozens of diseases whose names you've never heard. What's the use of hearing about diseases for which there is no drug, no doctor, no hope?
Ed wants us to try this batch of ACTH on our rats.
Science never concedes that there is no hope. Slowly, painfully, ACTH was brought into significant production. And slowly, carefully, it was tested.
I can report, gentlemen, that ACTH is not toxic when injected into our laboratory animals.
But Harry Myers wasn't a laboratory animal. He was a human being in despair.
What are you doing out of bed?
A person has to keep moving. If he doesn't, he stiffens. Then he becomes a real cripple. Everybody knows that.
Everybody except the medical profession. Into bed, Harry.
Well, I gotta keep moving.
Listen here. You've lost 38 pounds. You're anemic. You haven't got the strength to blow your nose. Back into bed.
I'm just an ignoramus, Doc.
In rheumatoid arthritis, rest comes first, then exercise under supervision. And decent nourishment and aspirin. Nurse,
Yes, Doctor.
this patient stays in bed.
Yes, sir.
Make sure he stays in bed. We'll put a cast around his right knee
Very good, sir.
and a brace on the left knee.
Yes, Doctor.
If that right hand doesn't show any better response to the paraffin treatment, I want you to put some sandbags on it. Straighten that hand out.
What's the good? Let's quit.
I don't quit, Harry. Neither do you. My job is to prevent deformity. Someday you're going to use those arms and legs.
Haven't they told you, Doc? There aren't any miracles anymore.
Harry, medicine is only beginning. There are doors that will be opened.
No miracles, Doc. I'm a cripple. There aren't miracles to change that.
Okay, Harry, so you don't like the radio the boys sent you. It make me sorry we bought it for you. The least you could do was give me a pleasant word. Look, these days I drive a bus. You don't know how lucky you are.
Just the mood I'm in, McLeod. Let's talk about something else.
You look a lot better.
I lost another 2 pounds.
Yeah, but you got color in your face.
My hemoglobin is down to 60.
What I mean to say is you look more rested.
I didn't sleep a wink last night.
Can't you admit something is better?
For a hospital, they serve pretty good food.
Thank goodness.
Only I got no appetite.
Harry Myers, give me one cheerful word.
I hear your cousin broke his nose again.
What medicine do they give you here anyhow?
Last month it was prostigmine. The month before it was gold injections. This month they tried giving me typhoid fever and cobra venom.
Tell them to try smallpox and malaria.
I'm no good, McLeod. I'm a lousy yapper.
Harry, I don't mind you yapping in my face. Yap as much as you want, kid. Only when are they going to make you well again?
Not in the cards, McLeod. I got rheumatoid arthritis, and there's no salvation.
For how many diseases of mankind has there been no salvation? For how many millions of the dying and the soon-to-be dying and the sick of soul is there no redemption? I shall tell you something now. There is an area of darkness, the area of metabolic dysfunction, of endocrine imbalance. I do not dare to tell you how vast an area closed until now.
several months ago to the research clinic of the hospital where Harry Myers is a patient, there came Armour and Company's Director of Medical Research, Dr. John R. Mote. Great work had been done by Dr. Philip Hench and his Mayo Clinic associates. And now Dr. Mote said,
There is strong evidence to suggest that rheumatoid arthritis is linked somehow with malfunctioning of the adrenal cortex. We've offered ACTH for investigation to 45 hospitals and research groups. We offer a small quantity to you. Not for therapy, Doctor. There isn't enough for therapy. This ACTH, I must emphasize, is only for investigation and study.
The nurse said you wanted me not to go away.
What is it, Doc?
Harry, suppose I said there was a chance.
What kind of a chance?
A long shot.
All right.
Don't be hasty.
You mean I might die? The way I am, what's dying?
Listen to him, Harry.
This is a 25 milligram vial of ACTH. To make a pound of this stuff, you'd need the pituitary glands of nearly 500,000 animals.
It's a lot of animals.
Well, there isn't enough livestock in the entire world to make enough ACTH. Only chemical synthesis can do that. And synthesis is a long way off. So there's only a little bit of the material. Only enough for experiments. To teach us what it can do, what it can't do.
Nothing will work.
Nothing worked in diabetes until insulin.
There's a catch, isn't there?
Yes, Alice, there's a remote possibility that ACTH could stand Harry right out of that bed. Enable him to walk, to bend, to brush his teeth, to comb his hair again, to eat with appetite, to be free from pain, to be almost normal.
And the catch, Doc?
It could do all those things to you, Harry, and then I'd have to stop giving you injections because there'd be no material left to inject. You'd be a cripple again.
Doc, your deck is full of jokers.
This is one of the ways medicine learns.
You're not asking him to risk death. You're asking him to risk life.
The risk is always life. It's how we learn.
Don't learn on Harry. There's no strength left in him. If this is why you called me, and if you want my answer, it's no. Please, go away and let him alone.
Iron is taken from the earth and tried by fire and rendered into steel. But human flesh is not earth, and human bone is not iron. And yet flesh must be tried in the fires of fever and delivered swollen and agonized into the crucible that will make it steel. Harry and Alice Myers, they are real people. And I tell you this story because they finally made a decision that required the courage that transcends pain. He was old beyond his years. He was trembling with weakness.
Doc, I'm not a good hero.
All right, Harry.
I'm not one of those noble characters. If it turns out good and then you take the good away, I'll curse you, Doc. I'll go nuts.
Well, then leave things as they are.
I can't.
Why can't you?
Maybe this stuff is the real McCoy. Doc, I'm curious. Okay, you can start scratching me with your needles. Let's see what happens.
Gentlemen, I propose a schedule of treatment consisting of 4 15-milligram treatments for the first 5 days, be followed by a reduction of dosage in the following manner. On the 6th day...
Easy with that needle, Doc. Everything hurts me, Doc. Even curiosity.
Feel any better?
No better, nurse.
Well, here's another injection.
Harry, they called me.
I sat up by myself. I pulled up the covers by myself.
Harry.
I bent my knees by myself. Doc! Doc! Hey, Doc!
Harry, keep a grip on yourself.
No, I can walk.
Oh, Harry, don't lose your head.
I can walk. No pain. My knee, my elbow, look.
Please, Harry, try to remember what I told you.
I don't care what you told me. Nurse! Hey, nurse! When is my next shot? Now watch this, McLeod. Watch my knees when I walk down the steps.
Calm yourself, Harry. You're behaving like a kid. Take it easy.
Now watch me as I walk down. How do you like it?
What are they putting in your milk?
ACTH. Come around for an injection. It'll do you good. Now watch me. I'm going to run up.
You'll break a leg.
Watch me run, McLeod.
Squeeze me tight. Tighter than that. Harry, it mustn't end.
It's got to end, Alice. I'm sober today. It's good. It's wonderful. It's crazy. But it's got to end.
Don't let them. I want a husband, not a cripple. I need you. The kids need you. This way, not the other way.
I slept last night, Alice. 4 nights now. I slept. I can eat. I'm like other people. When I see someone with 2 good legs and 2 good arms and 10 straight fingers, I don't hate him anymore.
He's going to stop the injections.
That was the deal.
Then what was the good of the whole thing?
When the pain comes back, I'll remember what it was like to be without pain.
But you'll be a cripple again.
A cripple with hope, Alice. All right, so the stuff won't be ready tomorrow. But during my life, it will be ready.
We are running a race for all the Harry Myers of the world. For this is not just a new drug. This is a new era in medicine. A door that will be thrown open. A new searchlight that will be turned on the life process of the human organism. And no man alive can foretell what will be revealed. But the miracle is not yet here. It is only a miracle in the making. It requires something to understand that. And a man named Harry Myers has what is required.
Don't worry about Alice, Doc. She'll be okay.
Like to go home?
Oh, that'd be swell.
I'll see to it.
Anything you want to tell me?
The main job is to prevent deformity. That means you'll have to submit to casts and to braces, to surgery.
Sure, Doc.
It means you'll earn the right to your own redemption.
Okay, Doc. I can do a lot of things now.
It is an irony of history. This is the era of the bomb, but this is also the era of a new endocrinology, the age of hormone therapy, ACTH, pregnenolone, Merck & Company's cortisone, testosterone, 100 new agents of salvation ready or on the way or in the making. In this year when science prepares the last cataclysm, science also prepares a new covenant with life. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day that I have set before thee life and death, the blessing and the curse. Which shall be chosen? And in the hospital where the child lies sick, and in the house of the invalid where hope has been yielded, and nothing is left except the cramp of despair, the question repeats itself. Which do we choose?
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York, 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Abram Kanoff, member of the pediatric staff of Brooklyn Jewish Hospital. Dr. Kanoff.
There has always been a close affinity between religion and medicine, from the days when the tribal priest was also the medicine man until the present, when the word miracle is used as often in the laboratory as in the pulpit.
The word miracle is used so often in relation to new treatments that we may forget that some of these drugs actually are miraculous. There is a difference, however, that I should like to stress between the biblical miracle and the miracle in the laboratory. When the prophet Elisha breathed life into the body of a young boy, he solved a single urgent problem. The power of the Almighty was used to circumvent the natural law in order to solace a bereaved mother. In this way, the prophet demonstrated the strength and dominance of the Almighty. When God, however, wishes to demonstrate not omnipotence, but kindness and wisdom, he uses the man-made miracles of his henches and lees. These miracles follow natural law, and they are consummated slowly and with painstaking labor. The rewards of man-made miracles are correspondingly great. The prophet gladdened the heart of one mother. The man-made miracle of ACTH spreads life and hope in ever-widening circles around the world. Because of ACTH, millions of Harry Myers may someday walk again. Thousands of children afflicted with rheumatic fever may come through with normal heart muscles. Children with nephrosis, with Still's disease, with asthma may live again peacefully and without fear. What we need more of in this present-day world is more of such man-made miracles. What we hope for is that a touch of that sanctity which embraces the physician and occasionally makes him a miracle worker shall also touch some of the others, the economists, the diplomats, and the discoverers of atomic fission.
Thank you, Dr. Kanoff. Our Eternal Light drama today, Miracle in the Making, was written by Morton Wishengrad. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured as the Doctor was Roger de Koven, and as Harry Myers, Martin Wolfson. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today, On Wings of Eagles by Sylvia Berger, is presented in commemoration of the second anniversary of the State of Israel and is dedicated to the 1950 campaign of the United Jewish Appeal.
I still wish I could figure him out. Marty O'Brien. I sure wish I could. time I'm talking about, the winter of 48 it was, Marty and me were staying at the Chow Hotel in Asmara. That's down near the Red Sea in Ethiopia, in case you've forgotten. And how we got to Asmara was funny, too, because we got there by way of a third-rate cafe in Cherbourg, France, where Marty and me were sitting around washing away a few sorrows.
Encore le même, monsieur?
We'll have the check, waiter. The check.
Oui, monsieur. Oh, now, wait a minute, Joe. This isn't even the shank of the evening. Waiter, encore the same. 2. Oui, monsieur.
Yeah. We were celebrating, Marty and me. We'd started this little airline, you see, after the war. We'd haul a load of airplane parts to Amsterdam, deadhead over to Rome, take on a load of passengers for Brussels, deadhead over to Cherbourg to pick up a load for Preswick, Scotland, like that. And we thought we'd do all right, too. We thought we'd make a lot of money. Except that we went broke. So we're sitting around this little place in Cherbourg thinking, where do we find us another plane to fly? And this man walks in, and he makes straight for our table.
Martin O'Brien? That's my name. David Aronson.
And he pulls up a chair. And he says 5 of the nicest words a man can say to another man.
You two want a job?
Pull up a chair, Mr. Aronson. As a matter of fact, that's just what we were talking about, Mr. O'Brien and me. You see, we've just had a little tough luck with an airline of ours.
What kind of job? Pilot a plane?
Well, you've come to the right party, Mr. Aronson. There isn't a plane made we can't...
What's the cargo? People.
Now, personally, I don't know why he even bothered to ask. The way I see it is a job's a job, and a fellow's got to make a buck. Oh, I hauled reindeer to Detroit, horses to Jamaica, guinea pigs to Tokyo. I hauled fresh eggs, fresh fish, fresh vegetables, and war brides. And as long as there was a paycheck waiting at the end of the line, it made no difference to me what I carried. But Marty sits there asking questions.
Who's running the show? An American relief organization, the Joint Distribution Committee. What's the route? From where to where? From Aden. To where? To Israel.
Now, this was in December of 48. And in December of 48, they were betting thousands of troops and tons of ammunition that Mr. Aronson's people wouldn't get into Israel. But Mr. Aronson was betting that they would. And we bet on Mr. Aronson, so a week later we're paying a little call on a place called Aden, a British protectorate down at the southern tip of Arabia. There are 2 sides to the city of Aden, the port side and the inland side. Now, the port side's just great. I mean, it's just beautiful, but Mr. Aronson says, let's go see the rest of the city. So he takes us onto the crater of an old volcano, and we climb over this crater, and we go down into the crater, and the first thing we see is a burned-down schoolhouse.
This used to be a Jewish schoolhouse.
And we come to a nest of streets, narrow and dark. The streets are all fenced in, and what they're fenced in with is barbed wire, and they're dark. And what they're dark with is people, men, women, and children, and they're sleeping in the streets.
Who are these people? They're Yemenite Jews. What are they doing in Aden? They're trying to get into Israel. They come and see the caves.
And he takes us out to the hills. And dug out of the hills are these caves, and the caves are thick with people, men, women, and children, and they're living in the caves.
Yemenites? Yemenites.
Trying to get into Israel?
Trying to get into Israel.
And then he says, come on, there's something else I want you to see. So we drive out into the desert, about 8 miles out in the desert. And the first thing we see is a huddle of banana huts.
Here in Camp Hashid live 3,000 Yemenites.
Did you ever see a banana hut? Well, you take a piece of straw so big along and dry it out and weave a basket mat, and then take the basket mat and put it up on a couple of sticks, and there's your hut. And it's all you got between you and the desert. Well, around these banana huts, we see this wire fence. And by this fence in front of the gate, we see 5 men. and they're holding 5 sharpened sticks.
What's the idea of the sticks?
The Aidenites rioted a few months back.
So?
So 50 Yemenite children became orphans.
So the government said let them protect themselves with weapons, but the only weapons the government let them protect themselves with was sticks. Well, maybe it was that got Marty. Maybe that, maybe something else, I don't know. It's like trying to put your finger on the exact minute you think you caught a cold. All I know is there's something happening to Marty right in front of my eyes. Right in front of my eyes.
How soon do we start flying them into Israel?
As soon as we can take a plane up.
Well, how soon do we take a plane up?
As soon as we can get some fuel.
What's wrong with buying fuel here in Aden?
They won't sell us any fuel here in Aden.
Well, how about Iran? They've sure got enough fuel in Iran.
They won't sell us any fuel in Iran.
Well, how about Israel itself? These people are trying to get into Israel, the biggest oil refinery in the Middle East, right there in Haifa. How about that?
You forget where the Haifa oil comes from. They've shut it off to us at the source.
Well, how about
Look, you heard what Mr. Aronson said, Marty, for crying out loud. There is no fuel in Israel. So will you stop wasting a man's time with how about and how about as there is no fuel in Israel? Well, we're standing there glaring at each other, Marty and me, when Mr. Aronson breaks in. He says, "Come on inside." He says, "I want you to meet the camp director." So we go inside. We're walking to the camp director's banana hut when all of a sudden we see something. Far away against the sky. It looks like a black dot against the sky. The black dot gets bigger. Black dot becomes a fist, and the fist spreads out, and it's a cloud of dust. And the cloud's coming toward us. Cloud's coming toward us. And the cloud breaks up, and the cloud's a huddle of people. And the people are coming toward us, and they're men and women and children. And a truck roars out into the desert, out to the people in the desert.
Hey, what's going on over there? What's happening over there?
But Mr. Aronson's gone with the truck, and there's a lot of excitement, and, well, there's nobody to answer us.
Hey, somebody! Will somebody tell us what's going on out there for crying out loud?
Those are Yemenite Jews coming out of Yemen.
It's always rough to guess a lady's age, but I say she was 50 years old, maybe 55. She's got gray hair, and her eyes look as if she doesn't sleep enough, and she's smiling, and she's the director of the camp.
What do you mean coming out of Yemen? They didn't walk here.
They walked here.
Yemen is 400 miles away.
They've probably been walking about 4 or 5 months.
4 or 5 months. Look at them. They never last 4 or 5 months. Look at them. One of them's blind.
Then they've probably been walking 6 or 7 months.
What are you trying to say?
That the Jews of Yemen have apparently decided to go to Israel.
So now something else is eating Marty. He doesn't get it.
I don't get it.
Hey, look, Marty, you mind? I'm sleepy, and... Well, anyway, just what is it you don't get?
The whole thing, all of it.
Well, that's fine. They got us this room so we could sleep, so good night.
I found out about Yemen, though. I don't get it.
Good night.
Yemen is a country, see? It's up here in the Arabian Peninsula. And the king of Yemen is called the Imam. What he says goes. And conservatively speaking, I'd say the country's still living in the year 1100 somewhere, maybe 1000, conservatively speaking.
Oh, yeah, you can douse the light.
Well, the Jews have been living in Yemen for 2,000 years about. You know that, Joe? Well, they were advisors to kings in their time, Joe. Well, they taught the kings how to build their palaces. They showed them how to make their swords. They showed them how to make their spoons. They even taught them how to write their names.
Good night.
And then something changes up there. A new gang gets in, Joe, and all of a sudden the Jews don't belong. How do you like that, Joe? After 2,000 years, they don't belong. But the funny thing is, Joe, they won't let those people get out. They won't let anybody get in to help them. And they won't let them get out. They're cut off. So what do you think happens, Joe? After 2,000 years... Joe, do you know how long 2,000 years is?
Look, Marty, I don't care how long that is. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep.
And after 2,000 years, they pick themselves up and they say, we're checking out, we're going home. A whole people going home. That's history happening, Joe. History is happening right in front of your eyes, and you want to sleep.
Oh, Marty,
Hey, Joe, I asked one of them. I asked him, I said, how many more are there? How many more are coming? You know what he said, Joe? He said, they are like the grass. They're coming. They're coming like the grass, Joe. Women and children and blind old men, after 2,000 years, they're coming home, Joe. They're going back to Israel. And what happens when they get here? They won't sell them the fuel. They won't sell them the fuel. They won't sell Mr. Aronson the fuel. I don't get it, Joe. I guess I better douse the light. Good night, Joe. Good night, Marty.
So, he puts out the light, but he doesn't go to sleep. It isn't even morning yet. There's that chill in the air that comes when the night's gone and the day hasn't come yet. And I wake up all of a sudden and Marty isn't in his bunk.
Hey, Marty.
I'm out here.
What are you doing out there?
Listen. There's something going on, Joe.
What do you mean, something going on?
Something beautiful. It's going on all around us, Joe. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's going on all around us, and it's beautiful. And I can't get it. I can't get it.
So the next morning, he's out there and he's talking to a little kid. The kid doesn't know a word of English, and Marty doesn't know a word of Hebrew, and they're holding a conversation.
Hi, kid. How's everything going?
Shalom.
What did he say?
I think he said he's fine. How's everything in camp, kid? Everything all right? I mean, they treating you all right here in camp?
Shmi Marjorie. Ani Buntesha Shanim.
You think you're getting through all right, Marty?
Yeah, I think I am, Joe. Well, I'm glad, kid. I'm glad everything's going all right. But, look, I tell you, kid, I'd appreciate it if you could take it just a little slower, huh? Because there's something I'd like to find out from you, see. I think we can get together if we can just talk slowly enough.
Marty, for Pete's sake, he doesn't know what you're driving at.
Sure he does, Joe. Look at him. Now, what I was saying, kid, is there's something beautiful going on here. Can't put my finger on it. Now, what is it, kid? What's going on that makes everything look so beautiful to me? What's going on in this sun-blistered camp that makes everything look so beautiful to me? Will you, kid? Tell me.
Sir, look.
I wish I knew what you were saying, kid. I sure wish I knew.
Come on, Marty.
Gee, I wish I knew what he just said, Joe. Because I think that kid knows the answer.
Well, we're hanging around waiting for the fuel that's going to take these people to Israel. When we get word that if we don't get our planes out of Aden, they'll be blown up. So we take him across the Red Sea to Asmara, and that's when we get that fancy room at the Chow Hotel that I was telling you about. Hot and cold running water and a bell to ring if you want a pack of cigarettes or a pitcher of ice water. Except that Marty doesn't stay at the hotel. He's prowling around Camp Hashard where it's 120 in the shade and the sand feels like ground glass between your teeth when the wind begins to blow. What's he doing there? He's learning riddles.
Hey, want to hear a riddle, Joe?
No.
Sure you do, Joe. It's one of the riddles the Queen of Sheba asked King Solomon. And what's more, he knew the answer.
How do you know what the Queen of Sheba asked King Solomon?
A Yemenite kid told me Mr. Aronson translated it. Here it is, Joe. What land is it which saw the sun only once? You give up?
Yeah, I bite.
Okay, the bottom of the Red Sea. When the water opened to let the Jews pass out of Egypt. Get it? Then the water closed again. Hey, you want to hear another one, Joe? Listen to this one. Who is he
Wait a minute. How does a Yemenite kid know what the Queen of Sheba asked King Solomon? Wasn't that a long time ago?
Oh, not too long. It's about 3,000 years.
Well, how come the kid knows what she asked King Solomon 3,000 years ago?
From the records, Joe. What do you think these people are, Johnny-come-latelys? Did you ever see their embroidery?
What embroidery?
The little Yemenite girls out of the camp.
Oh.
Joe, if they were to embroider a forest, you'd hear the birds sing. What do you think, for crying out loud? Did you hear their Hebrew?
What about their Hebrew?
Oh, nothing much, nothing. It just happens to be the purest Hebrew there is, that's all. Just happens to be the Hebrew they're supposed to have spoken back in the time of the Bible, that's all.
Yeah? Well, how would you know that?
Oh, here and there, here and there. I also happen to know what that song says. That song we heard the man singing the other night? I know what it says.
Oh, what does it say?
I'd love to tell you, son, but I haven't got time right now. There's a plane I got to fly to Israel tonight, you know, with about 140 Yemenites in it.
What are you talking about?
We got the fuel, Joe. We're on our way. The Yemenites are going home.
Well, don't kid me, Marty.
I'm not kidding, Joe. Aronson did it. They're selling them the fuel here in Asmara.
What kind of a joke is this?
It's no joke, Joe.
Look, it's 3,600 miles on the circuit from Asmara to Aden, with Arabs on both sides of the Red Sea. We sure aren't going to be able to land in Saudi Arabia with a load of Jewish refugees on board. So how do we make a 3,600-mile operation with one fueling point?
All worked out, Joe. Stop worrying now. It's all worked out.
Well, how is it all worked out?
It's all worked out. We take a DC-4, we fill it up with gas. And we fly 2 other ships, and we take the gas out of the DC-4, we load it onto the other ships, we send it back for more gas, and we meet the other ships at its next destination. It's all worked out.
Well, looks like the Yemenites are going home. So that night we revved up and ready to take off. There's a low moon hanging in the sky. The desert looks like a yellow sea. We're waiting for our first load into Israel. It's going to be a load of orphan kids. And we're sitting there waiting, and we hear this song. You said you know what it means, Marty.
Yeah, sure, I do. A kid taught me.
Okay, give.
O beautiful and faithful Jerusalem, you're the joy of our land. How I remember the glory that was yours. How I long to dwell in your courtyards. If I were a dove, I would fly to you. I would kiss your stones. I would kiss your soil.
And then the kids began filing into the plane. I knew what Marty meant. I knew what he meant. Something beautiful was going on around us.
Shalom.
Peace be with you, laddie.
Shalom.
And with you, laddie.
Shalom.
Peace be with you.
And we flew the kids to Israel. You know the rest. After a while, I left, and Marty left, but others came after us, and 45,000 Jews left Yemen and flew home to Israel the way the Bible told them it would happen, a couple thousand years ago. You've seen how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you unto myself. That's the way it happened. This is the end of my story. Shalom.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. That's your name and address with 10 cents to cover postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take pleasure in presenting Mr. Jack D. Weiler, one of the general chairmen of the 1950 campaign of the United Jewish Appeal of Greater New York. Mr. Weiler.
The program we have just heard is the story of Operation Magic Carpet. And the story of Operation Magic Carpet, the miraculous rescue of more than 45,000 Yemenite Jews, is the story of the United Jewish Appeal. This rescue was carried out by the Joint Distribution Committee and the Jewish Agency, both of which are financed by the United Jewish Appeal, whose support made this and countless other miracles possible. 6 months ago, when I visited Israel, I had the opportunity to see what the United Jewish Appeal has done for all the homeless and persecuted Jews who have been resettled and rehabilitated there. But side by side with the accomplishments in this wonderful new democracy, I saw grave and serious problems, which are this year more urgent than ever before. I saw the frightful conditions in the reception camps, where thousands of immigrants are jammed together in makeshift barracks and tents. I saw how they suffered from the rains, from the mud, from the lack of privacy, and the lack of the very minimum of human comfort. I saw what a tremendous job must still be done to bring these sick and shattered refugees back to health, strength, and usefulness. Today, the world is celebrating the second anniversary of Israel's independence. and in taking stock of what lies ahead, we realize how much we must still do to carry on the UJA's life-saving and life-giving work, not only in Israel, but everywhere in the world where Jews are in need, in Europe, in North Africa, and here in our own country, where the job of welcoming and helping newcomers is a vital American responsibility. The American people, through their support of the United Jewish Appeal, have played a decisive role in the achievements in Israel and the rehabilitation of world Jewry. Those achievements should give us the inspiration to meet the critical problems of the present, problems that can be met only through our generous and wholehearted support of the 1950 campaign of the United Jewish Appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Weiler. Our Eternal Light drama today, On Wings of Eagles, was written by Sylvia Berger. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Mr. Shlomo Gamliel was heard as vocalist. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Norman Rose was featured as Joe and John Larkin as Marty. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present the Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generation.
May all your bodies Israel, Omrim Shema Israel.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations make free time available to present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our story today, The Death of Akiba, by Morton Wishengrad, commemorates the Scholars' Festival of Lag BaOmer, which is associated with the great sage Akiba ben Joseph.
Let the prisoner rise.
The prisoner will rise and face the court.
I, Tinius Rufus, governor of Judea, by the power vested in me by Hadrian, Caesar of the Roman Empire, do pronounce sentence on you, Rabbi Akiba ben Joseph, elder of the Sanhedrin of Israel.
Prisoner, are you ready to hear the sentence?
I am. It is my sentence, Akiba ben Joseph, that you be flayed and that you be scourged until you are dead.
Does the prisoner know any reason why the sentence of this court should not be executed?
I do not question the sentence of the court.
Have you anything you wish to say, Akiba? Some final word?
Thank you, Tinius Rufus. Yes, I have a final word I wish to say.
You may proceed.
An old man with the sound of eternity in his ears, speaking a final word. It is strange. On my lips there is praise of God. In your hands there is a sword. My lips and your hands. Why do you slay me? It is a question, not an entreaty. Is it for what I have done? I have done nothing except to study the law of God. Is it for what I have taught? I have taught that the worship of God is an expression of love and justice. Did that offend you, Tinius Rufus? Yet you were offended. We sat at the Academy of Yavne, the elders of Judea, studying, handing down the oral law of Israel, and we were content, despite the presence of the Roman legions in our land. But you were not content. No, I remember when it began. That night we slumbered. We were at peace. Then the horsemen came, and the sleepers were wakened.
Master, wake up. Everyone. The time for sleeping is done. Awaken.
What is it, Simeon?
Hurry, Master. Summon the elders, the disciples.
What's wrong?
Judah and I, we come from Caesarea.
Wait, I shall come.
Hurry, Rabbi Akiba.
Joshua Agassi, quickly, a candle. Rouse the academy.
Elders of Israel, awaken. Evil tidings from Caesarea. We meet now by moonlight.
We are all gathered. Simeon ben Yochai, what is the news from Caesarea?
Master, instruct us.
It is for you to instruct us, Simeon. We are listening.
Sages of Israel, yesterday in Caesarea, Tinius Rufus issued a new proclamation. From this day, the covenant of Abraham is denied to our newborn sons. Circumcision is forbidden.
Tinius Rufus will be made to see that he wrongs us.
Wait, that is not all. Observance of the Sabbath is forbidden, and all the festivals.
Masters, instruct us. What shall be done?
Rabbi Ishmael, do you wish to speak?
Yes, Rabbi Akiba. How long? How much longer? Is this the first affront? Is this the 10th affront? How long do we abide in the land and remain slaves to the Caesars?
The commandment is for peace, Ishmael. Your counsel is for war.
And why not?
No, Ishmael. I am ready to die for the Torah, but do not ask us to kill for the Torah.
Joshua, will you transgress the law of the Sabbath?
You know I will not. I will keep the Sabbath.
They will kill you for it.
If God so wills, I shall be killed.
Before God, are you craven? Have you courage only to endure, only to submit, only to yield? Is there no courage to defend? Judaism no longer needs martyrs. It needs soldiers.
Ishmael, you are overwrought. It is for us to love peace and to pursue peace. What hope is there for the world when scholars plead for war? We are men of learning, the last stronghold of reason and intellect. Shall we confess our lives a failure?
If we vanquish the enemy, we are not a failure.
Ishmael, when the dead lie unburied in the open pit, who is the victor and who is the vanquished?
It does not matter. If we die, we shall not die alone.
Ishmael, you forget so soon. Thou shalt not take vengeance, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord, and ye shall keep my statutes.
I will not listen, Akiba. Do what you wish. I go to the hills. I join Simeon Bar Kokhba.
To make rebellion, Rabbi Ishmael?
To make war, Joshua. Akiba, do you come?
No.
Then you will stay and rot here.
No, not that either. I must go to Tinius Rufus. I will explain that we are of peaceful intent. He will understand, and he will alter his attitude toward us and treat us with reason. I came to you, Tinius Rufus. Do you remember? Yes, I came to you and I said that the world was ruled by kindness, and that the merit of man consisted in the multitude of good deeds. You nodded your head, Tinius Rufus. Why did you nod your head? I believed you then to be a man like other men. It was wrong of you to deceive me. You spoke so gently and so honorably. Was it to mock me, Tinius Rufus? Your smile was amiable. You took my hand. We spoke. You asked the question. Do you remember, Tinius Rufus? Do you remember the question you asked?
A very apt reply, Rabbi Akiba. Tell me, why does your people place so much emphasis on charity?
What are the gifts we can make to God? Charity to the poor.
Ah, but you are not giving to your God. You give to the poor.
He that is gracious to the poor lendeth to the Lord.
I don't understand your God. I like a God I can see. Like this one. Now, that's a handsome God.
I see only an idol made of wood.
He is good enough. If your God is so powerful, why doesn't he come down and smash these idols?
Tinius Rufus, what other gods do you worship?
You evade my question.
No. What other gods do you worship?
The sun, the moon, the planets, the stars. Why do you ask, Akiba?
Don't you see? If the only idols worshipped were things of clay or wood, God might destroy them. But you worship the sun and the stars. Shall God destroy his entire world because some men are foolish?
Rabbi Akiba, I have met many sages of Israel, but you are the most learned and the most humble. Be proud, Rabbi Akiba. I don't believe in false modesty.
Tinius Rufus.
Yes?
Out there, lying in the road, what do you see?
Nothing but a dead cat. Run over by a chariot, no doubt. I'll see that the carcass is removed.
Tinius Rufus, he who glories in the knowledge of the law is like to the carcass of an animal which lies in the road. It attracts the attention of all, it is true. But whoever passes by puts his hand to his nose and turns away.
And are you a live cat, Rabbi Akiba? And I a mouse? Let us stop playing. What do you want?
I see I have misjudged you, Tinius Rufus.
I have not misjudged you. What do you want?
I have not dissimulated. I want what I told you I want. I had believed that you understood.
Power is the only thing I understand. My laws remain, do you hear?
You will force our people into rebellion.
Exactly. And we will know how to take care of them. Especially this rebel Bar Kokhba.
It was stupid of me not to see that, wasn't it?
Very stupid. Do you still want to talk to me about the law of kindness and charity and your God?
No, Tinius Rufus, not to you. The Emperor Hadrian has come to Antioch. Perhaps he will listen.
My dear Rabbi Akiba, there's nothing I detest quite so much as a fool. I shall have to admonish Tinius Rufus.
Thank you, Caesar.
Oh, don't misunderstand my motives. I'm not concerned with what you call justice. I want to maintain the Roman Empire. You don't maintain an empire by antagonizing your subjects.
You are very wise, Caesar.
Thank you, Rabbi. My friend, I noticed on my tour of inspection that Jerusalem was completely laid waste. I shall have it rebuilt.
Caesar. He who gives delight to his fellow creatures also gives delight to God.
Very nice. My respects to your God. Oh, yes, your temple, the one Titus destroyed. The simpleton. We shall rebuild it for you.
Blessed art thou, O Lord, who has brought me to this day.
Come, Rabbi Akiba, don't anticipate. I shall have the temple rebuilt. To Jupiter, naturally.
Caesar, you do not know what you are saying.
You'll get used to it. It's a fine gift.
A poisoned gift, Caesar.
What curious people. I promised to rebuild Jerusalem. Isn't that enough?
Do not defile our holy sanctuary.
Curious. You're more concerned about your theology than your bread.
I plead with you, Caesar. If Jupiter's placed on Mount Moriah, blood will be shed.
Let's not discuss it, Rabbi. I like the idea.
Caesar, I entreat you. Do not desecrate our holiest symbol. Blood will be shed over it.
Whose blood, my friend? Isn't that the question?
Rabbi Ishmael, do you ride to the hills with me?
I am ready, Bar Kokhba.
Here's your mount. There's no time to lose.
Akiba ben Joseph, bless me before I go.
You bless me by your going, Rabbi Ishmael.
I hope so. It is not easy for me to take up arms. All my life I have studied and preached for peace. Now there is an end of scholarship.
No, Ishmael, there is no end. What is a scholar of Israel but a warrior armed with the law of justice? God go with you, Ishmael.
Master, do you have a blessing for me?
I am dry with age, Bar Kokhba, and my hands are infirm. But let me touch your standard. There shall step forth the star out of Jacob, and the scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite through the corners of Moab, and break down all the corners of Seth.
Thank you, Akiba ben Joseph.
Goodbye, Akiba. Bar Kokhba, I am ready.
That was your victory, Tinius Rufus. They rode forth to battle, and they did not return. The righteous perisheth, and no man layeth it to heart. Godly men not taken away. How many did your legions slaughter in 3 years, O governor of Judea? How many women and how many children? How many thousands did you enslave? How doth the city sit solitary that was full of people? How is she become as a widow? And even this was not enough for you.
Summon Rabbi Akiba.
Rabbi Akiba ben Joseph?
You summoned me, governor of Judea. I'm here.
No greeting, Rabbi?
What do you want?
I expect a greeting, my friend.
Tinius Rufus, what do you want of me?
I respect your age, Rabbi. I shall overlook this discourtesy.
I ask you once more, what do you want?
Not too much discourtesy, Rabbi. I'm an impatient man. This is what I want. Read it.
You cannot do anything more to us. What is there to read?
Still stubborn. I shall read this to you. My proclamation.
Don't read it. Tell me what's in it.
Very well. A rebellious people must be punished. What have you left, Rabbi?
Nothing. Our festivals are prohibited. The Sabbath observance is forbidden. Our ceremonials are proscribed. Between Passover and Shavuot, 24,000 of my own students and disciples have been slaughtered. All we have left is the Torah.
Rabbi, now you have nothing left. I forbid the study of the law of Moses. Your Torah is shut tight, not to be opened. Be sure you understand me, Akiba ben Joseph. The penalty for violation of this order is death.
What are you waiting for? We are scholars. Let us study the law.
Will you instruct us, Master?
Yes. Joshua Agassi, will you begin?
The penalty for study is death.
Scholars of Israel, I ask you to begin.
Akiba ben Joseph, we do not fear for ourselves.
Do you fear for me? I answer you with a parable. The fox came to the river bank and said to the fishes, "The fishermen are spreading their nets. Come to the dry land, and you will be safe." But the fishes replied, "If in the water, which is our element, we are in danger, what will happen to us on the dry land, which is not our element?" Scholars, if there is no safety for us in the Torah, which is our home, how can we find safety elsewhere? Let us disdain secrecy. It is unworthy of us. Joshua Hagassi, I ask you to begin. Be composed, my sons.
Akiba ben Joseph, there is still time for you to flee.
It is better to die at once than to flee from study.
Instruct us, Master.
Hear me closely. The world is judged with mercy. The shop is open. The hand writes. Whosoever desires may come and borrow. But the collectors make their appointed rounds, and the payment cannot be evaded. The warrant is there. The judgment is correct. And everything is prepared for the feast.
Akiba ben Joseph,
Yes, Captain.
I place you under arrest.
I am done, Tinius Rufus.
Once again, Akiba ben Joseph, I pronounce sentence. You will be taken to your dungeon. At dawn tomorrow, you will be led forth and flayed and scourged until you are dead. Let the prisoner be removed. Akiba ben Joseph?
Is it time, Tinius Rufus?
Not yet.
And why have you come?
I cannot sleep.
Strange. I was asleep.
Perhaps it is not strange. Old man, if you had been born in Rome, you could have been my father. I would have been proud of such a father.
Thank you, my son.
You call me that?
If you were my age, I should call you brother. Did not he that made me in the womb make you? And did not one fashion us in the womb?
Akiba ben Joseph, I come to offer you a pardon, if you recant.
Pardon is for criminals, Tinius Rufus. It is I who should pardon you. I pardon you now.
Save your life, Akiba ben Joseph.
No, Tinius Rufus. For the sins you have committed against me, I forgive you. But for your sins against God, only God can forgive you.
You are accursed, Akiba ben Joseph. Your people is accursed.
Then let me be of the cursed, not he who curses. Let me be of them that are persecuted, not of them that persecute.
You will not change your mind?
No, Tinius Rufus. You have come in kindness. I shall ask you then for one small thing.
Whatever it is, Akiba ben Joseph, ask it.
Let Joshua Hagassi stand by my side tomorrow.
Nothing more?
No. Nothing more.
Very well. We shall stand by your side tomorrow.
No.
You're so old. Why does it take so long?
I don't know.
Do you feel a pulse?
Yes.
Call me when the end comes.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might.
Akiba. Do you hear me, Akiba ben Joseph?
I hear you.
Give it up. Are you insensible to pain? Why don't you die?
All my life, Tinius Rufus, I have been waiting for the moment when I might truly fulfill the commandment. I have always loved the Lord with all my might and with all my heart. Now I know that I love him with all my life. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one.
Tinius Rufus.
Yes.
Come away.
No. Not yet. I must wait.
You have your victory. Can you not see? Akiba ben Joseph is dead.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage and handling to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting Dr. Mordecai M. Kaplan, Professor of Philosophies of Religion of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Dr. Kaplan.
The Roman Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century was as determined to destroy the Jewish people and their religion as was the German Führer Hitler in the 20th. Both failed, but not without first having bled the Jewish people white and having bathed in rivers of Jewish blood. The 18 centuries between Hadrian and Hitler have been for the Jewish people centuries of unceasing struggle to live, despite relentless persecution and cruel degradation. Yet those centuries have not in the least abated the vitality of the Jewish people or its recuperative powers. The very devastation of European Jewry during the Second World War precipitated the establishment of the State of Israel, where before long Jewish culture and religion will experience an unprecedented revival. Likewise, in the countries outside Israel, there are myriads of Jews who will not permit the blood of their 6 million martyred brethren to have been shed in vain. The memory of that martyrdom will act as a blood transfusion to invigorate them in their efforts to give Jewish peoplehood and Jewish faith a new lease on life. To what, you will ask, do Jews owe this remarkable vitality and recuperative power? The parable of the fishes in the broadcast to which you have just listened gives the answer. The reliance upon the Torah as the only source of safety has kept the Jewish people alive to this day. That conviction is voiced in the 119th Psalm, which is a paean of thanksgiving to God for his having given the Torah to Israel. I myself have recently seen one of the verses in that psalm as a motto on the title page of a new edition of the Talmud, which was published in a German concentration camp only a few weeks after the arrival of the American army. That verse reads as follows: "They nearly made an end of me, but I would not give up thy laws." From that motto, we learn the secret of the Jewish people's power of survival and endurance. Through loyalty to the Torah, the Jewish people has striven to contribute its share toward the redemption of mankind from all forms of inhumanity and toward the establishment of God's kingdom on earth.
Thank you, Dr. Kaplan. Our Eternal Light drama today was The Death of Akiba by Morton Wishengrad, which commemorates the Scholars' Festival of Lag BaOmer, which is associated with the great sage Akiba ben Joseph. The music was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Milton Katims. Cantor David Putman sang the liturgical music. Featured as Akiba was Peter Capell, and as Tinius Rufus, Santos Ortega. The production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Free time to present The Eternal Light is made available by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations.